It's week 4, Belmont at the Big A on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, live from South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack. We're going to see some girl power today as Warlike Goddess will take on the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, looking to become the first female to win that race since 1983. But standing in her way is multiple Grade 1 winner Gufo, back-to-back winner of the Sword Dancer. He will be going the mile and a half today, a distance that he loves. We also have the Vosburgh on tap. Elite Power has won his last 3 races for trainer Bill Mott, but today will be his first time stepping into graded stakes company. And the 2-year-old filly is in the spotlight in the Matron. Dance Macabre, last time out in the Untappable, picked up a stakes win at Kentucky Downs. What will she do against a big field a little bit later on? All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I love that shot of the murals as we're reminded of the history and the hidden gems here at the Big A. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, as we look forward to 3 graded stakes coming up this afternoon throughout the continuation of this Belmont at the Big A meet here in the fall. It's a little bit cooler today, but the sun is shining and we're back on the turf for all of our races today, including those 2 graded stakes on the grass. That's the Matron and the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. We also have, of course, the Vosburgh sprinting on the dirt. We're fast and firm. Races 1 through 11 still to come. And of course, today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And Andy, I love the races that we have a chance to see today because we're reminded throughout the history, these races used to decide really year-end honors.
And interestingly enough, they were races run at Aqueduct. The Vosburgh used to be a deciding factor for the Dirt Sprinter of the Year, a race that was run at 7 furlongs at Aqueduct for many, many years. Dr. Fager, a multiple winner of this race. When we started the Turf Classic, before it became the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, it was run here at Aqueduct. So interestingly enough, they've sort of come full circle and they're back at the track they started at.
We'll be excited to see who adds their name to the history books with those 3 graded stakes coming up a little bit later on today. If you haven't signed up yet for NYRA Bets, what are you waiting for? This is your opportunity. You can get up to a $200 deposit match bonus when you join NYRA Bets today. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at nyrabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Let's get right into it with the 2-year-old fillies sprinting on the turf. A maiden special weight to kick off the day. A nice big field, Andy, and an 8-5 favorite. Is it Gedai?
I believe so.
Yes.
I'm not sure of the pronunciation, but it is an oasis, actually, yes, in Israel. And this horse was sired by Oasis Dream, thus the name.
Clever name.
Yeah,
I like it.
Very good. I like the 10, Will Be Famous, my top choice here.
First time on the turf, Will Be Famous. 2-year-old filly by Will Take Charge as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori, who has won many a race here at the Big A. Richie, fun way to kick off the card with these 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, it really is, and a really nice-looking group of young horses here. We'll go to the inside to begin with, starting with the one Together, if I'm saying that properly. Boy, she just looks really fit. Like the way she galloped off under Dylan Davis, left the pony framed up beautifully. And I like the fact that she's been training up in Saratoga. We've seen a lot of horses coming out of Saratoga. Miguel Camant handling the horses up there for his dad, Christophe, that, have fired well. And she just looked very professional, very sharp, like what I saw from her. The 2-horse, every time, she's turning back in distance after showing speed and being, I thought, a bit keen at Colonial. I love the turn back for this filly, and ultimately she's going to be my top selection. She's been very sharp for Kerry Bryan. Very sharp works, kind of throws a steady series of bullets, and that usually means it's because they are very enthusiastic, and I think turning back, she's just going to get a lot more comfortable. A horse that I think wants to be a little bit keen, and the turn back seems very appropriate. She's also out of a Smoke Glacken mare, kind of seeing a lot more of a sprint pedigree there, and she did show she could handle turf. The 7, the favorite, I'm not going to try to pronounce it. You guys said it, but she looks great. Like what I see from her, it's a Chad Brown runner. You wouldn't expect less. And then the 11 horse really got a big warm-up, big price, but man, she just kept winning me over. I like the way this Daughter of City of Light looked. She showed a bit of speed after not getting away, really sharply on debut, but man, under Jorge Vargas, she really warmed up big, and I think she'll take to the grass. Certainly from a physical perspective, looks like a little bit more turf meant, guys.
Richie, thank you, as we just received word that the number 4, Lexi Spirit, did get loose on the track. There she is, caught by one of our great outriders, which is great to see, but looked like she parted ways with her jockey, Javier Castellano, and he's on his feet, which is also good to see, Richie, Andy, excuse me, and she will be checked out. I'm not sure how far she got, but if you have any interest in Lexi Spirit, do take note of that she did go off on a little joyride there.
She's actually an interesting horse in this race, because of the Matron being run later, because the horse that beat her, Don't Look Back at All, probably going to take a lot of money for Christophe Clement in the Matron.
And she is a late
She is a late scratch, Lexi Spirit, unfortunately. Kind of wanted to see her run.
Yeah.
So I feel like that race kind of fell apart, and I think it fell in the lap of the winner and this horse as well. But I wanted to see how she did today. Unfortunately, she won't be able to run, and just one of those unfortunate things. But at the end of the day, it's most important to protect the horses and the public as well. Richie mentioned Night Saber. Night Saber has plenty of pedigree, the long shot. Dam was a multiple winner on the turf, which I'm sure you know as well, Acacia. I think there's a lot going on in here. And with a My Racehorse horse for Chad Brown, they're defaulting to that horse. And she could certainly win. She's got plenty of pedigree for turf. Half to 4 turf winners, European-type horses. But Chad Brown seems like his better 2-year-old's debut on the turf going long. He's had some success. Going to, I think, Fog of War may have won.
Interesting point.
He's had some horses. I just wonder, it's not something that he does as well. This horse went 9-5 even money because of the scratch. And to just default to a horse with, it's just a race of unknowns.
Yeah.
Richie mentioned the 2 every time. Also, my friend David Aragono's opinion I respect a lot, likes this horse. I don't like these turnbacks, but there is a reasonable argument that this pedigree suggests that sprinting could be better for this horse. I mean, the 11 who Richie mentioned that pedigree. I like the 10, Will Be Famous, who I don't think has benefited from a particularly good ride last time out, and she's got plenty of turf pedigree, and they were trying to get her on the turf last time, much like the 11 in that race. So I think it's just default because it's Chad Brown with a European pedigree at even money. I got to think, if you looked at these turf, it's an 11-horse field. Going 6 furlongs first time out, where so much more can go wrong than right. I just feel like if you're taking even money, you're getting crushed.
Yeah. It's 6-5 right now on a filly with connections that often take attention anyway, and we very much appreciate My Racehorse and the fact that their partners do show their support of their runners at the windows as well. But sometimes you can end up having kind of a perfect storm as a result with a short price. This filly is a full sister to a Group 3 winner, Actabantai, who's been very effective over in Europe and a talented runner as well. We'll see how she does. Currently even money. The 1 and the 2 taking some attention. First-time starter to Quether, filly by Kodiak. She was purchased at Tattersall's October yearling sale. Has some pedigree for turf as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on in these races. It's just default, and we know that Chad Brown's a great trainer, but it doesn't mean this horse is going to win. And there's so much pedigree in here that I just feel like you're supposed to find somebody you find a little more interesting at a price. For me, it was the number 10, but I think there are a lot of different interesting ways to go here.
A nice price on Will Be Famous, 11-1 right now. First time on the turf. The half-sister to Courteous, who won on the grass. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A. The 2-year-old fillies to kick off the afternoon. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
Lemon Bomb moves into line. Next is Will Be Famous. We're waiting for the outside 3, Will Be Famous, Night Saber, and Tap It Up. On the turf here, which is firm. This is a sprint at 6 furlongs. We just have the late scratch of number 4, Lexi's Spirit. 1 more to go to complete the field of 11, and Tap It Up has moved in nicely, and we are set for the Saturday opener. And they're off. And Ein Getty going right out for the early lead. And now moving up is Every Time to Challenge. The 2 of them are together. And Tequether is down on the inside and third. Up the backstretch, the favorite Ein Getty and Every Time. They are heads apart for the lead. Tap It Up is on the extreme outside. Now coming on through is Will Be Famous. Tequether at the rail and racing in 5th. Lady Empire is next in 6th. And alongside is Bella Michelle. And then we come back to Night Saber, followed down at the inside there by Love Tank, and alongside is Lemon Bomb. A big break back to the trailer, Maria from Miami in 11th. Three-way battle up front. It's Every Time at the rail. On the outside is Tap It Up. Ein Getty is between horses. The three of them head for home now with 3/16 to the finish. It is Ein Getty, Every Time, determined down at the rail, and Tap It Up on the outside. And now coming on is Tequether as the field passes the 16th pole. It is Tequether who is gaining ground there with Every Time, and in between horses that appeared to be number 6, Lemon Bomb, who is a bomb in this first race on the turf.
Tight photo finish, some nice prices in there as we were trying to figure out, watching them coming down to the wire, who's that, who's inside, who's outside, and as John Embriel said, outside was the number 1, Tequether, who looked like she might have gotten her nose down, Andy, over Lemon Bomb, the 6, a huge price on that filly by Army Mule, but these two put on a nice show.
Somewhere our friend Greg Wolf is bemoaning the fact that Lemon Bomb didn't win for Shananouski here, but Tequether does get it done here and got a very nice ride from Dylan, get the right trip to get it done. Every Time did all the dirty work in the air. A tough loss if you took the 2 Every Time.
Yes.
Which Richie was talking about, because she really did do the dirty work here. But you know what? It's not always about the best horse. Sometimes you get a good trip and you get it done. This is no knock on the first 2, who both ran very well in here, but I think they benefited a little bit from a pretty strong duel here that hurt the 2. And, you know, once again with the 7, Ein Getty, she ran okay, but taking a short price in these races is tough. It's funny, Peter Pugh had a horse the other day with Pedigree that I threw in at a big price. It did no running. So this one I tossed, and Lemon Bomb almost got it done.
Naturally, that's how it always happens, right? There's trainer Christophe Clement, could have a big day coming up. Gufo and Soldier Rising waiting in the wings.
Yeah, nice to see him get it done here. And you know, Christophe had been on a bit of a tough run, and he's had some bad luck in that run, and that's the way the game goes. You know, when things aren't going your way, it also feels like you have more bad luck than good luck in those situations, and things worked out here well. And this was a good ride for Dylan as well, and hopefully Dylan can start to pick things up as well.
Another one who's been having a little bit of a tough time this meet, but Dylan Davis and Tequether, they team up together for the win as it was 1-6-2-5, 6 Lemon Bomb at 54-1 in second Every Time, who did do the dirty work and ran very well as that second time starter for Carrie Bryan. It's been fun getting a chance to see Carrie, who we got to know, of course, with her jumps runners up in Saratoga in particular, breaking into flat racing, and obviously a very capable trainer.
Yeah, I think a lot of what happens with the trainers in the jump races, those are the horses that they get.
Yes.
So this assumption that they can't train a horse, whether it's on the dirt or the turf. Jonathan Shepard, who was her boss, well, he trained Stormcat. And Jonathan Shepard has won with a lot of flat horses, turf and dirt as well. I believe he won the test. A horse named Sintra going back to the 80s. A good trainer's a good trainer. It's the horses that are going to dictate where they go.
Race 1, Belmont at the Big A in the books. Tequether, the winner for trainer Christophe Clement. And as mentioned, he could have a very big day coming up as we take a look at what is still to come. He has 2 runners in our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. But 7 to 5 on the morning line is the filly Warlike Goddess, or I should say mare at this point, a multiple graded stakes winner. She comes out of finishing second in the Flower Bowl, Andy, where she was the victim of a slow pace set by the winner, Virginia Joy.
She was. And I get the argument that she's the horse to beat in here. But I also feel like she's going to be an overwhelming favorite in this race. She's got the mare thing going on. She's got the trip last time. The problem
All
is...
All she needed was Irad Ortiz.
Right, exactly, right. Irad gave the winner a great ride. The reality is, and I picked her second, and I don't disagree necessarily she's horse to beat, but let's take a good look at who she's been running against. Virginia Joy, even the Breeders' Cup, my sister Nat, who overachieved for Chad Brown, is not exactly as good as her much better sister Charlie, as well as her brother who won the Arc a couple of years ago. She's not that good, and Warlike Goddess, I don't love Gufo, but he's a lot better horse than the horses that she has been running against. And I think that some people are going to miss the fact that she's been running against horses, not necessarily the caliber she's running here, and at a super short price, she could be vulnerable.
Speaking of Gufo, he won his second sword dancer this summer up at Saratoga in the green and yellow cap, coming on the outside. The blinkers went back on in the sword dancer as well. He tried the Turf Cup at Kentucky Downs last time out, a big purse. He was a little bit bumper cars throughout that race and just missed by a nose. And you brought up an interesting point, I thought, Andy, in that he really seemed to flourish at Saratoga. Maybe a 3-turn race here at Aqueduct, like the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic will be this year, will be to his liking.
Yeah, it's funny. I picked him fourth, and the more I look at the race, I feel like I should have picked him second. I feel like I made a mistake because I'm not sure that he's not as likely, if not more likely, to win than the mare is, and he's going to be a better price in there. I do wonder a little about that trip to Kentucky Downs. He went there 2 weeks after the Sword Dancer. But one thing about Gufo, he pretty much shows up and runs his race almost every time, and I'll be surprised if he doesn't do that again today. But let me ask you one question. Tricky horse to ride, Junior riding the first time. No knock on Junior, who's been riding very well, but still tough to be a first time.
He actually rode him as a 3-year-old, and he rode at Gufo when he won the Belmont Derby. Okay. So with a lot of guys out of town this weekend, that was part of Christoph's decision to put Junior back on.
But he has been on him successful before.
Yes. Yes, he is a tricky horse to ride, indeed. But back here to race number 1, it was Dylan Davis in the saddle on to Quether, the Irish bred for trainer Christoph Blunt, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And you had to be very pleased with what you saw from Tuquether. She seemed very professional for her debut.
No, absolutely. She exciting filly. She won well. She got a great ride. You know, she was bought, by the Budweiser board team for European, and as a European venture for American owners, and it worked out. So it's nice when you get them to the winner's circle.
And when you see a young horse be able to sit the pocket, save the ground like that, and not be intimidated, that has to be a very satisfying feeling from a trainer's standpoint.
No, absolutely. She took a while. I'm sure you saw she was traveling very well on the bell, and he took her out. It took a good 16 of a mile or so for her to actually quicken, either because she was green or did not know, but then she finally got it, and it was a pretty thrilling finish. They all looked, pretty tight.
Well, great way to start the day, but obviously later on in the day you have Soldier Rising and Gufo in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. How has Gufo been doing coming out of his good run at Kentucky Downs?
He's doing very well, so I was very aggressive. We won him twice, 2 weeks apart, but he went well twice. Then he had a month, in between. He looks good. He loves being in New York. He loves the cooler weather. Junior is riding him. Joel Rosario is in Kentucky, but Junior won actually a very good race on him as a 3-year-old. He breezed him last week, so he knows the horse, and I'm pretty excited.
And you also have Soldier Rising. He looks a bit tricky to ride to me. It seems like you have to really time your run with him.
And absolutely, but he's a very good horse, and he keeps getting better. He follows any kind of pace. He's got a very good turn of foot. You just have to place it exactly at the right time. But he's trying very well lately.
Good way to start the day. Congratulations here, and best of luck the rest of the day. It is an absolutely stunning fall afternoon here at Aqueduct, guys.
And even better in the winner's circle. Richie, I thank you very much as we see that photo finish in the opener, making it exciting to Quether outside Lemon Balm. A big price, your Run Happy photo finish. Always an exciting way to kick off the day. There it is, and what an effort from the runner-up, too. You have to give her some love at over 50 to 1.
Yeah, that's the thing about these races. If you have some ideas and prices, these are the kind of races that you're most likely to have a chance to get home and score. And I didn't like the horse who finished second there, but I'm sure somebody did somewhere. And if you're going to fool around, why not fool around in these spots, especially when a horse like the 7 in a big field goes off as an overwhelming favorite.
It was a 5-1 winner in the opener. As we take a look at what's coming up in race number 2 here, Belmont at the Big A, 6 furlongs on the main track in this $50,000 claiming a race. Funny joke, to the outside is currently even money. First off the claim. When we come back, though, we'll take a look at some of the past winners of some of the historic races we have today. Andy talked about Dr. Fager, the 1968 champion sprinter and horse of the year, and a back-to-back winner of the Vosburgh.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have 3 graded stakes to look forward to today and some more graded stakes tomorrow. Here's the weekend stake schedule for Belmont at the Big A. Tomorrow, the Bel Dame, which features Ness taking on Older for the first time, along with the Futurity and Knickerbocker. But today, the 3 graded stakes we have to look forward to should be a lot of fun, including that Vosburgh dirt sprint race. As we mentioned at the top of the show, there is some incredible history in these races today that will be running at Aqueduct, with a horse that was a 2-time champion sprinter, a champion older horse, champion grass horse, and a horse of the year. There really wasn't anyone quite like Dr. Fager.
Only 3 horses ever finished in front of Dr. Fager. 2 of them are in the Hall of Fame. The other was a champion. Conditioned by Hall of Famer John Nayrud, Dr. Fager was bred by Tartan Stable and named after the surgeon who saved his trainer's life. The son of Rough and Tumble displayed his brilliant speed and tenacity right out of the gate by capturing 4 of 5 starts at the age of 2. The Doctor kicked off his sophomore season with a triumph over Damascus in the Gotham, then ran the fastest mile ever for a 3-year-old in the Wither Stakes. After a controversial disqualification in the Jersey Derby, Dr. Fager won 3 consecutive races, 2 of them in track record time, prior to his rematch with Damascus and champion Buckpasser in the Woodward. In what many racing historians consider one of the races of the century, Damascus handed Dr. Fager the worst loss of his career, and a rivalry was born. Dr. Fager won the Hawthorne Gold Cup, then completed his season by trouncing older rivals, carrying top weight in the Vosburgh handicap. It was the only occasion he competed in a race under a mile that year, but his performance was impressive enough for him to be honored as champion sprinter. As a 4-year-old, Dr. Fager completed one of the most sensational campaigns of all time. Never carrying less than 130 pounds, he won 7 of 8 starts, established a world record for a mile in the Washington Park Handicap, and set a U.S. record for 7 furlongs. Dr. Fager's victories that season included the Suburban Handicap, the Whitney, and the United Nations Handicap on grass, where he defeated champion Fort Marcy, losing only once to his nemesis, Damascus, the defending Horse of the Year and 3-year-old champion in the Brooklyn Handicap. In his final start, Dr. Fager carried 139 pounds, the highest ever assigned in New York in the Vosburgh Handicap. His final time was a new track record by a full second, and only a 1/5 of a second off the world record for 7/8 of a mile. Dr. Fager remains the only horse to collect hardware as Horse of the Year, Champion Older Male, Champion Grass Horse, and Champion Sprinter. Retired in 1969 to Tartan Farm, Dr. Fager won 18 times in 22 starts and earned just over $1 million. He succumbed to colic at age 12, but during his brief stallion career, he sired champions Dearly Precious and Dr. Patches. Dr. Fager entered the Hall of Fame in 1971 and his 6th on the Blood Horse magazine rankings for the top 100 thoroughbreds of the 20th century.
The incredible Dr. Fager, a winner of the Vosburgh in 1967 and 1968, as we take a look at some of the back-to-back Vosburgh winners. And Dr. Fager, just looking through his resume, Andy, just a truly incredible horse of everything that he could do.
Yeah, he ran a few years before I got interested in the game, and it's funny because Dr. Patches and Dearly Precious were 2 of my favorite horses. When I was a kid, Dearly Precious had this great battle as a 2-year-old with a terrific optimistic gal, and so I knew of him as a sire. But if you talk to people that were around back in the 50s, 60s, whatever time period when he ran, it's rare to talk to anybody that will say that he wasn't the best horse they ever saw race, and his accomplishments say that. And while he lost maybe the race of a lifetime here at Aqueduct against Damascus and Buckpassers as well, it took 2 rabbits to beat him. They used to run Head of R against him as a rabbit to beat him. Without a rabbit, he probably was a horse that just couldn't lose to anybody. He was an incredible racehorse.
Final race of his career was here at Aqueduct in the Vosburgh. Richie, Dr. Fager, it's so fun to reflect on a horse like this who has been so successful in the race, so we'll have a chance to run later today.
I think one of the stories that hasn't been widely heard is that in that Vosburgh, he carried 140 pounds, and John Nehrude, his trainer, actually asked the racing secretary to put more weight on him because he wanted to prove that not only was he the best horse of his generation, but that he was the greatest weight carrier. The racing secretary deferred, said, no, I think 140 is fair, and then he won quite easily, so I'm sure he could have carried even more. But could you imagine in this day and age when we're so conscious of how much weight horses carry, that he was actually asking for more than 140 pounds, guys?
That's just incredible. A lot of weight that Dr. Fager was carrying, and so tremendous on the racetrack was he. As we take a look at this year's rendition of the Vosburgh, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Elite Power, Andy, is 6-5 on the morning line as he has won his last 3 races and will step up to face Graded Stakes Company for the first time. Not the easiest horse to ride, as you kind of see him with his head cocked in the stretch, and Belmont saying that that's just kind of how he is, but he has run well, he's run fast. What does he do against this field today?
It's very indicative of the sprint division, that races like this, yesterday's Phoenix at Keeneland, did not come up super strong races, because the reality is that the presence of Jackie's Warrior has masked the deficiencies of this division this year, because for the most part it hasn't been that strong a group. And the other shocking thing about this race, and it's sort of something that's also trending in racing, there's absolutely no speed of any meaningful quality in this race. And the 1, Southern District, the 4, Elite Power, and the 5, Drafted being the only Graded Stakes were in the field, none of them have any speed. And I get Elite Power as the horse to beat. He's in the best form. Southern District, who has the fastest relatively recent races, was horrendous in his last start at Saratoga and very hard to take off that race. But is Elite Power really a horse you want a super, super short price on? I don't, but I understand why a lot of people think, and realistically, he is the horse to beat.
Well, we'll see how it shakes out in today's Vosburgh. That will be race number 5 today. Again, and win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. You can get ready for the Breeders' Cup with today's Bankroll Builder. Earn a $20 bonus when you bet $50 in exactas on the Vosburgh Stakes, and you can score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Play the Breeders' Cup Racing Bankroll Builder today and tomorrow. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in and get the full Bankroll Builder schedule. We turn our attention to the second race of the day, Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the main track. It's for $50,000. Funny Joke currently 3-2 on the outside as the number 6 first off the claim for the Nodas.
I have no idea why this horse is the favorite in this race. This horse's form has declined since every start. So unless you feel this claim by the Nodas from Rudy Rodriguez is going to somehow transform him to the horse that he was many starts ago, then I have no idea why he's not the least likely winner of this race. I don't get it all, but maybe it's just all about trainers.
Well, we'll meet the rest of the field, starting with Moving Pictures.
I picked second, I think, is a threat in this race. Was run better than the finishes would suggest.
Here is the 4, Inevitable Connection.
With some trepidation, I put this one on top, hoping he's the speed, and it'll be interesting to see how this track is playing today after yesterday.
Bit of a drop in class for Steve Caceres. There's Dots Dollar.
Drops back to the level he was claimed from. Thought he ran very well in a tougher spot last time out, involved in a tough pace.
And here's Funny Joke.
I don't get it. There must be a big story on this horse switching over the Nodas, because his last race was absolutely pathetic, and he really, based solely on his last effort where he had absolutely no excuse, he should be the longest shot in the board in this race.
Surprising price as we'll get ready to kick off the pick 4 here in the second race. There's a look at some of the members of the field. We'll talk more about this second race after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire. Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Amazing. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. As we get ready for the second race, Belmont at the Big A, there is Dots Dollar now has moved over to be your favorite as Dots Dollar. Take a look at his win 2 starts back at the 50,000 when he was claimed for Michelle Nevin. Has speed, got the victory that day, and as you mentioned, Andy, faced much tougher with the likes of Nabokov and Expressman last time out.
Right, he should have been disqualified in this race. He clearly fouled Swift Tap, who was scratched out of this race. The stewards let it stand. Not a decision that I agree with. But I really wouldn't like him off this race, though he could win off this effort. I think it was his last race that really showed his mettle. First of all, that figure came back a little on the low side, in my opinion. I understand why it was like that, but more importantly than that, he did all the dirty work battling there and set it up for a closer, like Nabokov, the second horse, Expressman, who finished ahead of him. He was like 1-5 in that race off a 107 buyer in his debut. He's very logical, and I have nothing against him. I just decided to try to pick against him and took the new faces, Inevitable Connection and Moving Pictures, both of whom I think are dangerous at better prices, but it's hard to be overly excited.
As far as those two horses, they did actually face one another at Monmouth a couple races back on July 17th. Inevitable Connection and Moving Pictures, both of whom are getting a bit of a drop in class here today. Inevitable Connection, I know you prefer slightly, given his early speed.
Yeah, I actually kind of like Moving Pictures better as a horse. But given the way the track played yesterday and being the first dirt race, now I think there's an argument that the track mitigated a little bit the bias as the day went on. But if he gets an aggressive ride from Kendrick, who comes with that great 4-win afternoon yesterday, and he's really riding in top form, I thought there's a chance he could wire the field. I'm not sure how good he really is, to be honest. And I think they both can win here, but I'm hoping Inevitable Connection can be the controlling speed in here. We'll see how it plays out. The only opinion I have in this race is, and I'll get him in the winner's circle, I have no idea what anybody likes about Funny Joke in this race. Off his last race in this field, he can't beat Dots Dollar if that one shows up. Maybe the two shippers don't show up. But if Dots Dollar runs a step, he's supposed to beat Funny Joke. Funny Joke's last race was bad.
He was disappointing as the favorite. That was for 32,000. He's stepping up in class, I thought was interesting, versus the other three in this field are dropping in class too. So I think that's another question that he does have to answer. Funny Joke is first off the claim for the Noda brothers, but does come from Rudy Rodriguez, as you mentioned, and obviously not a turf horse. His other races, I guess the question is, how does he stack up in here?
I mean, the argument for him last time was not only was he dropping, and listen, he ran a maiden 40 his first time out.
Yep.
He's obviously they didn't think that much of him, but his first two races were really good. Now, then they stretched him out, so maybe he's not a stretch out. Despite having some turf pedigree in the dam side, they try the turf, which is fine. He didn't run well that day. So, dropping back to a dirt sprint last time, he's supposed to show up and run well. He was awful. I mean, did not run a step in that race. Claimed moved up. I understand the perception with the notice. They've won a few races in the meet. Maybe they're hot again, and they are a barn that can be very streaky. But if Rudy Rodriguez couldn't get him to run well last time, I don't understand why you're supposed to be confident that the noters are somehow going to turn him around. And I don't mean that as any disrespect to any of them, but Rudy's a trainer that wins. Yeah. He wins at a relatively high percentage. He's done well with this horse. Why would this horse go to the noters? I can understand if you felt like this was a big trainer change, a big switch. I don't feel that way. Obviously, other people feel differently.
He's 2-1 now. The number 3, Moving Pictures, we saw momentarily moments ago on the screen. Trevor McCarthy going to climb aboard this one for Kelly Breen. This is a colt by Mo Heyman. Haven't seen very many of those out on the racetrack at all recently, but this colt is taking a drop. He did finish second in that Common Monmouth race 2 starts back over Inevitable Connection, but he's a little bit more of a come from behind type of runner.
Yeah. But on the other hand, you almost wonder how much they're going to be moving here.
Right.
And frankly, the one who has the least speed here is the 6. At least you would think. And Trevor, Trevor McCarthy is a rider that's as acutely aware of racetracks and how they play as anybody. And you have to imagine he's going to be getting him in the game here. So I'm going to get the 6 in the winner's circle. The last thing I do. I feel like the 5 is the likeliest winner, followed by the 3 and 4 in this race. And they're betting it a little bit smarter right now. That was early money right there. But obviously, Richie disagrees with me. Or maybe he's just smart enough to realize that I'm jumping all over the 6. He should jump on the 6.
Maybe so. Maybe that's the new angle. Surling off. The number 5, Dots Dollar, is now your even money favorite. You can follow along, get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Well, that's the field, a compact field for race number 2 here. We have 3 graded stakes still to come, Andy, today. What are you most looking forward to?
I'm most looking forward to all the racing here. I'm looking forward to seeing the Turf Classic and seeing how those horses do in there. I think the Melvin horse in the rail is a very interesting horse for Graham Motion, a new face to that group. I'm also curious to see how that Vosburgh plays out because it is such an odd race to try to handicap, and the Matron came up just a sensational race. So I don't know. I think the racing has been terrific here at times. We've been unlucky with weather, but we've been very lucky with weather a lot of times when it mattered. So you can't have great weather all the time. It has disrupted this meet a little bit, though.
We had very few off-the-turf days in Saratoga this summer, which we're very thankful for as well. But quite a lot of rain earlier this week, which did cause some off-the-turf races. But really glad that we were able to have the turf in great condition, thanks to Glenn Kozak and his team for our big day of racing today. Lots of graded stakes action still to come. But for now, we have race number 2, Belmont at the Big A. We'll send it up to track announcer John Embrial with the rest of the load and call.
Inevitable Connection moving into line. So we're waiting on Dots Dollar and Funny Joke. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dots Dollar broke well. Inevitable Connection is right there. And Moving Pictures runs in 3rd. It's 3 lengths. Back to Funny Joke, the early trailer, in 4th. It is Dots Dollar who leads here by a half length. To her inside is Inevitable Connection. And then comes Moving Pictures in 3rd, and Funny Joke is at the back. It is the favorite, Dots Dollar, who ran the opening quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. Dots Dollar clear now by a length and a half. Inevitable Connection in 2nd. Funny Joke is moving up now on the outside of Moving Pictures. As we move along here, Dots Dollar leads 3/4 of a length. Inevitable Connection on the outside in 2nd. A gap now of almost 3 to Funny Joke and Moving Pictures. They are at the top of the stretch, and it is Dots Dollar who has the lead. She ran the half in 47 2/5 seconds, and Dots Dollar has built a 4-length lead. Funny Joke now moves into 2nd. It is Dots Dollar with the lead as they hit the 16th pole. Dots Dollar, Funny Joke giving chase, but will not get close to Dots Dollar, who wins in front-running fashion. Funny Joke completes the exacta.
Finishing in the center of the track, but today he was clear. Dots $1 with the win in race 2.
You had a situation where the 3 and 4 were just simply uncompetitive in here. Poor handicapping on my part in that case. And this horse was just too good for these horses. Drifting, as you said, a little bit in the stretch, something he's done before in his races. And yeah, Funny Joke got second. Feels like he got second by default.
He was running on, I think, largely because the other 2 horses in the race just weren't really running much at the end in the latter stages. But the number 5, Dots $1 with the win over the 6, Funny Joke, wrapped up in the end. Jose Lascano aboard Dots $1. Even money favorite, 5, 6, 4, 3 in race 2. Belmont at the Big A. And yeah, we did see that 2 starts back, as you mentioned, a race where he probably should have been disqualified, and he wasn't for coming out onto his foe. Today, luckily, he was clear as Jose Lascano took a peek back, but a horse that, something to keep in mind, has the tendency to drift off the rail.
Yeah, no, he was definitely drifting in the stretch, and there's no way to tell from this race the track is like it was yesterday, and I couldn't even hazard a guess about that situation. Slow pace, finished up fairly well. There is a headwind, though. I'm looking at the flags right now, and there is a headwind in the backstretch and a tailwind in the stretch, so that could make the fractions slower early in these dirt sprints and quicker at the end. So I think that's a factor, because yesterday the wind was not like that at all, so that could be a factor.
There's a look at the wind Andy was talking about, as it is a little bit cooler today, but nice to have the sun shining this afternoon. Belmont at the Big A, and as mentioned, still plenty of graded stakes action to come. That does include the 2-year-old fillies on the turf in the Matron. We'll see who takes a step up, who can be successful. Would it be impressive first out maiden winner Don't Look Back at All, as she goes right into graded stakes company today, or maybe a horse like Redefined, who's shown a lot of talent on the racetrack as well. We'll meet the contenders after this. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, a sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. Race 2 is in the books. It went to the number 5, Dots $1. Staying clear of the rest of his foes today, Michelle Nevin and Jose Lascano pick up the win in the second.
An easy win here for trainer Michelle Nevin, who had such a nice win last week in our Aqueduct or Belmont Turf Sprint Championship. And have to make a decision to go to the Breeders' Cup. So perhaps she will go with a horse that's really improved for Michelle. Always happy to see her do well. She's a terrific trainer, especially when she gets an opportunity with the right horse.
Very talented horsewoman. And Jose Lascano, he has a date with Warlike Goddess coming up a little bit later on. Does ride quite a few horses for Belmont, but it will be his first time aboard that 5-year-old mare she'll take take on the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic a little bit later. $4 winner in the second. Race number 3 coming up next. It's a claiming race, $12,500. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Tepid favorite is Double Shot right now, 3-1 first off the claim for Rob Falcone, a horse who has been pretty popular at the claim box as of late.
Rob has started out very hot, and a lot of people see this game as just playing trainers, and I can understand why they do. My problem is, and there's a lot of question marks in here, is where is there really a race that makes that horse a major player in here? I guess he could win, though I think by post time, the number 5 in Sky We Trust will be a fairly heavy favorite looking at the double prices.
Well, coming up a little bit later on, we'll see the 2-year-old filly sprinting on the turf in the Matron. This is a look at the field for the Grade 3 event. It's a big field, but it's one that's full of quality. And as a race that has changed quite a bit over the year, one thing remains the same, and that's we're going to see something special later on today.
A field of 12 talented fillies will vie in the Grade 3 Matron. A staple on the New York racing circuit for more than a century. The Matron remains a contest for freshman fillies, but was transitioned from dirt to turf in 2018. Dance Macabre seeks her 3rd victory in 5 starts and first graded stake score. The Kelsey Danner trainee is one of 3 fillies to exit the Bolton Landing Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse in August. Dance Macabre was 2nd in that contest behind Love Reigns, who was 4th in the Group 2 Queen Anne at Royal Ascot. Dance Macabre was 2nd in her debut at Churchill Downs on dirt to the talented Summer Promise prior to breaking her maiden at Colonial Downs in her turf debut. After her appearance at Saratoga, the filly won the Ainsworth Untappable Stakes at Kentucky Downs on September 13th.
Dance Macabre by a nose.
Redefined also exits the Bolton Landing, where she was 3rd after closing stoutly. Trained by Tony Dutrow, the daughter of More Than Ready was bumped several times at the start and was 7th in the early stages of the Bolton Landing. Redefined won her debut in June at Belmont Park.
And it's going to be a first-time starter, Redefined.
Sweet Harmony won her first 2 starts at Monmouth, one on the dirt, and the Colleen Stakes on grass, prior to her engagement in the Bolton Landing.
Sweet Harmony and Sammy Camacho, convincing winners of the Colleen.
The Bayern filly, trained by John Terranova, faded to 5th in the Bolton Landing. Don't Look Back at All seeks her 2nd victory in her 2nd start for trainer Christophe Clement. The daughter of Peace and Justice had a wide journey in her debut at Saratoga, but rallied down the center of the track to reign supreme.
But Don't Look Back at All is the winner.
Despite being short on experience, this field of fillies possesses ability, but only one can enter the winner's circle following the Matron.
Taking a look at the field, and we will actually run with a field of 11, given the fact that Determined Jester will run against the boys tomorrow in the Futurity. So still a large field and a salty field at that, as Dance Macabre, as I just got it, Andy. She's out of Sylphide, and this is, of course, the Dance of Death, Dance Macabre. A lot of history
of course.
there. We were just
wasn't,
talking
of
about
course,
it.
to everybody we work with, but that's another discussion.
I know you had some interest in her in the Bolton Landing, where she ran a good 2nd, came back finishing over Redefined that day behind the talented Love Reigns.
Yeah, I will say that I thought that Redefined might have run a better race than she did that day, because Redefined lost valuable position early. She bounced around at the start, but she ran well in there. Now, she was fortunate to win last time. Alluring Angel didn't break, and she had all the best of it. And really, it was a 2-horse race. There was nobody else in there that offered any competition. But it doesn't mean, even if she ran 2nd last time, was beaten half length, it doesn't mean she couldn't have won here. She's still run well in all of her starts, and I think she's a major, major player in here. And it's interesting. I mean, Army Mule of Frisian Fire, the sire, who started out and had some success with winners, to see him with a horse that's pretty good in the turf, because you wouldn't really think of him, Frisian Fire, the kind of horse he was, be good in the turf, but maybe he can be effective with turf sprinters, as he was such a brilliant sprinter. Definitely a player in here, though I do prefer Redefined, the horse who finished behind her.
Redefined for Tony Dutrow. Javier Castellano will be aboard once again. She won nicely first time out, breaking her maiden on debut at Belmont Park. It's going to be a really fun race and a great opportunity to see which of these 2-year-old fillies will take a step forward. As we'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the races, and when we come back, we'll see if Warlike Goddess will be the next female winner of the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, looking to be the first to win the Turf Classic since all along in 1983.
Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton. Nearly 1,600 cataloged, including a multitude of yearlings by the nation's top 20 sires. Kentucky October grads have won or placed in over 200 stakes this year, including recent Grade 1 winners Goodnight Olive, Jack Christopher, and Pennsylvania Derby winner Taba. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2022. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 24th through 27th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Into the stretch. Weah on the outside, Tiller and Trillion on the inside. Those three are battling it out, and along the rail, Fluorescent light up to join them. Nearing the finish, Weah on the outside, Tiller and Trillion. 3 horses battling together. It's still Weah, a very narrow leader.
Anifa has the lead into the stretch by 4 lengths. John Henry is back into second by a length. Then Garrido on the outside gains a bit in third. Golden Act also moving up, then Match the Hatch, Temperance Hill, Buck Point, and 3 Troikas. They're approaching the 16th pole. Anifa has the lead by 4 lengths. Golden Act is second by 3. John Henry in third to the wire. The filly Anifa has the lead. April Run takes the lead now, going clear by 3. The very one on the inside, Galaxy Libre on the outside. Shoemaker now sends Galaxy Libre into second, gaining ground on April Run. At the 16th pole, April Run leads by a length and a half. Galaxy Libre is second. The very one is third. April Run in front. The filly April Run swings very wide, is now in third and is moving up on the leaders. Sprink on the rail in fourth, April Run on the outside, NASCAR's Breeze on the inside with Bottled Water, and April Run takes the lead, goes clear by 3 lengths. NASCAR's Breeze is second, Bottled Water is third. It's April Run in front. They're at the top of the stretch, and there she goes. All Along takes the lead by a length. Thunder Puddles on the rail, second by 4. Aaron's Isle is now in third, then Welsh Term has moved up into fourth. All Along has the lead all by herself. She's in front by 5. Thunder Puddles is second, Aaron's Isle third, then Welsh Term. The filly from France, All Along in front.
Females in the Turf Classic was renamed the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic just recently, but Weah, Anifa, 2-time winner April Run, and All Along. That was really fun to watch back those races, Andy.
No, amazing racing, and I'm glad you pointed that out. It became the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic after he passed away in 2004, and I remember that finish with Weah and Trillion, and and Tiller in the middle like it was yesterday with the three of them hitting the wire together. And that's the only one of those that I think that was run at Belmont Park. Originally, it was at Aqueduct. We ended up moving it back to Belmont when we changed the way things were structured. But Weah was an amazing racehorse, and she had beaten the boys in the Man of War as well. Tiller, in fact, I think was second that day. April Run was the most incredible, not April Run, All Along.
All Along.
What All Along did, which many of you may or may know or not know, is that she won the ARC. She won the Washington, D.C. International. She won the Canadian International, and then she came to Aqueduct, and she won the Turf Classic in a span of either 6 or 7 weeks. She won 6 miles of races, 4 mile-and-a-half races in 3 different countries. Really one of the most incredible achievements I've ever seen in my lifetime, and a brilliant, brilliant racehorse trained at that time by Patrick Biancone.
Warlike Goddess looking to add her name to the list of females to win the Turf Classic now. The Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Warlike Goddess, a multiple graded stakes winner, a horse that went on a tremendous tear for trainer Bill Mott. Victim to a slow pace in the Flower Bowl last time out, and she'll look to get back on track. The distance, I know, is something that does appeal to Bill Mott for her in here today, but as you brought up, Andy, she'll have to face a tougher caliber of racehorse today.
Yeah, and I think not just specifically a mile and a half or a mile and 3/8. It's that the Breeders' Cup filly in Mare Turf is running a mile and 3/16 this year at Keeneland. So Bill's thinking, if I'm going to run her, I'd prefer to run her against the boys at a mile and a half. And he has to see if she classes up. If she's not able to handle this field, it's probably not likely she's going to be able to win because there will be some Euros. Now, I don't think the big dogs from Europe at this point are coming over. The ARC winner's talking. There's a big bonus, I think, for winning the ARC in the Japan Cup.
Big.
They're talking about going there for what may be her final career start, an amazing racehorse. So it'll be interesting. But at the end of the day, these are just better horses than she's ever run against before, and I think that's going to be kind of missed because she's 7-5 Morning Lion. I can imagine David Aragona thought to himself, I can't make her any shorter, but I won't be surprised if she is shorter. She's got a lot of reputation in here. Let me ask you a question. Mile and 3/16 at Keeneland, doesn't that race rate to have a faster pace?
I would think so.
I mean, why is that necessarily the wrong race for her?
Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting. It is interesting. You would certainly think that it would, and I guess maybe he's been saying all along. I mean, there was even conversation in Saratoga about trying the Sword Dancer versus the Flower Bowl for her. Yeah, probably, probably with that compact field going a mile and 3/8 in the Flower Bowl. But talking about how the pace could potentially set up today, the horse that has shown speed in his last 2 races and has quite a lot of talent is Bye Bye Melvin. He'll break from the rail. Fergal Lynch going to be in town to ride with, again, a lot of other riders out of town at Keeneland this weekend. This is the horse who is the little brother to Mean Mary, and he looks like he should handle the distance. He's come along after being gelded, and I think is intriguing, Andy.
He's the absolute controlling speed in this race, and I think of all of the stakes right today, he might be the most interesting horse. Not to say he's a short price or even a particularly likely winner, though I did pick him on top, because he's a horse that had promise early in his career. Obviously had a major issue in the Manhattan, was out for a long time. Both his races in Saratoga were quite good, and last time out, I understand he's being a much tougher group of horses here. He just destroyed that field last time out. He stretches out. You think of Mean Mary. Now, he's not Mean Mary just because he's her half-brother, but he has the same kind of running style, the same tactical advantage, and you could see him at least leading this field a long, long way, if not the entire way.
I'm sure we'll use that speed to his advantage as he'll stretch out to go the 1.5-mile distance in the Joe Hirsch Classic a little bit later on today. Looking forward to all of that, but horses are in the paddock for the 3rd race today as there's a look at Durkin's Call. First off the claim for Charlie Baker. Dylan Davis looking for his 2nd win of the day. More on him and the rest of the field after this.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just when to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. With graded victories on turf and dirt over the past 2 seasons, Queen Goddess has lived up to her name in Southern California. She was a clear winner when last year's Grade 1 American Oaks was taken off the turf, besting a top-class field and earning a 95 Beyer speed figure. This year at 4, Queen Goddess left no doubt in the Grade 3 Santa Ana on the turf, where she defeated a field that included a Grade 1 winner and a 5-time graded stakes winner for owners Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Tolo Thoroughbreds and trainer Michael McCarthy. By Empire Maker, broodmare sire of more than 70 stakes winners, Queen Goddess hails from a Phipps family line that traces back to her 4th dam, champion Heavenly Prize. Grade 1 winner Queen Goddess, selling this November with Bally-Sachs Bloodstock Agent.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for the 3rd race on this Saturday card. Beautiful day with the sun shining and plenty of graded stakes action to look forward to coming up. We'll meet the field for this 3rd race, sprinting on the main track, going 6.5 furlongs. Kicking things off, Andy, with Tapazirance.
Tapazirance is coming off the claim, was in an absolutely perfect spot last time against Weaker on a wet track and couldn't seal the deal. Tough for him to do it today, but he could have some speed.
He's 8-1 on the board right now. Here's somebody.
He once was somebody. Lately, he's been closer to nobody.
We'll see if he can turn things around today as the biggest price on the board. Here's Oh Trouble.
Hard to know what to do with a horse that's only won conditional races in his career and drops off the claim for Tally Lynch, who has done a very good job off the claim this year. I think he is a very dangerous horse and a fair price.
Another new claim is Double Shot.
Both he and Durkin's Call were taken out of their games when forced to be close into a relatively paceless race, but still, mostly they've run against Weaker.
Tom Morley claimed In Sky We Trust.
I think he's a very logical horse that should be forward, but what do you do with a favorite that was claimed for 20, running for 12.5?
And here's Durkin's Call off the claim for Charlie Baker.
The only thing that makes Double Shot a more likely winner is, I guess, the Robbie Falcone claim, but this is a Charlie Baker claim. He's a bigger price. Oh, my God, he's 2-1?
He's 2-1 now, yeah.
That's insane.
And Vintage Hollywood cutting back.
I'm going to bet and lose a few dollars on this horse. He might not be able to run anymore, but he gets a drop down and a cut back, and he's got races not that far back that can win, and he's a price.
I know how you love a turn back.
I do. I love a turn back and Weah.
And Weah, the 2 great things that make
guy.
Andy Sterling happy. 7 minutes away from the 3rd. Let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, I thought this is a really intriguing race occasion, Andy. We'll start with the 3-horse Oh Trouble. I love the way this horse looks. Hasn't been seen since middle of August, but Natalia Lynch does a great job. Horses look good. And I got this feeling this horse could play out to be the main speed here. And I think speed is something that you want. It was a strong commodity yesterday, and I didn't see anything in the first dirt race we ran today to dissuade me from that idea. He looks sharp, and with apprentice Jose Gomez getting a 5-pound break in the weights, I think Oh Trouble could take a lot of catching here. The 4-horse Double Shot also made a nice impression. Rob Falcone having a terrific year. Barnes really hitting on all cylinders. He's winning at nearly 20% on the year, and this horse is making the first start off his claim. And then I thought I was being clever, but Andy kind of beat me to the punch. From a physical perspective, I was going to say a long shot you need to really take a long, hard look at is the 7 Vintage Hollywood. This horse is dappled out. Could not look any better. He looks more like a horse that's going into summer than heading into through fall towards winter. His coat is absolutely resplendent, and I think he's going to run much better than his odds, at least from what I saw from a physical perspective. But Andy liked him a little bit on paper as well, and sometimes that's the double check mark.
Fair enough, Richie. Thank you. 3rd race coming up here, 5-2 on Durkin's Call is Double Shot. He is the 5-year-old gelding that's off the claim for Rob Falcone. It's been very popular at the claim box, and I have a soft spot for horses like this, Andy, who they're claimed frequently. They keep their form. They obviously know how to look after themselves, and he's just one of these tried and true New York breds that often shows up and runs his race.
He's best, though, when he makes a run from the back of the pack. And that's going to be hard to be a successful strategy in this race, though not impossible. Certainly more than this last race, because Banyan Breeze, who should have been a heavy favorite but wasn't, I don't know why Double Shot was 4 to 5, to be honest with you, that day. Banyan Breeze was the speed. There was no other speed. So wisely, Luis Saez on this horse and Jose Lozcano and Durkin's Call, 2 confirmed closers, got aggressive, put their horses in the race. And each rider gave their horses the best chance to win. But because the dynamics played so much in the favor of Banyan Breeze was able to strut his stuff doing what he does well because they couldn't do what he does well because it's not what they do well. So he's going to probably drop back more. And with Eric Cancel riding, he may drop back as far as possible in here, but he is a horse putting his run. Rob's horses are running well. I'm just afraid overall he's met weaker fields than these. And if any number of horses, I agree with Richie O'Trouble, could be very dangerous here in Sky We Trust and even Vintage Hollywood. If any of those horses run what I think are their better races, I just think they're better than Double Shot.
There is O'Trouble, who's first off the claim for Tally Lynch. This is a horse who, we'll take a look at his race 2 starts back at Saratoga when he won at a wide trip last time out, and that was his first start against Open Company. As you had mentioned, the last win was the non-winners of 3.
Now, you can say he gutted out in a duel, but he was doing with Victory Built, who would probably lose a photo in a race to me if we were battling out at the wire, and a very mediocre, Majestic Tiger picking up the pieces at the end. He was supposed to win this race, and he did. He is the potential speed here. Doesn't feel like we necessarily have a big inside track. That would help him in here. And Tally Lynch does do well off the claim, and she's making a reasonable drop. Claim for 16, running for 12.5. I just am worried about horses that have never faced winning types. This is a very, very hard race.
Yes,
indeed. Who do you trust? You know, it's just hard. I don't know who to trust here.
It is. You have horses that have kind of moments, and I think the board reflects that too. So you have 2 horses at 3 to 1, 1 at 4 to 1, and your current favorite back to the 6 at 5 to 2. The 5 in Sky We Trust was taking a lot of attention, and while he makes sense, you did mention he is dropping off a claim.
It's hard to love him claim for 20 and running for 12.5. On the other hand, he gets Javier Castellano. He's going to be forwardly placed in here. He's the horse to beat. He's supposed to be the favorite, and I think by post time he will be the favorite. I, for the life of me, can't figure out how, and I don't have a program. What was the morning line on the 6 Durkin's Call?
9 to 2.
Who could have imagined he'd be favored in this race? And there is Javi, who, let's see what he's got. Rock Emperor, who he won the Joe Hirsch on last year with a fabulous ride.
He did.
And
They're reunited today.
Nice to see him riding for Chad Brown, something he has not done so far this year. Eastern Bay, you can try to be forward with that one. I think Redefined a big player. Travel Column a bit interesting. A horse who at one time was considered one of the top 3-year-old fillies in the country last year.
They cut her back to sprinting last 2 times.
She didn't run that badly last time. She was basically used as a rabbit in that race, and she actually ran fairly well.
She was.
But it is a big mountain to climb when you're running against Nest.
Absolutely. She comes out of the ballerina. Sprinting will stretch out in the Bel Dame tomorrow. But Javier Castellano could have a big weekend coming up as he will be aboard in Sky We Trust. And he and Tom Morley, I thought this was interesting, as he's kind of become Tom's go-to guy. They're 27% together over the last year.
Well, I mean, not surprising. Javier has really been riding, and if we gave out an Eclipse Award for, I mean, it's hard to say mostly the comeback rider of the year. It would be Javier, who won 4 straight Eclipse Awards, and arguably as good a rider as we had in this country for a long period of time. Injuries. It's always about injuries, and certainly no one can talk about that more than our friend Richard Migliori, who had way more than his share of injuries, an unlucky rider in many, many ways. But I think it had to be the reason, because now that we see him healthy out there, he's been riding extremely well, I would say, since we got to Belmont in the spring.
He has, and teaming up with PJ Campo as his agent, too. They've made a good team together, and it's been a lot of fun following Javier, somebody that always gives really good insight, pays attention to how races play out, and has been riding strong and giving some terrific rides and some thrilling finishes throughout.
Yeah, he's a thoughtful rider. I've had a lot of conversations with him when, sometimes he'll ride a horse differently than you would expect, successfully. And, I'll talk to him about why. And I remember one race he won at Florida with a horse. And I said, why'd you go to the lead with that horse? And he said, because she kept coming up short closing. And I thought, what's the difference? She always seems to blow it trying to close. Why don't I try something different? And it worked. And over the years, especially when I rode a lot more for Chad Brown in past years, there were times when he would win a race and Chad would say to me after the race, I give Javier all the credit. He called me last night and said, I have an idea of how I want to ride this horse. What do you think about it? And talking about it. And he is a very, very thoughtful rider. Now, it doesn't mean it always works out, but it can't be a bad thing to have a rider who's trying to come up with the best way to win a race.
He and Chad Brown teamed up to win the Preakness with Cloud Computing together. They'll team up with Rock Emperor a little bit later on in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Here he's riding for Tom Morley in Sky We Trust. Now your favorite off the claim. What do you make of him at 8-5?
I wouldn't bet him at 8-5, but I don't disagree. He's the horse to beat.
Yeah.
I think he's supposed to be favored. I don't know, 8-5, 2-1, whatever it is. He's the right horse in here. He's the best horse. He'll be forwardly placed. He runs his race. He's going to be very hard to beat. I don't have a problem being favored, even though I took a shot with Vintage Hollywood. But
Vintage Hollywood to the outside for Jose Lezcano. He hasn't seen the winner's circle in quite some time, but a horse that recently has been running against much tougher company.
yeah, and that's sort of my hope, because you've got so many horses that are suspect. But listen, this one is suspect as well. But at least with Vintage Hollywood, he's 8-1.
Yep. Nice price there to the outside. Best of luck, Richie, going with the number 3, Oh Trouble. As we load into the gate for the third race here, Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting next for Durkin's Call and Vintage Hollywood. And they're all in. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start there for the inside horse, number 1, Tapazerance. The outside horse, Vintage Hollywood, has the early lead, with Oh Trouble now moving up to challenge, and right behind in Sky We Trust is in third. Durkin's Call advances into fourth. Double Shot is next in fifth, followed by Somebody, and Tapazerance is the trailer in seventh as they race up the backstretch. Oh Trouble leads by a length and a quarter, and Vintage Hollywood runs in second, the opening quarter mile, 23 1/5 seconds. In Sky We Trust is in third, a little more than 2 lengths off the lead. It's another 2.5. Back to a Durkin's Call and a Double Shot. At the back of the pack are Somebody and Tapazerance. Oh Trouble continues to lead here. Oh Trouble by a length and a quarter. In Sky We Trust on the outside in second as Vintage Hollywood drops back, about to be passed there by a Double Shot and Durkin's Call, the half mile in 46 4. In Sky We Trust and Oh Trouble, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. On the outside, in Sky We Trust, and on the inside, it's Oh Trouble. The two of them are right together, now a 16th out. On the inside, it is Oh Trouble who continues to battle on here within Sky We Trust. The two of them fight it out to the finish. Oh Trouble narrowly over in Sky We Trust.
What an effort from Oh Trouble. Set the pace. Looked like he was going to be swallowed up by In Sky We Trust, and then came back inside.
Yeah, it's funny. I just thought that the 5 in Sky We Trust had a measure, and you said to me, I don't know, Oh Trouble's making it tough on him, and he battled back. A nice ride by Jose Gomez, gets it done. And, you know, what we talked about before the race, this race figured to be dominated by forwardly placed horses. I give Jose Lezcano a lot of credit. With my horse, at least he tried to get the horse to the gate. He just can't run anymore. But that's why horses like the 4 and 6, Double Shot and Durkin's Call, were compromised, because even if they were as good as the 3 and 5, which they probably aren't, dynamics so dramatically favor the 3. And my question to you is, the way the 3, Oh Trouble, battled back, do we think the rail is still an advantage?
You would think so. And look, he's a horse with ability, but we brought up some reservations about him coming into this, and it looked like In Sky We Trust had him measured pretty handily. He was traveling well on the outside, and then Oh Trouble able to re-rally down on the inside. And given what we saw in the early part of the day yesterday, I do think it's a fair assumption that that's something to keep an eye on, because here it looks like he was done, and then he's going to come back inside.
Yeah, now keep in mind right now he's in about the 2 path, the 3 path. He probably drifts a little down there, and I don't think we're dealing with some sort of extreme bias. He's a fairly logical horse, and Richie liked him. I picked him second and thought the 3 and 5 were the 2 most logical horses in here, is to try to get creative with a long shot. But so it's not like some sort of random horse way overperformed. But but it didn't hurt to be inside.
Absolutely. And I do think, too, he also kind of dug in a little bit when the number 5 and Skyway Trust got closer to him as well, because he felt that competitive nature kick in.
And in Skyway Trust has 3 wins and 21 starts, now 3 and 22, 3 seconds and 5 thirds. So he's not exactly a horse that gets overly brave.
3, 5, 6, 4 in the third. Belmont at the Big A. More on the Bel Dame when we come back, as the superstar filly Nest will take on her elders for the first time tomorrow.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
Look for his first crop yearlings at the upcoming sales. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Oh, trouble? Well, he was giving trouble to his competition today as he dug down gamely on the inside to get the win. First off the claim for Natalia Lynch, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And I thought Oh Trouble was in a bit of trouble at the 16th bowl. What's that feeling like for a trainer? You've done all the work, and now your horse is in a stretch stool like that. And at one point, he was passed, and he fought back. How do you react to that?
It was really cool because it was a new partnership, and I told the guys after we cleaned him, I said, let's give him time. I think we might be okay with this horse, and then this race came up, so I thought it was good spotting, and to see him fight down the stretch, I mean, he really dug in, and he wanted to win. So even Jose said, he's got a lot of heart.
Now he did get claimed, but that's part of the claiming game. You got to spot them properly. Are you disappointed to lose them, or you just understand that's part of it?
I think we're just really happy for the win. It was really big for the new partnership to get a win the first time out. So I think that was the goal today, and I think we got it done, and, everybody's really excited.
Well, you're doing such a good job. Your horses always are well turned out. They look good in the paddock, and they've been running well. You have about 16 horses right now. You lost this guy today. What's your ultimate goals? What do you want to accomplish?
My ultimate goal is just, I'd love to get up to about 20 horses and kind of keep that going for the winter and see where it goes from there. But I like to stay kind of small and personal with every horse. So, we have a really good team right now. So as I have the good team, I'm going to try to expand a little bit.
Congratulations. Great job. And guys, you talk about it all the time. There's so many good horse people that just need opportunity, and Talia Lynch is living proof of that.
Congratulations to Tally Lynch and the team. $10.60 winner. As Andy, you and I were just saying, somebody who, with a limited number of runners and claiming horses, has done quite a good job. Her horses always look the part here on a very tough circuit.
She made that great claim that New York bred earlier this year, name skipping, eluding me, that won a race, finished second in stake, and then she sold for $200,000.
Yeah.
She has a very good eye for horses, and all for seeing her be successful, and like to see women in the spotlight as well. 3 races so far today, 2 of them won by women trainers. And then there's Christophe Clement.
We love to see it. Turning the page, a race number 4, 2-year-olds going 1 mile and a 16th on the turf here for the New York bred maiden fillies. And taking a look at, speaking of Christophe Clement, he has Smoky Eyes as the favorite in this 4th race. But still to come, here's the weekend stakes schedule for Belmont at the Big A. 6 graded stakes over the next 2 days between today and tomorrow. And tomorrow we will see a superstar 3-year-old filly, Nest, take on her elders in the Bel Dame, a race that has been won by some of the great fillies and mares in history.
For more than 8 decades, the Bel Dame Stakes has produced champions. The race is named in honor of the mare Bel Dame, who competed from 1903 to 1905. In 1904, Bel Dame won 12 of 14 starts and was honored as Horse of the Year. Inaugurated in 1939, the list of winners of the Bel Dame has proved worthy of its namesake's legacy and established their own positions in history.
Ladies Secret has the lead. Then I say so a second. Ladies Secret in front.
2-time winner Lady Secret and 2011 victress Havre de Grace replicated Bel Dame's feat and were honored as Horse of the Year.
Ramon Dominguez eases up on Havre de Grace. She wins with something left.
17 Bel Dame winners are in the Hall of Fame, including 2-time winners Gamely, Susan's Girl, Lady Secret, and Personal Ensign. Other victors in the Hall of Fame are Cicada, Shu V, Go for Wand, Heavenly Prize, Serena's Song, Shadow, and Royal Delta.
Royal Delta geared down to a triumphant victory here in the Bel Dame.
46 divisional champions possess a Bel Dame triumph, including Life's Magic, Saratoga Dew, Beautiful Pleasure, Forever Unbridled, and Midnight Bijou.
Midnight Bijou just kissed Wildcat goodbye, and she goes on to victory.
Acclaimed turf rider John Hervey referred to the first edition of the Bel Dame as, quote, an experiment. But from the race's inception, it included the most elite fillies and mares in the nation. The experiment swiftly instituted itself as one of the most prized trophies in the sport for fillies and mares.
Some of the notable winners of the Bel Dame, pretty much a who's who of the Distaff division over the years, and your Weah in there as well, Andy.
She's everywhere.
She is.
That's why we love Weah. Shu V, Gamely, Personal. I saw a lot of these races. I saw Lady Secret win it, Personal Ensign, Go for Wand, Go for Wand's last win.
Yeah.
I love Go for Wand as much as probably any horse I saw run. She was such a beautiful, incredible racehorse, putting together an amazing run of races. But the Bel Dame's another one of those races. You want to learn about the history of horse racing, go through the list of winners, and that was a terrific feature by our terrific crew.
Absolutely.
People who actually do all the work around here, and that was just a great feature in showing you, highlight what an amazing race it is.
So many great things that our crew behind the scenes has put together, including that compilation of Turf Classic winners, the contenders package, and the history of the Bel Dame. We're so appreciative to all those people behind the scenes that make our show possible. As we take a look at the field for this year's Bel Dame, which filly or mare will add her name to the history books, but it's 1 to 5 on Nest down to the inside. She's facing older for the first time, Andy, but she has been sensational over the past 6 months through the second place finish in the Kentucky Oaks and what she did this summer.
Yeah, she has been. I don't disagree. She obviously really blossomed for Todd Pletcher up in Saratoga. Her coaching club was a tour de force. She just annihilated the field in the Alabama, and she kind of left the others of this division in shambles. You sort of saw how much disarray there was behind the wire-to-wire winner of the Cotillion in the next start, and she may have played a role in that. she might have just broken a number of hearts on the way up in Saratoga. She seems to have, poor Secret Oath, who beat her and beat her convincingly in Kentucky Oaks. Well, she's gone one way, and Nest has gone the other way. But I gotta tell you something. This is not a terrible field. First Act outside of her is improving for Shug McGahee, and Travel Column looks to be the speed. She's not without a chance either. So I understand that Nest is a 1-5 morning line favorite. I understand she's a deserving heavy favorite, and she is on the cusp of starting to show some really special talents in the racetrack. But she's not, in my opinion, beating a bunch of bums. I think there's a couple of really, really nice horses in this race.
Filly by Curlin going to face older horses for the first time. Of course, an important step on to the Breeders' Cup Distaff, where, of course, she'll have to face the toughest of the division. 3 career Grade 1 wins, including that Alabama and Coaching Club American Oaks that we saw this summer. And Todd Pletcher saying that he hasn't seen a horse flourish out of the Belmont Stakes like she has, running second behind her now retired stablemate Mo Donegal that day.
Yeah, she's just a better horse than she was even that day. I think a lot of people act as though she finished second to Belmont, and that was a natural progression. I don't agree with that at all. She was good that day. She was sensational, particularly in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and then she comes back in Alabama. Not surprisingly, a bit of a regression, still a terrific, terrific performance. And I just think when you look at how she left so many of those fillies in her wake and the way they ran back in the cotillion, I really think she's just sort of a wrecking crew out there. But this is not an easy year for the older fillies and mares. There's some years where you'd say it's not a strong group. She's going to be tough to beat the Breeders' Cup, and she may win the Breeders' Cup. She may win tomorrow and the Breeders' Cup. Did see what Clairiere does coming back. Malathaat's in good form. Search results. She's not meeting a weak field of older fillies and mares. That's going to be a heck of a race.
She's got the big girls waiting in the wings potentially to meet them in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. We'll see with that big step on the way to that Breeders' Cup race, the Bel Dame, tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the paddock, there's smoky eyes as Christophe Command looks for the second win of the day. This filly is currently your favorite for the 4th race, which will kick off a mandatory payout pick 5. More on the field after this.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We have a nice New York bred maiden special weight coming up next. Always exciting to see what these young 2-year-olds can do, what their future may hold. Taking a look at the field for this fourth race, which does kick off a mandatory payout pick 5 here in this fourth race as well. 2-year-old fillies, that is Burnt Again. There's your favorite Smoky Eyes, currently even money as she's had 2 second-place finishes so far.
I understand that Smoky Eyes is the horse to beat. I don't have a problem with that. But even though it's a big gap to horses like Sweet Blush and Sweetest Princess, I think both of those horses had enough of an excuse that they will close the gap on her, in particular Sweet Blush. While Sweetest Princess was a little bit blocked and a little in a bad spot as the race developed in front of her, Sweet Blush was just always out of position. Wide post was 3 to 4 wide the whole way after breaking a step slow, and I really think she's a horse that's going to benefit from that trip, drawing inside today, and I think Sweet Blush, the 3, has a chance to upset Smoky Eyes. I don't have a problem with Smoky Eyes, but she's also enjoyed absolutely perfect trips in both of her races and failed to get it done. And even though she finished well ahead of these other horses, and no doubt they'll have to improve and get better trips to beat her today, I don't like a horse that's been a short price in 2 starts, had good trips, and not gotten it done, especially for a trainer like Christophe Clement, because that's a barn. When their horses are supposed to win, they win. And I don't think it's unusual circumstances. I just think she sort of underperformed a little bit.
She was ready to win first time out, was beaten by Collaboration, who was coming out of that same debut race, took a little bit more of a step forward, able to run her down late in that most recent start. She's had 2 good efforts so far. Here is Sweet Blush. The blinkers going on for trainer Bill Morey, as that was her first turf race last time out. She was also really tough to get into the gate. She had to load without the rider. Dylan Davis climbed up aboard in the gate, maybe just acting up a little bit before that. Her first time going a distance and her first time on the turf in that most recent start.
Yeah, you sort of wonder how much energy she expanded by being hard to load and then getting this wide trip, always out of position in the race. And the race didn't develop in a way that was good for her in any possible way. Now she has that experience, and she also gets post 3 after having post 10. Imagine the blinkers on, talking about what you said, to get her to settle down a little bit. I don't take this 9 Smoky Eyes lightly. I think she's way the horse to beat. I get it. I don't have a big problem with her being a favorite here. I don't think it's as simple, though, as just her and the others. Sweetest Princess can run better. What about the 5, Sarah's Dialed In? A horse that was outside against the good rail last time, and boy, she's got plenty of pedigree.
She does have a lot of pedigree, and she has early speed, too. You know, I often say this, especially with young horses, horses that show some early interest in their first start and then tire. And as you mentioned, she was wide in that race as well. When they come back and they have that foundation and they have that early speed already naturally, those are the ones that I really like to potentially take a step forward. And she's a huge price. Pretty much everybody on the board is a big price besides Smoky Eyes.
Well, that's the thing. A big field and even money shot if you like somebody else. And you're right, you're going to get paid, because when there's one horse taking 40% of the pool in a 12-horse or 11-horse field, I think it's a 12-horse field, everyone else has to be a big price. So I think you get that opportunity here. And I'm not, like I said, I won't be surprised if Smoky Eyes wins here, but I don't think she's unbeatable. And I believe that Sweet Blush will run much better today.
What about the number 10, Sweetest Princess? She is 9 to 1, both her and the 4, the only other ones in single-digit territory. The blinkers go on this filly, who's kind of underperformed a little bit in her 2 starts. She broke terribly in her first race. I would imagine what the blinkers on would be to get her to kind of get out of the gate a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, no, and I think she'll benefit from that. You know, she lost a little ground too. She was 2 to 4 wide last time, and then 3 wide in the second turn. And she kind of got a little bottled up as the race was developing, while Smoky Eyes was getting this really good ride and trip under Flavien Prat. She was a little bottled up, so maybe she could have run better in there. We'll see if she runs better. I prefer the 3 trying to beat the 9, but I don't think Sweetest Princess is impossible in here.
We have this mandatory pick 5, a 50-cent wager that does start here in the 4th race. Andy, what's the appeal here, kicking off in the 4th race and that mandatory payout with that pool continuing to grow?
Well, I mean, I guess you have to look at it, you know, looking through the sequence. Are you somebody who wants to lean on elite power? I wouldn't. I think any of the 1, 4, and 5 can win there. I picked drafted. It'll be a better price. I'm going to lean on Redefine, but I think Danse Macabre is very dangerous in that race. Sweet Lou's got aces, the maiden on Impossible. it's hard to make a case for Life Changer or Shipsational in the next race, so you can cut it down to 2 and then decide where you want to go in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. But I do like these middle pick 5s. Think an interesting sequence. And I'll tell you what, if I'm right with the 3, or you like somebody besides the 9 here and you're right, you're going to start out with a chance to make a big score in this pick 5 because the 9's a heavy, heavy favorite.
Another fun opportunity for a multi-race wager. We'll meet the field, Andy, as they step on track, starting with Here We Go Again.
Yeah, Here We Go Again showed speed last time out, but had no finish whatsoever. I prefer others, but should be forward.
Here's Joey the Fish, first time on turf.
Yeah, the Dam produced 2 to try the turf, and they didn't do any running. There really is not a lot of turf pedigree.
Number 3, Sweet Blush, who you had some interest in.
Yeah, I think she's going to run much, much better. It's just a question of whether or not you think she can run well enough to beat the favorite. I'm hoping she can.
There's Burning Honor.
Yeah, Burning Honor just sort of sucked along down the inside in a good rail last time. And I'm going to take somebody out of that race. I'm definitely taking the one outside of her.
There she is. Sarah's dialed in.
Yeah, I think she's going to run a lot better. Big turf pedigree, chased outside against a good rail last time. Kind of a bomb with a chance.
In Good Trouble is next.
Yeah, she stretches out off her debut. I'm not in love with these kind of stretch outs.
Here's a big price on a Brad Cox firster, Map.
Practical Joke on the turf with not much turf pedigree for a trainer who does not have great numbers first time out with turf routers.
Number 8, Luna Loca.
Yeah, that goes out for our friend Rick Schosberg. Will have to improve dramatically off the debut.
Next will be your favorite, Smoky Eyes.
She speaks for herself. She is the one to beat. But 3 to 5 in this big field off of 2 good trips and losses, not for me.
Here's Sweetest Princess.
A horse who could absolutely improve and win this race.
She's 10 to 1. Here's 26 to 1 on Burnt Again.
I'm not exactly sure why my friend David Aragona likes this horse.
Oh,
he believes she has had trips, but if David likes a horse at 26 to 1, I'm throwing her in.
Yeah, respect David. We'll see how it plays out. Best of luck at a big price. And here's Mim, first time on the turf.
Well, Linda does have good numbers with her second time starting maidens, and the Dam herself was an okay turf horse, but Practical Joke, tough post, a long shot.
The sibling was a 2-time turf winner. That one's 18 to 1. There's a look at the turf course. That'll be the site of this 4th race. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200. You can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Head to NairaBets.com to sign up and get your $200 deposit match. 2-year-old fillies on the track. Let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. A really interesting race, and I do think Smoky Eyes is going to be very, very tough to beat. I'm interested in a real long shot here. The 1 horse, Here We Go Again. I think she could play out to be the speed in here from the inside. The last time, the pace moderated, but the first quarter was a little bit quick, and she just didn't look fit at all to me last time. She ran once, didn't run very much at all on the dirt. I don't think she got anything out of it from a fitness perspective. But I do think she's much tighter today, and if she can make the lead, I think she can last a lot longer and at a big price. I'll take a swing that maybe she gets a little bit loose, and sometimes with long shots, other riders tend to ignore them or not pay them any respect, and that's how horses sneak away and steal races. So I'm going to take a big swing on a 31 to 1 shot here with the 1. Excuse me, Here We Go Again. The 3-horse Sweet Blush, I agree with Andy. I thought that this horse just had a difficult trip. And you got to think with Kendrick Carmouche aboard, probably going to get better position. Kendrick is certainly a guy that wants to go forward more often. And last time this horse just was never in any position, kind of in no man's land, and didn't run badly, only beaten 5 lengths and finished just a length in front of the horse that I like. So, I think they're both kind of interesting. One's at a better price. Going down the list here, certainly Smoky Eyes checks all the boxes. I understand why she's the favorite, and she's going to take a lot of beating. But she has had good trips, like Andy noted, and she didn't get it done. But she looks pretty formidable here. And I thought it was interesting, the 11-horse Burnt Again. Boy, she was a lot of buck in her. She went off buck jumping and trying to throw her rider and just really kind of full of it. Jose Gomez did a good job just to stay in the middle of her, so hopefully she got that out of her system before they leave the starting gate, guys.
All right, Richie, thanks. Looks like she's settled a little bit now, but best of luck to Jose Gomez and some good horsemanship by him, getting her to relax a bit. That 2-year-old filly by Honorable Dylan, who has had 3 races on the turf so far, and nice to see that she's calmed down a bit now.
Honorable Dillon, who was more of a dirt sprinter
Yeah.
for owner Joe Bucci, he's actually had some success with some turf
He
horses.
has, yeah, he hasn't been a bad sire. Very interesting. 4 to 5 now on the number 9, Smoky Eyes, currently your favorite as we do get ready for this 4th race coming up. The number 4, Burning Honor, she comes out of that recognized race. We talked about her and Sarah's Dialed In. On paper, to watch it, it looks like, okay, wow, she did some running that day. If you watch the race, she kind of ran in place a bit. Why is it so important to look at a horse like this and say maybe she's not necessarily one you'd want in a race like this?
Well, didn't she just sort of suck along
She
on the
did, I
rail, and
thought,
the rail
yeah.
was gold that period of time at Saratoga? And, you know, as opposed to Sarah's Dialed In, who chased outside, she at least made a more of an aggressive attempt to win it, and she was on a tougher part of the track. And maybe neither one of these horses ends up being a player in this race, but to me, that Sarah's Dialed In at 27 to 1, over 3 times the price of Burning Honor, when I actually think in her debut, she ran better than Burning Honor did in her second career start. To me, I think the 5 is a great bet from that perspective. Now, I threw in her as a bomb here. I used her with both the 3 and 9, and, you know, I just don't think she should be this price. But this is an opportunity here. Now, it may turn out that they both run, that maybe I'm right. Sarah's Dialed In beats Burning Honor. She runs 7th. The other one runs 9th. So you're going to lose your money. But overall, over time, if you bet horses like the 5, you're getting some value because the 4 is way too low and she's probably too high. She should probably be about 12 to 1 and the 4 should be about 15 to 1.
How about Mike Deeney, too, the trainer of the 5, Sarah's Dialed In? He's only run a limited number of horses, but they've been live. He's 2 for 5 coming here, and it was nice to see Madeline Rowland winning her first race on the Naira circuit for him
She
as well.
won for him last Sunday,
Yep.
actually.
Yeah.
Wired the field in the slop with
Yeah.
that one. And Mike's a trainer that can win races, so I never have any problem betting his horses here, especially, you know, and he has the New York breds. They're obviously going to come here, and probably a lot of the ones that he ships here are New York breds, like, I believe, the winner last week.
Yes, which makes sense, taking opportunity for these restricted New York bred races, which this one is here as well. New York breds, 2-year-old fillies going long on the turf as they come around the back to approach the starting gate, and we'll get a chance to load in. There is the number 1. Here we go again. Richie swinging for the fences with the 31 to 1 shot.
Well, I wish him good luck, but I like the 3, Sweet Blush.
All right, Richie with a big price. Andy with a 6 to 1 shot as well. Sweet Blush, 3rd-time starter. And we've only had 1 race on the turf so far. It was a sprint, but after a couple of races without turf racing or limited turf racing, looks like the grass is in great condition today.
Oh, I agree. I mean, they've listed as firm, and I think yesterday it was on the good side of yielding, much closer to good. And they've listed it firm. We'll see how that plays. The first race was not that fast.
And it looks like Sweet Blush is giving the starting gate crew a tough time yet again, but I'm sure they were well aware of it, as was Kendrick Carmouche as he jumped off behind the starting gate. So it looks like will load with the front of the gate open and without the rider, as these guys at the gate talk about the unsung heroes, the work that they do to make sure everybody loads safely and efficiently. It can't be overstated how important it is.
There's very few jobs working with horses I would be suited for. There are very few jobs in life that I'd be less suited for than working as a gate crew.
Starting gate crew.
I think that and washing windows on the skyscrapers. People that wash the windows outside the skyscrapers.
Yes. Are you not a fan of heights?
No, just looking at them makes me want to throw up. I don't know. It takes a special person to do every kind of job.
For sure.
There's people just that can do those things. I'm not one of them.
Well, hats off to our starting gate crew. We really would be lost without them. And again, this is a filly that hasn't the knack to do just this. This is what she's done in her last 2 races as well, especially last time when she was very tough to load into the gate. So the starting gate crew is aware of that. And even if she were to race at another track, they share notes with different racing jurisdictions as well to make sure that the gate crew is prepared for those that are particularly tough. Such an important piece of it as well.
And it's a database that's shared from track to track, so people can find out with shippers coming in. It's really a great thing that they do. So the starting gate crews are extremely prepared and very, very good.
Still working on getting Sweet Blush in. It looks like she is pretty well loaded in now. She is, and Kendrick Carmouche will climb aboard inside the starting gate. The rest of the field goes in. We'll send it up to John Embriel for the call. Race 4 kicking off this mandatory payout, pick 5.
Waiting now for Sarah's Dialed In, along with In Good Trouble and Mim. We have 2-year-old maiden fillies set to go 1 1/16 on the inner turf. This race begins a mandatory payout. Pick 5. Sarah's Dialed In is now in. In Good Trouble steps into the gate, and the final horse will be number 12, Mim, to complete the field. And we are set for race 4. And they're off. And from the inside, here we go again. A bit erratically there was Joey the Fish, along with Sweet Blush. Smoky Eyes, the favorite, has the early lead here. It's Smoky Eyes in front, and now moving up is a Map on the outside to grab second. And down at the rail is Sarah's Dialed In as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. So it is Smoky Eyes with the lead. Map is racing in second. Far outside, Mim gains ground from third. Sarah's Dialed In is next in fourth, and alongside is In Good Trouble, who is racing in fifth. Burnt Again is in sixth position as the field hits the back stretch. Burning Honor on the inside in seventh. Sweetest Princess is alongside and in eighth. And then we come back to Here We Go Again. Then Sweet Blush, followed by Luna Loca. Trailing the field is Joey the Fish. The half-mile went in 48 3/5 seconds. The odds-on choice, Smoky Eyes on the inside and Mim on the outside. And the two of them are heads apart here. Mim on the outside, Smoky Eyes down at the rail. And now they've got 2.5 lengths on Sweetest Princess, who's on the move and up into third. Map is now back in fourth. Then comes Burnt Again on the far outside in fifth, then Burning Honor. The field is at the top of the stretch, and it is Smoky Eyes in front here. Mim is all out in second, now being passed by Sweetest Princess. It is Smoky Eyes who has the lead, and Smoky Eyes now has a 4-length lead. Sweetest Princess moving into second, Smoky Eyes, and Manny Franco and Smoky Eyes about to break her maiden here, going 1 1/16 on the turf. Sweetest Princess was a clear-cut second, farther back Burning Honor in third.
Smoky Eyes found the right field in an aggressive ride from Manny Franco, and she was able to wire the field as your favorite.
Obviously, riding horses like Smoky Eyes, the heavy favorite, is the kind of reason that Manny's been having such a great year. But it's also the way he's been riding, his aggressiveness. It's really changed for him. He's become so much more consistently aggressive, and I think in this situation, you're riding the best horse in the race. Why would you want to fool around? Put her in front. Some other horses tried to go after her. It was an honest enough pace. I don't know that she beat a particularly good field of horses, but she is much better than they are.
Second win today for Christoph Kamanas. This one for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing and Dr. Belinsky, as Smoky Eyes 3 to 5 favorite. Sweetest Princess was the one running on late, but she just wasn't able to catch your favorite. 9-10, 4-12. Manny Franco in the saddle, and there was a lot going on at the break, and these are young horses here too, Andy, but while some others broke slow and bumping around, Manny and Smoky Eyes were all business, and he really just kind of took advantage and went right out to the front.
Yeah, he's riding with so much confidence now and just being aggressive, obviously riding better horses.
Yes.
John Panagato has taken over his book, has done a great job with him, but I think it's Manny really he's just really in top form right now, and I couldn't be happier for him. He's a terrific guy, a terrific rider, and he's finally sort of getting that consistency that he always kind of lacked a little bit. He wouldn't be as consistent, and I think the fact that he's ridden a lot of good horses for Chad Brown has given him the confidence he needs, and it's just terrific to see him putting it all together. He's having an absolutely fabulous year, and it's a long way from over.
An easy guy to root for. Manny Franco picking up another win, this one on your favorite. Second win of the day for Christophe Lemont. Two-year-old fillies getting their wins and breaking their maidens today. Smoky Eyes will get her picture taken as we'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also talk a little bit about some opportunities looking after our racehorses on and off the track, what the Retired Racehorse Project is doing to highlight the versatility of the thoroughbred.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The favorite, a winner in the 4th race. Manny Franco, aggressive with Smoky Eyes, and she was able to wire the field to get her win. Manny Franco riding in top form, and he's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Manny, Smoky Eyes, big favorite. You put her right on the lead. What was the thought process for that strategy?
I mean, I just taken from the break. She raced so good, and I just don't get on her way early. I know that I wasn't the best horse in the race, and I just let him do his thing, and she did the rest.
Manny, you've always been so talented, and to me, one of the most gifted physical riders we have. But it just seems like your confidence level has gone to another place. Do you feel like your confidence level has risen?
Richie, I think it's just when you riding good horses, when you ride the right horses, you get that confidence, I think, and that's what I've been doing. I'm getting the opportunity and just try to get the most of them.
Well, you've been making the most of those opportunities. How good does it feel when you turn for home and have that much horse underneath you?
It feels great. I think it's the best feeling in the world when you know that you have a lot of horses under you, and when you ask them to go, they there for you, man. It's kind of explain.
Well, congratulations. I know you got to ride the next race. Thank you for taking the time. And guys, in this game, there's so many talented riders. Confidence is key.
Manny Franco riding in top confidence right now. Richie, thank you. Smoky Eyes, $3.50 winner over Swedish Princess and Burning Honor in the 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. As Manny Franco has a date with Southern District coming up in the Vosburgh in the next race, which will be our first graded stake of the day. Currently 3-5 though on Elite Power.
And looking at the doubles, he's going to be every bit of a short price in here. I'm going to hope Manny Franco can get a riding double in here, and Elite Power might be in the cusp of becoming one of the better sprinters, but I think he's a bit of a short price.
3 to 5 on Elite Power as he will look for his 4th win in a row, and a horse that is stepping into Grade 6 company for the first time.
Yeah, this is a funny race because of the lack of pace in here. Interested to see how this race is run as well as who wins.
Well, it's so important to appreciate and acknowledge the great performances that we see on the racetrack, but equally important is to look after those racehorses after their racing days are over. The Thoroughbred Maker and Retired Racehorse Project are providing an opportunity to highlight all that thoroughbreds can do after their racing days are over.
My horse is Guns of Steel. We affectionately call him Obi. He's a 10-year-old off-track thoroughbred. He retired in June of 2021 with 73 starts. He hit the board 34 times. Out of that 34, he came home the winner in 20.
This was an absolute blowout. Guns of Steel, embarrassing the competition.
His average take-home per start was $6,000 with an overall career win of $443,000, and he sold at Fasig Tipton as a yearling for $30,000. He was very well loved in his racing career and now very well loved by his owner, Chelsea, and is hoping to be a competitive horse at the makeover this year. I'm Chelsea's teammate, so we'll compete him together. The off-the-track thoroughbred just has the best brain. They love to come to work. They don't mind like what their job is, they just want a job, and they will show up 110% every single day. They have that special just spark about them that they're game to do whatever job that you want them to do, and they want to do it day in and day out. And I haven't found that consistently in any other breed of horse. He is actually my 5th off-the-track thoroughbred. He is 10 years old, and he doesn't look a bit over 4. He is just gorgeous. The horse is a total knockout. The makeover is honestly the happiest horse show on earth. And I think that's the best way to describe it because it is a training competition, so there is competition, but I have never been to another horse show where every single competitor, every single person there, the volunteers, the spectators, the grooms are cheering every other person on because we're all there to show how amazing off-the-track thoroughbreds are in all of the disciplines. Just getting there is exciting, and everything else after that is just a cherry on top.
October 12th to 15th at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Check out the rrp.org, the work the Retired Racehorse Project does to highlight all that thoroughbreds can do. It is really incredible. And Andy, the thoroughbred used to be kind of the it horse of the show world and has kind of fallen out of fashion in favor of the warm bloods. But I think this show in particular has done such a good job in highlighting how versatile those thoroughbreds are. Of course, they give all of us great thrills on the racetrack, and it's exciting to see what they can do off the track.
Yeah, no, I think it's terrific. I think about how much press Ichabod Crane has gotten.
Yes,
a horse that was very popular, finished 3rd in the Preakness, I want to say, or broke his maiden actually on the inner dirt. Really terrific horse for Graham Motion, and he's had such a good career afterwards. It's really great to see.
We welcome in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale here with us, one who has had quite a few experiences retraining these war horses. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Keisha. Pleasure to be on the show. And Andy bringing up Ichabod Crane, which I found interesting, as I actually got to hang out with Ichabod Crane a couple weeks ago when I was down at Fair Hill at Herringswell Stable, a.k.a. Graham Motion's barn there, and he's just living his best life. Graham was going to make him the stable pony, but he said, you know what, I think his life off the track is a little bit more to his liking. And as you were saying, Acacia, just it's limitless what these horses can do. And it was fashionable to have thoroughbreds, and I think it was because that they can be so versatile, and if you can really hone in on what they're best at, they will excel to your wildest dreams. And I really hope that, and I feel like they are coming back into fashion, so to speak, in the show horse world, because really you can just mold them into anything that you want them to be, but also work with them as partners. So I can't get behind the Retired Racehorse Project enough and speak and sing its praises for what they have done to shed light on these off-track and retired racehorses.
Couldn't agree more, Maggie. Thank you. As we look forward to seeing Maggie and her pet project, 91 Assault, who she's retraining, and so fun to have the opportunity to see these war horses with the future off the track.
I don't know how Maggie does it. She's got 2 kids. I talked to her one day at Saratoga. I asked her if she wanted to grab a bite to eat with me because we were both on later in the show, and she said, well, I'm going riding today. And I'm thinking, how do you do it all? But she does somehow.
She juggles a lot and does it all well. As it will turn the page, we get ready for our first graded stake of the day. It is the Vosburgh grade to 7 furlongs for 3-year-olds and upward. 1 to 2 on Elite Power, as he will step into graded stakes company for the first time after 3 straight wins. There he is in the paddock. We'll get them tacked up soon. Get a paddock report from Maggie and our first graded stake of the day after this.
And Lost Ark. Big, powerful strides. Puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte, and the 2 of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful. Firenze Fire right alongside of Share the Ride. Funny Guys on the outside, and now they're past the 8th pole, and it is Firenze Fire with the lead. Funny Guy giving chase with Share the Ride, but it's going to be Firenze Fire victorious in the Vosburgh, 1 by 3.
Firenze Fire in the Vosburgh. We all know what he went on to do, just a tremendous sprinter and one who stayed towards the top of the division for quite some time too, ridden by Jose Lascano, who will pick up the mount for the first time today aboard Elite Power. He's riding a couple big horses today, Andy, for Belmont between Elite Power and Warlike Goddess.
A very, very big day for the Mott Barn as well. With this horse, Elite Power and Warlike Goddess, these are the kind of days as a trainer you want to have, but they're also the kind of days that can make you really miserable at night if things don't work out.
Oh,
it's
yes.
a double-edged sword.
Yep, you want to be involved in those big Saturday races, but you also want to win them. There is a look at the 1-2 favorite, and that's Elite Power, as he's a little bit of a quirky horse, but he's been on a roll lately. For more on Elite Power and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Acacia, I feel like you should be down here. I've never seen this horse, as you were in the paddock when he made his Naira debut last time in winning fashion up at the spa, very easily under wraps too. And yes, that race was going the 6 furlongs. I would have been a little bit dubious, but obviously when the proof is in the pudding, and aka in the form, you can trust that a horse can be effective going this shorter distance, because he's not necessarily built that way. He's built more of that kind of curling frame, you know, lacks a little bit of a hind end to him, but he looks fabulous from the overall standpoint of things. And he's really relaxed here in the paddock, very laid back. I don't know what he's like normally, but I like his disposition here today. And second off the layoff, he looks fit enough and ready to go. You know, kind of like that shiny copper penny appearance here in the paddock. As we'll take a look at number 1, that is Southern District, whom I cannot be more excited about turning back to the 7 furlongs today, because he's one that I know did not run well in the Tail of the Cat, though maybe Andy can expound, but looking through his track trend notes, he was suspect of the rail being good that day, and this guy being on a kind of 4 to 5 wide pursuit the entire way around there. For me, he's built so much more like a sprinting type, so the 7 furlongs, I think, plays favorably into his hands. He's very compact, very broad, has that very stout type of appearance, and he's sharp in here. So I know that Chad Brown has said that Saratoga doesn't necessarily agree with him. He's back here at Aqueduct, where he does possess a win. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Southern Districts, he is coming out of a disappointing effort in the Tail of the Cat, Andy, but as Maggie brought up, though he was the favorite that day, Isolate was able to comfortably wire the field in that race, whereas this horse seemed like he was up against it.
That was a day where I believe there were 4 dirt races. They were all one wire to wire, so there is an argument that it favored them. Not liking the track, obviously I respect Chad's opinion as much as anybody's. I always find those to be hard excuses. He didn't run that badly in Saratoga, though not as well as he has in some other races. It's very tough for me to get past that race. Having said that, he's 9-2, and he ran a 101 buyer 2 races back and a 100 buyer 4 races back. He's an overlay. So I can understand betting him in this race, and I think both the 1 and 5 have a real chance to win this race. And I don't have a problem with Elite Power, but what about his races make him just almost a cinch? He's 3-5 in here, and I don't think that's the case.
So a win streak. You know how people feel about a win streak.
They love win, yeah. No, it's like our old coworker, Jason Blewett, always said. He used to say to me, people like ones. And he was right. It sounds simple, but it's actually true.
Sometimes horse racing is a little simpler than we make it. But we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin. Hey, JK, glad to have you on the show. Lots of graded stakes action coming up. You got a best bet for us today?
Oh, really?
I do. I have a win bet in race 8, the Joe Hirsch Classic. I love Gufo, which I'm sure will make your household very happy to hear. This is a situation where I love Warlike Goddess. She's awesome. She's been so good, so reliable. And outside of a curious ride, she's been so dependable as a single in a lot of these turf races against the mares. But she's not running against the mares today. A very kind of a average division, if you ask me. Now she's facing some really talented racehorses. And Gufo, since putting the blinkers back on, seems to have kind of found himself. And I think that her advantage and why she was always odds on is because she was facing horses that she was better than. I'm not quite sure she's better than Gufo. Also, a new rider in Junior Alvarado who has been on her, but hasn't really been on her as of late to kind of understand when to pull the trigger on her, because she is kind of a tricky horse. She's a little bit aggressive early in her races, and Joelle's seemed to kind of figure out how to time it. And I just feel like she's up against it today at what's likely to be odds on. I wanted to try to beat her in the Breeders' Cup, but I'll have to settle for today.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Best of luck a little bit later on. We are into the post parade here for the 5th of Vosburgh. Andy, Southern District went by. Here's Jalen Journey.
Jalen Journey, unlike the main players in here, looks to have some speed and could be in front in this race. Is it enough to get him back to his better form?
Here is the number 3 Eastern Bay. Javier Castellano has the mount.
Yeah, the uncoupled stablemate of the number 2, Jalen Journey. This one at least is in good form.
He certainly is, as he has 18 wins from 50 starts, the 8-year-old. Here's your favorite Elite Power.
Yeah, I think he's wildly overbet at 1-2. His recent form is terrific, 3 straight wins, and at least he has some consistency that the other likelier winners do not.
And another 8-year-old drafted.
Well, he was over his head in the forego. He ran very well in a paceless 7-furlong race here back in February. I think he's an interesting horse who can close into races with not much pace, and to me, I think he's an overlay. I took a small shot with him.
Very cool 8-year-old horse who's been well campaigned by trainer Dave Duggan, who's standing by with Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Dave Duggan. And I'm sure, Dave, that drafted has been a pleasure to be in your barn.
Yeah, listen to me. It's hard to find good ones. I mean, and obviously he's like elevated us this year, and obviously, like I said, it's always great to have him, and he's been competitive, which is even more important. So we're here.
Now, the biggest drawback is the lack of pace. It's a 7-furlong race. It doesn't feature any speed types of horses, but I read a quote from you saying that he's spitting fire right now. So where do you see him early on here?
Well, we've got that kind of patented move. So, I mean, once we get that first 8 of a mile where you can get a deep breath, then you can play. It's obviously going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse sort of thing. So, like I said, we're not opposed to making an early move if we have to. But I told Kendrick just kind of get that first 8 of a mile where he takes a deep breath and kind of go from there. If we're good enough, we're good enough.
I mean, an 8-year-old. Is he one that, you play around with, or does he like a routine in his training?
Yeah, I mean, I could give you another 5 minutes on telling you about a couple of different things on him, but he's been kind of, he's not easy to manage, but he's a good horse when you can get a flow and the pattern going. So, as he's proved this year, so we'll see.
And you've done a superb job with him. Best of luck here in this Vosburgh.
Thank you. We'll be coming out swinging.
I love it. And guys, I don't know if we can, but can we arrange to have a camera on Dave when he watches the race? It is literally the most entertaining thing you've ever seen.
I love that, Maggie. Wishing Dave Duggan all the best. He really has done a tremendous job with this 8-year-old. And I remember looking up one day, Andy, when he came back this year or last year, I think it was, and saying, wow, Drafted is still running, and he's still running well.
I've got a thing for this horse.
Yeah.
I really like him and think he's overachieved in a lot of races. I think he's far from impossible here. And Dave Duggan is one of these trainers. Doesn't get a lot of opportunities. You can see he's had only 43 starts this year. But he has 11 wins in those 43 starts, and while 3 of them have been with Drafted, he's done a great job with Drafted, as he always does. And he's just one of these trainers that you like it when he's training a horse that you like, because you feel like you have a good shot. The horse will show up and run his good race or her good race. They may not ultimately be good enough, but Dave is just kind of an under-the-radar trainer that I think a lot of people would agree you can really respect the job that he does.
Has done a terrific job with this gelding, who will try to pick up another graded stakes win. And this Vosburgh is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Here's a look at what's at stake. A lot's at stake today besides a win in the Vosburgh. Automatic entry into the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint. For more on this field, let's go back to Jonathan. Jonathan, what do you make of your favorite Elite Power at 3-5?
You know, I don't love the price. I loved his last race, although he got a little bit of a setup that day. Let's not discount that. The pace was very fast, kind of fell apart, but he did it the right way. He was impressive the way he did it. He wasn't like desperate to pick up tired horses. He was powerful in his performance, and I think he's obviously the most talented horse in the race. The biggest issue and the reason why I'm going to lean on him at 3-5 here is because there's no other pace in the race. And when there's no pace in a race, I used to be this person that tried to find the horse that's going to get loose. But when that horse doesn't jump off the page, the next best option is to just find the horse with the best kick, because they're going to be all bunched together, I would imagine. And when they turn for home, Elite Power's the best horse, the best kick, and should blow by them like they're all standing still. That's what should happen on paper. If there was someone in here that liked to get to the front and was running figures that were in 5 to 10 points or 10 points, those are the ones you try to get cute with to wire the field. But that horse doesn't exist. The other horse in here that has the main, the competition is the Southern District, has the same style. So why do I want a horse that's 6-7 points slower than Elite Power just because I'm getting a little bit of a better price? This is a single and a pick 3, single and a double with the 4 with me, and move on. I think the 4 Elite Power is going to be tough. I feel like they're going to invite him into the race.
All right, JK, thank you. 1-2 on Elite Powers. We'll take a look at his last race, which was at Saratoga. And cutting back to a sprint distance, I thought it was funny what Maggie had said in the paddock, that he looked fit enough. And I was in the paddock for his last race, his lone Naira start. And he's just one that carries his weight a little bit. Did get a little bit hot last time, but warmer certainly than it is today. And as you can see with that head turn, he's done that at Churchill Downs too. Bill Mott just saying that's just kind of how he is, Andy.
Well, at the end of the day, he had that finishing kick, and he beat a horse that came back, hoisted the gold to lose his next start, but he ran the same kind of figure, losing to Kavod at Churchill Downs. And listen, he's obviously in good form. He's not a 1-2 shot in my mind, but I think he's a very logical horse in this race. I just think that the odds are very much skewed, and he's 2-5 now. To me, being a better, it's not about picking winners. It's about trying to find some sense of value, and the very least, avoiding horses that are over bet. And while I think he's a better bet at 2-5 than that 2-5 shot in the first race yesterday you and I talked about that lost, I still don't believe he's 2-5 because Southern District didn't run well last time. But if he in fact didn't like Saratoga, there was some issue, the track is very kind of speed, he has every chance to beat that horse. He's run some very good races, and he too is pace compromised. Neither one has any speed in here. So why is he 4-1 and this one 2-5? And even drafted a horse who has run well in some races against some talented horses. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Elite Power is going to improve in this race. We've seen Bill Mott have a terrific year with his sprinters. I mean, Cody's Wish, what a race he ran up in Saratoga, the Forgo. Really one of the
got a win
performances.
yesterday.
Baby Yoda overmatched field, but Bill's done a very good job with him. You think about the improvement since he took over. Obviously, Speaker's Corner went the wrong way, but he did run some terrific races. So, listen, Bill Mott is Bill Mott. 2-5 is too short a price on this horse, in my opinion.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups on the track. Maggie, who caught your eye for this Vosburgh?
I am going to go with Southern District in here. I just think that, I mean, hopefully that Saratoga race is an indication of how he'll run today. If he gets back to his race 2 back, he's going to be pretty tough here. And like I said, I really like the 7 furlongs for him. But let's talk about drafted. I mean, nothing would give me more happiness than to see the 8-year-old drafted win this Vosburgh. I think that would just be epic, and just the things that make you happy in horse racing. Now, he looks sensational. He's relaxed as he typically is. Super coat on him. Very fit coming in here. The only thing I can say that posed a slight question mark is the front wraps going back on. Now, he's run here at Aqueduct with them on. He's run at Aqueduct without them. So sometimes it plays into what track they're on, if they have the propensity to run down a bit, which horses can here at the Big A. But they do go back on, whereas the last time we saw him here, they were not on. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Drafted the 8-year-old, maybe something to think about, but 1-2 on Elite Power as we get ready for our first graded stake of the day, the Grade 2 Vosburgh win, and you're into the Breeders' Cup Sprint. John and Brielle here with the call.
For the Vosburgh. And they're off. And Elite Power broke in stride and on top. Drafted on the outside. Now Jalen Journey comes on through. Then it's Southern District down at the rail, and alongside is Eastern Bay. The field races up the backstretch, and Jalen Journey goes on with it to grab the lead over the favorite Elite Power. It's a long shot. Jalen Journey in front, 3/4 of a length. Elite Power runs in second. Drafted the gray on the outside in third. Then Southern District and Eastern Bay in the opening quarter, 23 3/5 seconds. So it is Jalen Journey and Elite Power. Elite Power now moving right alongside. Elite Power goes on with it and pokes ahead in front. Jalen Journey at the rail. Drafted is on the outside as the field races midway on the turn. Eastern Bay is picking it up on the extreme outside, and Southern District is in behind horses. Elite Power is the leader here after a half and 47 3. Drafted is in between horses with Eastern Bay on the outside. So now 3 of them across the track for the lead. Then Southern District, Jalen Journey down at the rail. It is Elite Power who has the lead here. Eastern Bay now moving up on the outside into second. It is Elite Power who leads by almost 3. Eastern Bay running in second, and Elite Power will continue his winning ways here, taking the Grade 2 Vosburgh by 4.5 lengths. Eastern Bay was second and drafted. Finished third. The final time was 1:23 4.
Elite Power continues his winning ways. Indeed, he makes it 4 in a row and picks up his first graded stakes win today, Andy. And it was a confident ride by Jose Lascano. He was just on the best horse.
Yeah, and all the other closer types tried to ride themselves into the race. You know, Manny Franco tried to get Southern District to keep up. He was atrocious today. And then he galloped out by everybody, which is never a great sign. Drafted, very good job trying to get him to race with Kendrick. They all sort of ran against their style, but the one who was able to do it and do it successfully was Elite Power, and he won like a 1-2 shot should.
Yes, he did. And I noticed, too, he didn't have his head turned today like he has in his last few starts. And maybe a horse that is improving. And as you said, Bill Mott is Bill Mott, as he could potentially have a big day coming up with Warlike Goddess waiting in the wings to try the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic a little bit later on. But Elite Power, Jose Lascano in the saddle. He makes it 4 in a row, and it's not easy for any horse to kind of continue on this trajectory, and I think Bill's really done a great job. And you know, once you get a horse going good, that's the thing. You have to keep them at that level.
No, right, I agree. I mean, it's one thing. It's very hard. It's never easy to get wins back-to-back. Often they're running against tougher horses. And listen, this will not be remembered as the toughest Vosburgh ever run. Yes. But be interested to see. I don't know how big the Fig can come back. Obviously, we talked about the headwind in the back stretch, and see it's still going on, the tailwind in the stretch. But he finished up well in here. I mean, coming home in 12 seconds, obviously setting a moderate pace for this quality of horse. But he's got some ability, this horse, Elite Power. Whether or not that ability can transfer to winning a race like the Breeders' Cup Sprint, if they're going to go there, we'll see. Or is he more pointing the Cigar Mile, which could be a very interesting race this year. Yeah,
he's won it a mile before. And don't forget, Bill has Cody's Wish. That could potentially be a huge player into the Breeders' Cup Sprint. There is Bill. Elite Power picking up the win, as that means it's time for me to say goodbye for the day. Are you going to miss me? You have to work with Lafitte
He's taking me
now.
that Lafitte guy. I know. I should get double time having to work with him. I really should. He should pay me double time to get to be here
absolutely,
with me.
Absolutely.
So you're free to stay if you want.
Okay,
we can send Lafitte away.
I might want to go home.
Dodger fan that he is.
Oh, that's where it all stems from.
Well, there's a lot of reasons to
There's
dislike him. I mean, you know
it's too bad. Lafitte is never prepared, and any of that.
All those things.
Obviously. Lafitte Finkai coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. 2 graded stakes still to come, including the Matron up next to bring you prices and reactions from the Vosburgh. There's still a lot to come here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us after this quick break.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer. ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you proudly by Naira Vets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The Grade 2 Vosburgh goes to Elite Power as he's proving his elite status, earning his first graded stakes victory, but his fourth win in a row. And pleased to be joined by his Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott. And Bill, a horse that I know that you've been quoted in saying that his shins had bothered him. He took a little while to come to hand, but talk about him now that he has.
Well, once he figured it out, I mean, it took him a couple of races to figure it out, and then we had to overcome some baby issues. But once now that he's turned into a full mature horse, he's really getting it. I mean, he's won his last 4 in a row now, and he's done it with relatively ease with the races that we've had him in.
Given his pedigree, you wouldn't think that he'd be a sprinting type, but as you just said, he's really kind of surprised you with the gears that he's shown.
Right. I mean, last time I was waiting for a 7/8 race or a mile, and it wasn't available, so we put him in at 6 furlongs, and he was, looked equally as good at 6 as he was at 7. So, he looks like his turn of foot is good for him at 6 furlongs as well as the longer distances.
Well, let's hope he just won a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Bill, we will see you represented with Warlike Goddess a little bit later, trying the boys in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. What are you hoping for her today? Because she's not the easiest horse to ride.
Well, I just hope she has a chance to run. I mean, she comes from out of it, and sometimes those horses get covered up. And, the last time she was stuck in downside behind a pedestrian pace, they went the first half in 53, 3/4, and 19. I mean, it was just super, super slow. And, she got out the last, 5/16 of a mile, and she was able, she came home in 21.72 her last quarter. I said, I've had sprinters that can't run the first quarter that fast. So she's very good. She's a nice filly. Just hope for, a decent trip and an opportunity to run late when the time comes.
Well, she will be a serious contender a little bit later on. Congratulations here, though, today with Elite Power.
Thank you.
Elite status up on the desk now, and that's as we welcome in Lafitte Pinkai III to the show. Lafitte, that was yet another impressive performance that we saw from this son of Curlin.
Maggie, a division that needs some depth. We have Jackie's Warrior here, and then a big drop-off. Now Elite Power, make it 4 straight. He wins the Vosburgh, Andy. I don't know whether we should start there or the fact that you just tried to bribe Acacia to keep her on the set and me from joining you this afternoon. I don't know which one.
We can discuss that. I offered her cash. I didn't want to work with you. Why would I want to be with you? I've been with Acacia. Acacia, you. I don't know what sane person would rather be. Well, she wanted 8. I held my ground at 5, and there you are.
Andy has it in his contract. It's a max 30 minutes with me on the set.
We got 2 hours together tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting.
Elite Power in the Vosburgh. More on that later in the show. Meantime, time for the Pick 6 and time for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And it is the Matron, 113th running. 2-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile dash on a firm, they're calling it, turf course. Let's meet the contenders for the Grade 3 Matron. A staple on the New York racing circuit for more than a century. The Matron remains a contest for freshman fillies, but was transitioned from dirt to turf in 2018. Dance Macabre seeks her 3rd victory in 5 starts and first graded stakes score. The Kelsey Danner trainee is one of 3 fillies to exit the Bolton Landing Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse in August. Dance Macabre was 2nd in that contest behind Love Reigns, who was 4th in the Group 2 Queen Anne at Royal Ascot. Dance Macabre was 2nd in her debut at Churchill Downs on dirt to the talented Summer Promise prior to breaking her maiden at Colonial Downs in her turf debut. After her appearance at Saratoga, the filly won the Ainsworth Untappable Stakes at Kentucky Downs on September 13th.
Dance Macabre by a nose.
Redefined also exits the Bolton Landing, where she was 3rd after closing stoutly. Trained by Tony Dutrow, the daughter of More Than Ready was bumped several times at the start and was 7th in the early stages of the Bolton Landing. Redefined won her debut in June at Belmont Park.
And it's going to be a first-time starter, Redefined.
Sweet Harmony won her first 2 starts at Monmouth, one on the dirt, and the Colleen Stakes on grass prior to her engagement in the Bolton Landing.
Sweet Harmony and Sammy Camacho, convincing winners of the Colleen.
The Bayern filly, trained by John Terranova, faded to 5th in the Bolton Landing. Don't Look Back at All seeks her second victory in her second start for trainer Christophe Clement. The daughter of Peace and Justice had a wide journey in her debut at Saratoga, but rallied down the center of the track to reign supreme.
But Don't Look Back at All is the winner.
Despite being short on experience, this field of fillies possesses ability, but only one can enter the winner's circle following the Matron. Wide open edition of the Matron with these 2-year-old fillies, Andy. From a handicapping perspective, what do you think the key is going in?
Well, I mean, to me, Danse Macabre and the 7 Redefined probably exit the best race, at least the race they ran together, the Bolton Landing. And to me, because of some bumping by a horse inside of her and outside of her, Redefined sort of lost position in there and was compromised a little bit. And I thought she ran a little bit better than Danse Macabre did that day. I bet Danse Macabre, who finished second. Danse Macabre ran fine her next start. She was fortunate to win. The horse who was second got left in the gate, and she finished a close second. But that horse is pretty good. I think they're the main 2 players in here. I thought the only long shot a little interested in here was Sweet Lou's Got Aces. But I think Redefine's going to be tough, but she's the favorite, and I'm not dying to bet the favorite in 11-horse field.
This is going to be fun. Exciting edition of the Matron. That's coming up next. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day about an hour later. The main event, Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, 45th running. The field, 1.5 miles, and the mare is favored number 2, Warlike Goddess, 7-5 on the morning line. Of course, she was 2-5 in her last start, the Flower Bowl, early September, Saratoga, Andy. Warlike Goddess caught up behind a crawling, dawdling pace.
Yeah, she ran the best race of everybody. I thought that Joel Rosario got way too much criticism, and as a result, Irad Ortiz probably didn't get the praise he deserved for the great ride he gave to Virginia Joy in here, controlling on the front end. I have no argument that she's a talented horse, and she's definitely a major player in here. I wonder if she's going to be even shorter than her 7-5 morning line. She's got a very, very big following. She rarely loses races. She has viable excuses when she does. But she's facing tougher horses than she's ever faced before. Virginia Joy's a nice horse. She's no killer. I know she probably should have won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf last year.
Yeah.
I can't really comment on the Japanese horse. I'm not familiar with her overall quality, but I know my sister Nat was second. I don't want to knock my sister Nat. She's an overachiever, but she's not going to be remembered like her sister and brother are. Sot Sass, who won the Arc, and Sister Charlie. So she's okay. There's some pretty good horses in this race, and I just think she probably rates to be an underlay.
Right on cue, segue, the competition. Christophe Clement trained stablemates, Gufo, Soldier Rising, 1-3 finishers in the Sword Dancer. I know this one is tough for you to watch, Andy. I get it. This one was tough.
No, I'm sorry that Mirror Mission's connections are running in an ungraded or a grade 2 or grade 3 at Keeneland and not running in a grade 1 here. I don't think it matters because the Breeders' Cup is run there. Mirror Mission should have been in this grade 1 race, and I think he would have won. But having said that, he ran very, very well and too well to lose. Gufo ran well, and he's a very consistent horse. He's run well in the 3-turn races up in Saratoga, not hurt by running 3 turns here. Soldier Rising, and I'm Manny Franco's biggest fan, the president of his fan club, but he can't give this horse a better ride than Jose Ortiz did last time.
Who just followed Gufo.
Jose just did every single thing right, and the question is, this was a race that kind of fell apart a little towards the front end, and I think there's a possible upsetter trying a major race like this for the first time, and by Melvin, who's going to be controlling on the front end. And that could make every one of these horses as closers' jobs difficult.
Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, race number 8, as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin from Austin. JK, what's the status with you and Gufo now? Are you still divorced? Are you back together? You guys are very, very difficult to keep up with.
Well, Lafitte, we're divorced, but we're meeting for coffee just to see if we can somehow try to work this thing out. Look, he's let me down so many times, but he's also helped me out a few times as well. I just feel like he's kind of found his stride. Now, when you're looking at these races, and I know Andy will agree with me, I can love a horse today and hate the horse in a race tomorrow. And I think I've been in that position before. I've loved Warlike Goddess. I've made huge pick 6 pays using no one but her, but not today. I'm going to use Gufo in here. I've liked Warlike Goddess because she's facing lesser than her. She's facing a bunch of mares that she's better than. Well, I'm not quite sure she's better than Gufo. From a speed figure standpoint, it doesn't suggest that she's necessarily better than him. And Gufo's been banging heads with some of the better older turf horses for about 2 to 3 years now. And so I just feel like in this situation, when Warlike Goddess, because she's got the fans that she does, it's going to be a pretty short price. I think there's an opportunity to try to beat her with a horse like Gufo. I was hoping to do this the first Saturday in November in the Breeders' Cup when Warlike Goddess showed up and was overbet in the turf. Unfortunately, it's just going to have to happen today.
All right, we'll continue to follow the status of the relationship, JK and Gufo, the two-time Grade 1 sword dancer winner. Really exciting addition in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. But first things first, the second of 3 graded stakes races, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Matron. 2-year-old fillies, turf sprint. Maggie's in the paddock. We desperately need this paddock report, Maggie. Starting with the Pennsylvania bred filly drawn inside. What are you noticing from Don't Look Back at All?
I think she's moved forward from that debut race, Lafitte. Don't Look Back at All. She was one that had a great size, just what you look for in these 2-year-old races. You want them to be a bit more physically mature than the rest of their competition. She was a huge price that day at 11 to 1, which isn't usually the case when you're dealing with Christophe Clement and West Point Thoroughbreds in on a horse, but a little bit of obscure pedigree, to be fair. Peace and Justice, we don't see many of his progeny. But I remember Christophe being flabbergasted by the price of her because he said, I really like this filly heading into the race, and I totally saw why. And upon inspection on debut, the only slight knock I had was that she just didn't look 100% fit. You always question that, will they be able to win first time out? And she's really moved forward from that race. She's tucked up where she's needed to tuck up, and she's blossomed where she's needed to blossom, i.e. behind the saddle, and even more so on her shoulder as well. So I think this filly could move forward from that debut race back at Saratoga, and I definitely don't think the extra half a furlong is going to hurt her at all. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that Dance Macabre is the horse to beat. She's the most experienced and the winningest of this group, kind of proven in these conditions. But again, I'll take a look at another horse who is coming in off of a maiden breaking performance first time out, albeit in a much slower race. But number 4, How Lovely, debuted against the boys down at Pimlico. And like I said, not a fast race, but watch it. It was visually impressive, and I like what I'm seeing from her here. I would have been against her, honestly, in the paddock if I was there at Pimlico that day, because I would have just said that she probably wants to go a bit further than this, being a daughter of Justify. But we have seen that obviously he can get a sprinter. But her turn of foot was really, really what you like to see. And I think the extra furlong is really going to play well into her hands, honestly, as it feels as though there are several horses that can go here. And she looks fit, athletic, and I think there's a move forward with her in her second start. Another one that has a little bit more time in between races, but a New York bred that ran a really fast figure first time out. Now, I'm still not totally sold on the overall quality of that race that Little Lindsay comes out of, but Little Lindsay just is an eye-catching horse. I mean, yeah, she does look a lot like her sire, Honorable Dylan, but she is sharp in here. She has that really, really strong hind end to her. I mean, you could bounce a quarter off of her, as she's just as solid as they come. Now, we'll see where she's positioned, but she's giving me the indication that, though she has the outside post, that she definitely will be forward in here. She's by far, Lafitte, the most sharp horse in the paddock.
Little Lindsay getting ready for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Matron. Andy, a fast debut win on paper. What do you make of the speed figure?
I think there's some question of whether or not it's a number that is going to be predictive going forward. The 5th horse did improve a few points coming out of that race, but I think overall it's a little dubious. But more than that, she had an absolutely perfect trip, saving ground on the inside and angling out, when a whole plethora of horses had difficult trips in that race. So she was a very fortunate winner that day. Listen, she's 13 to 1. If you like her, why would you listen to what I have to say? Better at 13 to 1. For my money, I wouldn't bet her 53 to 1.
With the figure, I thought she would get bet, but there she is. So some hesitation there from the handicappers. 13 to 1. Little Lindsay riders up. Here's Dance Macabre. And the Bolton Landing, Andy, Dance Macabre Redefined, going to finish second and third behind a very good filly in Love Reigns, who runs tomorrow at Keeneland.
Yeah, now listen, I'm a fan of Dance Macabre. She's okay, but I think if you were to subjectively look at this race, and I say this as somebody who bet Dance Macabre to win in here and didn't particularly like Redefined. I think Redefined ran the better race. Because Redefined lost that position early, got bumped by the horse both inside and outside of her, and I just think it put her farther back in the race and out of position. I thought Johnny rode her very well thereafter, but I do think that she was a bit compromised in there, so of the two I prefer her. Having said that, she's 2-1, and the 2 is 5-1. Dance Macabre's a better bet at 5-1.
Don't Look Back at All is 9-2 post-parade for the Matron.
I don't like this horse. I thought that she was very fortunate first time out when the race completely collapsed, and I think her performance is dressed up.
Dance Macabre, 5-1 overlay.
5-1 is an overlay. She rates to come down from there, but I think right now, 5-1, 9-2, she's a much better bet than the 7 at 2-1.
American Apple graduated at Kentucky Downs in September.
Yeah, she's going to have to improve dramatically to win this race.
Eric Cancel aboard How Lovely, Audrey Farm, homebred Maryland Invader.
I think the old eye test is one of the dumbest things in racing. She passed it big time in a very slow race, but she did run.
I love bringing up when horses, I believe, pass the eye test and watching your
they
reaction.
Usually fail it the next time they run.
Fleet-footed, New York bred. And is she the one to catch?
She may be the main speed in here. She beat a very, very weak field last time.
Redefined, emerging as the favorite, third in that Bolton Landing with trouble early.
The problem is it just seems to be kind of moto. The whole world likes her in this race.
Yep.
I like her too, but I'm not betting her at 5-2.
Number 8, Personal Pursuit, $500,000 Tappet filly turf debut.
I'll tell you, she's a very big price. I mean, she won in the dirt last time, but she's bred for turf. And I'll tell you, 14-1, she's very usable.
You mentioned Sweet Lou's Got Aces, not to sleep on her.
She lost to a nice horse in Georgie Spirit first time out and ran very well in that race, making the first move. Not impossible, this maiden.
She's out there somewhere. We'll find Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Sweet Harmony pictured here, a 5th in the Bolton Landing.
Listen, she got outrun by 2 choices inside of her. She didn't run that badly that day. I don't know if she's good enough, though.
Number 12, Atomic Girl, yet another exiting a maiden win at the Spa.
Yeah, this was a field that the 5 hit the wire together, and I think there's a reasonable question closing day how strong the race was.
Little Lindsay, 14-1. That's not her.
She's
Maggie
gray.
liked what she saw. She is great. So there's Sweet Lou Got Aces and Dylan Davis.
There she is. Tough to find. We found her. I think she's a player.
28-1 in her lone effort and ran well.
Very, very well. She got the best, I believe she got the best time form U.S. figure in the field, if you care. Big price for that.
Some positive angles for Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Circling back to Dance Macabre at 9-2, trained by Kelsey Danner, standing by with Maggie.
Please be joined by Kelsey. As Kelsey, Dance Macabre, she has, I think, displayed such a gameness in her young career so far. Talk a little bit about her development, and has she always shown that ability?
Yeah, ever since I got her from Tom, we bought her from the 2-year-old sale. She's been really straightforward and she kind of just is strong and goes and does her thing. I mean, she's all business. She'll relax a day after a race, and then 2 days later, she's ready to go again. So she just kind of likes to be out here and do her thing.
Now, she won going the 6.5 at Kentucky Downs, and as I always say, I feel like what happens at Kentucky Downs, just leave it there. But obviously, she's shown that she can run well over a typical type of racetrack. So what are you expecting from her here at Aqueduct?
There should be a little speed today, so hopefully just sit in the pocket and then make a move at the end. 6.5 is probably a little farther than she wants, so today the distance will be a little bit better. So,
best of luck. Thank you so much for your time, and she is a really good-looking filly.
Yeah, she is. So.
That always helps, Lafitte.
See, she passes the eye test.
Ah, the old eye test. The eye test is for people that don't realize that the fastest horse wins a race.
Dance Macabre, currently 3-1. Don't Look Back at All. The Pennsylvania bred, she's only raced once, but looked good in the Progress. This was her debut, Andy, late August. Saratoga, she did just about everything right on that afternoon. Very professional win, I thought.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue that, but this was a funny race. There was a ridiculously overbet Wesley Ward horse in 4 to 5. They got involved at a very fast pace, and the race just fell apart. I'm sorry the fourth finisher ran off before the start of race number 1, because I wanted to see how that horse ran to get a little barometer, because she did win fairly fastly. For those that see a third-place finisher came back to win, yeah, she came back to win in the dirt, so I wouldn't use that as a barometer, though she may be okay in the turf. She did win fairly easily. Listen, I picked her third, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I want to leave her third. And she's 5 to 1. Not a terrible price on her. I thought she might take a lot more money, but I think her first race was a very, very, very good setup. But she could improve in her second start, as Dance Macabre is now a very similar price to 7, so that value is no longer there.
West Point colors, Manny Franco, and trained by Christophe Clement. Could be a big weekend for the Clement stable. Stakes runners this weekend. Don't look back at all here. As mentioned, Gufo, Soldier Rising in the Turf Classic, and tomorrow, Inflation Nation in the Futurity. About a minute out. JK still with us. Sweet Lou's got aces. JK 10 to 1 trying to pull off an upset.
Yeah, look, one of the things that's great about being up at Saratoga every day and watching basically every day of racing is you remember stories, you remember ideas, you remember the way you felt about horses. And I remember I saw Ray Handel before Sweet Lou's got aces, and he was like, she's talented, but she might need one. It's my favorite thing the trainers say is when they need one, but they still run well. So there's when you look at the next time they show up, you can say to yourself, maybe this horse will take another step forward. Now, sometimes they just say that to protect themselves, but maybe this horse will take another step forward. And the figure that she earned from a Timeform U.S. figure was very fast. And I love those in turf sprints because they take into account speed. In speed, if you've watched me on these shows ever, I'm very excited about speed in turf sprints. So Sweet Lou's got aces at 10 to 1 makes a ton of sense to me. And then the other horse I thought was interesting, I don't love the draw, but I love the price, is the 11 Little Lindsay towards the outside. There's been 2 horses that have come back and won out of that race. There's been a horse that's come back and run second out of that race, and a horse that's come back and run third out of that race. A productive race. It was raining that day, so you don't know what to make of the speed figure. Tough to make when the weather changes like that, but I think the horse will take another step forward. But enough of me talking. When it's 2-year-olds, we all know who we want to hear from.
Well, that's quite an introduction, JK. Thank you very much. As we'll take a look at a filly actually trying the turf for the first time, and that is number 8 in here, Personal Pursuit. Yes, they did want to get her on the turf last time out, but faced a good but sealed racetrack. And as we always say, those sealed racetracks, they can be more like a turf surface. So I think it's promising that she took a massive step forward from that debut way back in early July at Churchill. And there's plenty of pedigree to back. Oh, as we just saw, Dylan Davis unseated by Sweet Lou's got aces, but was able to hold on to her and stay on his feet. But back to Personal Pursuit. There's plenty of turf pedigree, as the Dam went 4 for 17 on the turf, half to a multiple stakes winner by the name of Grecian Fire, won a grade 3 on, albeit synthetic, but just some really nice horses in that pedigree. And she does have a bit of a turf hoof to her. So I know that she was listed as a vet scratch back in Saratoga. I don't often put too much credence into that, as off of a somewhat quick turnaround here today of, a little over 2 weeks. Her conditioning is great. Her disposition is wonderful. I think she's interesting, and a generous price at 12 to 1, guys.
That kind of race, wide open. This Matron, where Dance Macabre has emerged as a choice, currently 2 to 1. Live look there. Jockey Jose Lascano aboard, fleet-footed. Expect her to be in the mix early in his afternoon thus far, having won the second race with Dots Dollar. Elite Power in the Vosburgh onto the Breeders' Cup Sprint. A little bit later on, a chance to ride Warlike Goddess with Joel Rosario at Keeneland. A big day for Lascano.
Well, a good opportunity for the riders who are still staying in New York, with so many riders going to Keeneland right now. So a real opportunity for them to ride some horses otherwise they wouldn't get a chance on.
Andy, this race has a lot of history, 113 years, I believe it is, and on dirt for most of those, switched to grass 5 years ago. You think back to 2005, a filly named Folklore for D. Wayne Lucas won the Matron on dirt and then won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies at Belmont Park. Now here we are. It's a turf sprint. Dylan Davis back aboard. And a potential prep for a race like the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. things have changed.
Firm and Alidar battled out in the Futurity. Those were some of the best purse races in the country because they had monies for years being built up. It changed. The game changed. The purses got bigger in other races, and they were dying on the vine. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, I don't think it should be a Breeders' Cup race. Fun race that it is. It's not a championship race in any way, but it's the most winnable race that they're calling a Breeders' Cup race. So everybody wants to take a shot. You get big fields. Great move, moving it to the turf. It's worked out well for primarily getting very big fields for both the boys and the girls. And we don't have a lot of big fields, as many as we should in this game, especially in stakes. And it's a move that's worked because so many people feel like I don't have to be that good to win.
Big field, fast fillies, all set for the Matron. John Ambrial standing by. It's post time.
They're all in. And they're off in the 115th running of the Matron. And it is Fleet-Footed who goes out for the early lead. American Apple now ranges up. Sweet Harmony is a close-up third. Little Lindsay is next in fourth, far outside Atomic Girl in fifth. Then comes How Lovely in sixth. Dance Macabre is in seventh, followed by Don't Look Back at All in eighth. Redefined is in ninth. And at the back are Personal Pursuit and Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. It is Fleet-Footed leading here by a neck. Sweet Harmony on the outside runs in second. 2 lengths back to American Apple in third. Little Lindsay on the move on the outside in fourth. Dance Macabre is down at the rail and in fifth. Alongside is How Lovely. And on the outside is a Redefined, who is gaining some ground now. The half mile in 46 seconds as they come for the eighth pole. Here is American Apple. Here is Redefined, who is kicking in late here. It's American Apple on the inside. Redefined on the outside. American Apple trying to pull off a huge upset here, and she has done it. American Apple. Big balloons here. 47-1.
Bombs away in the Matron. As Johnny I referenced, 47-1. Shocker. American Apple holds off the late charging Redefined in the Matron. Wow.
Boy, it looked like Redefined was going to absolutely swallow this field up, but an excellent ride, saving ground by Eric Cancel on American Apple made the difference, not knocking Ivor Castellano. He had to sort of go around the field, and I don't think he gave a bad ride at all. I think the amazing thing is how did this horse possibly win off the races that she had run, and this is why people take a shot. This is why these are big fields.
It's the last thing you said before the horses went into the starting gate.
They're very random races, and Herculean efforts are not necessary to run in these races. And if they're going to have a Breeders' Cup race worth $1 million, why not try to qualify for it? Because if you're going to win a Breeders' Cup race, if your trainer's like this, you're going to win the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
No, I don't know that there's a golden pal to beat out there in this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, right?
Well, Bob Baffert tried that horse that ran the 104 Buyer, the speedboat horse, on the turf. She won and got a 75 Buyer, so not scaring. Well, the problem is if the Platinum Queen comes, the filly that beat the older horses and the males.
There's your golden pal.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to come over here from Europe and run a race, but obviously she's better than these horses if she does run a race. If she doesn't chip, and we're just looking at these horses. This is a great ride by Eric, by the way. This really was a sensational ride by him.
She graduated at Kentucky Downs in September. You try to Monday morning quarterback these things.
Can't do it.
47-1. Normally, yeah. Where did this come from? I mean, they're young. They're inexperienced. There's a move forward. Horses develop. I get it. Wow.
Maybe the horse hated Kentucky Downs.
She won at Kentucky Downs.
I know, but she ran that race. She would have got nothing here. But as you say, they're young horses, and they can move together. You can't win if you don't take a shot. This has got to be an exciting moment for the trainer, who I'm not really familiar with, and I don't think he's ever run a horse in New York before.
Not familiar either, but had American Apple ready to fire this afternoon at a huge price, 47-1. Eric Cancel, the American Pharaoh filly, fist bump. We'll unpack it when we come back as American Apple takes down the Grade 3 Matron. 3-7-2-1. American Apple digs, fends off, Redefined, a shocker in the Matron.
hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside and is.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Still a little shocked here at Aqueduct. Winner's Circle Lead-In brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event taking place Sunday, November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Where will you be? American Apple, she's in the Winner's Circle. Wow, $97 if you need her.
We're on our way to a pick 6 carryover for tomorrow, and there's a lot of people who are glad this horse wasn't in yesterday's $200,000 carryover.
Let's learn more about the trader standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, we got to find out and learn about this man right next to me here, Danny Leach. And you've only been training a year. Talk a little bit about your background, because I think everybody just wants to know who you are.
Well, I just come from the backside. My mom, she was an exercise rider, and I've been on the backside my whole life. And Mr. Doyle, he gave me the opportunity of a lifetime, and we kind of took it and just ran with it. And thank God we've been a lot of luck so far, and hopefully just keep the momentum going. So.
First stakes win, first greatest stakes win. Now, Danny, watching her in the paddock, she's a little bit of a handful. Talk a little bit about dealing with American Apple.
Yeah, she wants to. She's a feel-good horse, and I like that. You know, I like my horses to feel good, so I just kind of go along with her and let her do what she wants to do, not get in the way or change anything. So she's been doing good. So.
I feel like that's what Eric Cancel did too, because honestly, she was the one, as soon as they broke, she caught my eye, because as soon as she broke, and she broke alertly, her ears went straight up like, I like this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she loves the run. She shows it in the morning, and she's been showing it in the afternoon these last 2 starts. She ran really big last time, and she came out really good and been training really good, so that's why we figured to come up here. And there's no turf down in Keeneland for us, and I didn't want to run against the boys. So we figured we'd come up here and try it, since Larry's from New York, and I've never been here, so it was a good time. So
Larry was busting on you. You didn't know you'd know your way to the winner's circle. Well, now you do. Congratulations. Are we going to have a guide take you up to the champagne room?
Yeah, I don't know where I'm at right now.
Lafitte, what a joyous moment here for Danny Leach and the connections of American Apple, and I'll get somebody to guide him back upstairs.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Shout out to the Wiz.
I don't know who that is, but okay. Hopefully had American Apple at $97.
He may need help finding the champagne room, but no help getting American Apple ready for this matron. First trip here, first graded stakes win, first stakes win. What a day he will not forget anytime soon.
That was awesome.
That was great.
I mean, that's one of the reasons we love racing, right? People have a chance. And if you don't take a shot in these races, you can't do it. And he took a shot here. She was a long shot for a reason. Got a great ride from Eric Cancel and a great job by him. Congratulations to the connections. And we like that. We've seen too many short price horses winning, so it's nice to see somebody. I could never have had this horse, but hey, congrats if you did have her. You got paid, and she ran very well and got a terrific ride. Needed a great job training her, and good luck in the Breeders' Cup.
Really good ride, Eric Cancel here, American Apple, 47-1. Still one graded stakes race remains, a Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. A break in the stakes activity, race number 7. Coming up next, a field updated odds. No, not a stakes, but you have a stakes type of purse here, $105,000. Take out Judge Davis and catch you soon. The return of Shipsational. Andy, unraced since last spring's late winter Tampa Bay Derby.
And I think the Mig who's sitting over to our right is happy he's not sitting here. We're not going to get carried away about how sensational could have been the New York bred 2 early year. I'm very happy he's back here for Eddie Barker, who I like to see Eddie do well, and it's good to see him back in racing. But I do think the horse inside of him may have a real tactical edge. But nice to see him back.
It's good,
and
Colt.
Great to leave you.
That's, yeah, we said 30 minutes.
Sorry for the Mig.
It's in his
Poor
contract,
guy.
30 minutes.
He's getting
Best
extra.
of luck to your Mets tonight, my friend. You need a.
I will be rooting for
them.
I didn't see the game last night.
You
I
didn't
went to see Chris
That's
Rock
probably
in
for
Radio
the
City,
best.
and they take your phones away from you or something, as though I even know how to tape
how was Chris Rock?
Very funny. Had a good time.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
He is awesome. All right, so Andy's stepping aside. I'm going to go watch his Mets hopefully extend this wild card series. Meantime, the MiG jumping in the cockpit and the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. His story, the person Joe Hirsch, in part told by those he inspired most, today's turf riders, what he meant to the sport, who he was as a person. That's next.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Great to have you with us on this picture-perfect Saturday, America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa.
Kitten's Joy set down for the drive, and here he comes now. Oh, and he's got plenty of run. Kitten's Joy taking the lead with an impressive turn of foot. Oh, my. Kitten's Joy just blowing Magistretti away at Tycoon. Oh, this is a very good 3-year-old.
Tom Durkin at his best, Kitten's Joy at his best, and perfect timing because that was the first Turf Classic known as the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. If it all seemed too perfect, that's probably because it was. As I welcome in my friend and co-host, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, what does the name Joe Hirsch mean to you?
Well, he was the dean of American turf riders. He
was a guy that obviously had a love for the game, but also think about the colorful life he led. You know, he was basically tasked with keeping tabs on Joe Namath by Sonny Werblin when Joe Namath was playing for the Jets.
No easy task.
And more recently, I've become friends with Peter Krulwich, who is Joe Hirsch's cousin, and I've gone over to his home up in Millbrook, and basically a treasure trove that Joe left behind, and pictures and notebooks, and it's like a museum to Joe.
All week, our viewers have heard us discuss the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and probably wondering, while they've learned about the horses, who was Joe Hirsch. You know, it is rare, but sometimes a journalist will actually become almost bigger than the stories he or she is covering, bigger than the stories he or she is telling. And while that may not be the intent, sometimes that just happens, as was the case with legendary turf rider Joe Hirsch.
When his last column appeared in the Daily Racing Form on December 6, 2003, announcing his retirement, Joe Hirsch stated he was the luckiest feller in the world. Hirsch, however, made everyone else he encountered feel as if they were the luckiest person in the world. When Hirsch left this earth in 2009, things became a bit darker for all who knew him and for those who only knew of him. The awe over the sport's most legendary turf rider's 55-year dedication to his craft and his excellence as a human being remained unchanged.
Joe is one of those rare journalists that people liked and respected. I don't necessarily know that there was a fear in them. If you have that respect, people will tell you things that they necessarily wouldn't tell somebody else. Knowing that he would treat it in the proper way, and he just never disparaged people.
They'll always say, "Will there be another Wayne Gretzky or another Michael Jordan?" You know, it's forever's a long time, and there might be someone who comes along who's like Joe years from now, but I'm glad I met the original.
Hired by the Daily Racing Form's sister publication, the now defunct Morning Telegraph, in 1948. Hirsch was sent to Narragansett Park after being on the desk to cover other sports and discovered the love of his life, horse racing. Named as the Form's executive columnist in 1974, Hirsch was the co-founder and first president of the National Turf Riders Association and received more awards than any other rider in the sport's history. The press box at Saratoga Racecourse is named after him, as was the Turf Classic Invitational Stakes in 2004. The Hall of Fame's Media Roll of Honor is named after Hirsch, and deservedly so, as countless journalists benefited from his largesse, patience, and wisdom, including Jay Privman and David Grenning. One of his most memorable sentences was about five-time Horse of the Year Kelso, in which he wrote, "Once upon a time, there was a horse named Kelso, but only once. Once upon a time, there was a turf rider named Joe Hirsch, but only once."
Once upon a time. Very, very well said. Joe Hirsch, born in New York City, 1928, highly decorated. The resume speaks for itself. He passed in 2009. Richie, to hear Jay Privman, recently retired, one of the most respected turf riders in the sport, make the Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky comparison. That pretty much says it all in terms of where he's held in regard.
Oh, without a doubt. And, you know, at Belmont, there was actually a private little office and area that was just for Joe, and a lot of stuff that he left behind. And again, notebooks, just notes about things he was going to write, the pictures. I mean, just a legendary career. And, you know, and him doing it through struggles later in his career because of the disease that he was battling, Parkinson's, and still do it with the same enthusiasm and show up there. It truly was the love of his life. You know, we need people to love racing the way Joe Hirsch loved racing.
I'm pretty sure I know what Joe Hirsch would say if he was watching right now. Get on with the racing, can we? Absolutely. With the Turf Classic and race number 8, the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. We're getting closer to the 7th, though, here with updated odds and horses in the paddock. Start of the late pick 5. Very good. Allowance, sprint $105,000 purse. All eyes on that colt. Shipsational, 3-5 with about 9 minutes to post. Let's see what the pro thinks. JK, the viewers are clamoring to see what you came up with in this late pick 5. What's the strategy look like?
Yeah, look, it's a tough sequence. There's a couple of races. When I have to hit the all button, I hate kind of giving that to people because basically I'm telling you I don't have an opinion, so you could probably do better without me. This first leg, I do think Shipsational is going to be tough to beat. It's a horse that has fast speed figures. It's a 2-year-old, faster than some of these horses have run as older horses. Also has faster numbers in his early 3-year-old season when he was kind of almost on the Derby trail. I think Shipsational will be hard. The 7 Gufo, already talked about that at the top. My best bet. I think you could pick up some value trying to beat Warlike Goddess. In the 9th, like that was one of those all legs. I have no idea who's going to win that race. In the 10th, I thought you only needed Christophe Clement, the 1 and the 4, the 1 New Guinea, the 4 She's a Mia. I love New Guinea, just don't trust the horse. And then to wrap it up, I think a lot of people will probably look at the 2 Jocosity as a horse who's dropping maiden special weight. But the drop maiden special weight New York bred to 40s New York bred is not the biggest drop in the world. I think you might want to use horses like the 1, the 5, the 9, 10, 11. I'd spread in that last leg and try to pick up some pieces.
Does that mean you're using the all button, JK? Nothing wrong with that in those maiden 40s. But let's take a look at a New York bred here in the paddock, coming back off of a layoff. That's the outside runner Shipsational in here for Eddie Barker. Now, he was on the Triple Crown Trail down at Tampa earlier this year, but cut short due to a chip being taken out of an ankle. So he does return wearing the front wraps. Now, he hasn't changed too much physically, but watching some of his prep work going into here, he's changed the way he works, which I like. He's actually a little bit more upright and kind of covers the ground with a little bit more bounce. And I like to see that with a horse. And good to see he's bouncing on his toes with Javier Castellano getting on his back. He looks fit to me here, guys. I really can't find anything not to like about Shipsational. The only drawback, Lafitte, is maybe the distance, but he has proven he can shorten up and win at 6.
A little sharp, perhaps, Shipsational, but the talent is there. Another look at him in the post parade. There's Steinbeck drawn inside Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, showed improved speed last time. Probably has to try to hold that rail position.
Ryan's Cat, Aqueduct, where he's done his best work.
Has run some big races here at Aqueduct. His recent form leaves a bit to be desired.
Number 5, Life Changer, sharp win at Saratoga, 1 start at Aqueduct.
Another horse that adds a little speed to the affair, and I liked his last race. I think he could take a step forward there. He gets Jose Gomez, who's been riding lights out.
Shipsational held his own on the Derby Trail, first start since the Tampa Bay Derby.
I'm really excited to see this colt. Eddie Barker is so high on him, and I know that he's been training up a storm recently, and he's well drawn outside.
1 to 2, Shipsational. Just being told in a few minutes we are going to be saying goodbye to our FS2 audience. We'll be saying goodbye to our FS2 audience. We'll be on the Fox Sports app and Naira's YouTube page. Again, in just a few moments, saying goodbye to our FS2 audience. And still have the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic coming up. But here, Richie, and always exciting when you have a chance to see a horse that has this kind of ability come back, idle since the Tampa Bay Derby. Shipsational odds on for this upcoming 7th race, start of the late pick 5. Again, saying goodbye to our FS2 audience. Coverage continues on the Fox Sports app and Naira's YouTube page here on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
'Tis the season. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. It was very cool. Did you carve that, Richie?
You know, it does look really cool. They've got the great pumpkin blaze up in Sleepy Hollow. It's incredible. Anybody in this area.
There is a Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, I mean, it was Tarrytown, but they actually
Yeah.
changed the name to Sleepy Hollow. The Old North Church is there. Washington Irving wrote. He's actually buried there. And they have an incredible, it's brilliant. If you have young kids, bring them to the Jack-o'-lantern blaze up in Sleepy Hollow.
What's brilliant was your segue there back to Shipsational, whose last win was actually in the Sleepy Hollow at Belmont last October 30th. Here it is, Shipsational splashing his way to a front-running victory on Halloween Eve in Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, and listen, Shipsational, it was him and Senbei up for 2-year-old divisional honors for New York bred. Senbei wind up getting the nod, but a big case could have been made for Shipsational. And very game colt. I've liked him from the beginning because he's a horse that will fight for it. He's not going to be passed easily. And the fact that they mapped out a plan to get him to the Derby, took him to Tampa Bay, Eddie Barker believing that, a track like that really puts foundation in them, winter there. Those plans were derailed, but everything I'm hearing about his morning trials right now has been very, very positive, and he should be well placed from the outside. And like Maggie said, coming off the layoff, being a bit sharp, he's not going to be very far off the pace.
That jockey, not a headless horseman. Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, aboard Shipsational. 4-5, JK, as we get closer to post time.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, let's take it to the human side of things. Think about track and field, and think about a kid who's in 9th grade, and he runs 10 flat in the 100. Well, if he continues to train on, what do you think that guy's going to run when he's a freshman in college? 9 and change here. The same thing happens with these thoroughbreds. When it comes to the 6 Shipsational, these horses run numbers that are faster than what these other horses have run when he was a 2-year-old. So if this horse is improves with maturity, you got to think he's going to run faster than he did then. So why isn't he going to run better? He also gets to add Lasix, where he didn't get to run with Lasix as a 2-year-old, and some might think that should help him run a little bit better as well. And I just think even his 3-year-old races were pretty impressive, running into Classic Causeway a few times, who's gone on to do pretty big things. I just think his draw towards the outside, what he did as a 2-year-old and as an early 3-year-old in February and March, just puts him in the winner's circle here. If he even just shows back up and runs what he was doing when he was younger, I think he's going to be tough in here. I guess the 5 Life Changer is at least a little bit interesting. Source has run this year arguably the best race of these horses, but we kind of know what we're going to get from him. He's 5. There's not another step that's going to be taken forward. There's no real changes with Life Changer to expect that he's going to run any better than he already has. Shipsational has a little bit more upside, but I do understand the price not nearly as attractive. But I will tell you this, Maggie, I'd much prefer 3-5 on Shipsational than 6-5 on Life Changer.
Fair enough, JK. But I probably maybe against my strong urges, and when I do this, I usually end up being wrong, so bet the house on Shipsational. But I'm going to take the horse with recency here. And yes, JK talking about his 2-year-old figures being faster than what anybody has run here, but he seemed to just plateau as an early 3-year-old, but there's every reason to believe that as he gets closer to his 4-year-old season that he can again get faster. But like I said, I didn't see too much physical change with him. As I'm meant to be talking about number 5 Life Changer here, we'll get to him, as he's a son of Oxbow. I found it fascinating that the majority of Oxbow progeny, while they're listed as bay or dark bay, they all have the white flecks through their coats, kind of like Oxbow does, yet he is listed as a gray horse. It's just a fascinating bloodline trait that I always like to see. And Life Changer's really kind of gone on, and the fact that now as a 5-year-old he's been running consistently, they had to kind of go down a little bit and then build him back up, and I think that speaks of the confidence of the connections and building the confidence up in the horse. And he's just done everything right today. Going to take a little bit of a shot against him. Obviously, his price was hurt with the scratch of the 2 inside horses in here, Lafitte.
Just 4 of them, Maggie, as they have reached the gate for the 7th. Start of the late pick 5, Shipsational. 1-2, Richie, in that solid effort. 2 of them behind Classic Causeway and the Sam Davis and the Tampa Bay Derby. Sidelined since, and great to have him back and see what he does.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see him. I thought this was a horse that showed a lot of promise, and now he'll have an opportunity to get back on the beam.
What will he do in his comeback? Shipsational, 1-2. Johnny I standing by, all set for the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. Start of the late pick 5.
Set for the 7th. And they're off. Shipsational broke well. And right alongside is Life Changer as Steinbeck gains ground down at the rail, and Steinbeck has taken the lead. Life Changer runs in 2nd, and then it's Shipsational in 3rd by a head, and Ryan's Cat is in 4th. As they race up the backstretch, it is Steinbeck who has the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Life Changer runs in 2nd, and then the odds-on favorite, Shipsational, in 3rd, the quarter 23 seconds. Ryan's Cat is down at the rail and racing in 4th. They go around the far turn. It is Steinbeck with the lead over Life Changer. Shipsational is in 3rd, now being asked for a bit more. Steinbeck and Life Changer, they are heads apart. Shipsational's on the outside in 3rd, and then comes Ryan's Cat. The half in 46 and 3/5 seconds. It is Steinbeck who has the lead here as they come down for the 8th pole. Down at the rail is Ryan's Cat, and on the outside is Life Changer. Shipsational is in 4th. It is Steinbeck who's holding on to the lead here. Steinbeck, the longest shot in the field, is going to pull off the upset at 13-1, and it's a double for Dylan.
That kind of hour. Belmont at the Big A. 47-1 shot in the Matron. 13-1 shot here. Steinbeck to kick off the late pick 5, and 2 wins on the afternoon, Dylan Davis.
At 13-1 in a 4-horse field, mind you. And you could see early on Shipsational was under a hard drive to keep pace. As Steinbeck got very comfortable, it shows speed's dangerous. He put himself in the game. And basically, he outfooted Life Changer, who wouldn't go away. I mean, he just didn't lay down, but Steinbeck was determined and got it done as your longest price in the field. Shipsational, tough trip for him, but he just looked like he needed to shake some ring rust off.
That's the question would be, what excuse? And maybe it was just rust. You could tell before they straightened out that he was in deep water. As you mentioned, Shipsational, not his day, and Steinbeck takes full advantage.
Yeah, and you know, you got Ryan's Cat trying to do something. He's always best when he makes the pace. He was trying to rally from up the base. Life Changer, and he said, tried him every way. Steinbeck just outgamed him. Tough effort.
Norm Cash, co-owner, winning trainer. Take a deep breath and welcome back our Fox Sports 2 audience. Welcome back to our Fox Sports 2 viewers. Belmont at the Big A, gorgeous fall afternoon. This is America's Day at the Races. They just ran the 7th race on this terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing. 2 graded stakes races down. Richie, we still have the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic coming up very shortly. It's always a story people can get behind. The girl trying to beat the boys in Warlike Goddess. She is the 7-5 favorite. But for those of you just rejoining us and actually missed the 7th race, we want to make sure you have a chance to see it from start to finish. I'm being told to stall, and I'm pretty much out of topics to stall about. So here's the stretch moments ago with all eyes on Shipsational coming back, his first start since the Tampa Bay Derby. He's spinning his wheels in the pink cap. The odds-on favorite isn't going to get there, Richie. Steinbeck at 13-1 is tough as nails in front.
Yeah, midway around the far turn, Shipsational was already under an intense drive by Javier Castellano. You kind of knew it wasn't going to be his day. Steinbeck got very comfortable out on the lead. Shows you speed is always dangerous. Life Changer was always on a hard chase, just was not up to the task, and he got outgamed. Steinbeck was very good, and for you literary fans, my favorite Steinbeck story, novel, the red pony.
Not about Secretariat?
No, actually, it was more of about his childhood and growing up, and it was really interesting. And also, it was like about 100 pages, which is about as much as I want to read. Yeah.
Pop-ups. Steinbeck. It's an old racing axiom. Biggest price on the board in a small field.
Yeah, I learned that from Ernie Munich. He taught me that a long time ago, and here's the case. And Dylan Davis, hustling ride by him, life changer, just second best on the day, and Ryan's Cat hung in there for third.
Steinbeck 29-20, trained by Norm Cash, co-owned Norm Cash, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
I don't often get to be alongside somebody that makes me look short, but Link Cash does just that. And Steinbeck today, he was so game, and a good ride by Dylan Davis, seizing the lead early.
Yeah, well, and it seems like his lights came on last race. He fought all the way down the lane at Churchill, and lights came on. Dylan, excellent ride. Again, he was game the whole way. He just saved a little ground on the rail, but yeah, he just really ran nice. Yeah, we're excited. Even more amazing, he was in Kentucky 3 days ago, and so he came all the way to Laurel, and then up here because to help a race get made here. And so anyway, it's exciting.
You were nearly instantly rewarded. Now, talk a little bit about, for those who don't know, I mean, just the shipping process that horses have to go through when making that trek from Kentucky to New York.
Yeah, well, when I decided to enter him here, we were going to enter him the next day at Keeneland, and so that next day he was on a truck coming to my barn in Laurel, and he stayed there for kind of rested there for a couple of days, and then got put on the truck, left at I think midnight this morning, wasn't it, Jay? Jay here's my assistant in.
Somebody I've known for a long time, being from Maryland myself.
Okay. Yeah. And so they left I think at midnight, bringing the 3 horses up here, and Eastern Bay ran second earlier, and so this is a great day.
I was just going to say, Jay, I'm sure you had to show him around a little bit, given that you were in New York too, other than Maryland as well.
Yeah, I showed him around a little bit, but I showed him Saratoga in the summer, and the boss fell in love, so we'll probably have some running up there next summer, more than what we did this past summer.
You've come in with a nice day and a nice splash. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, how can you not bet Steinbeck here in New York, guys?
At 13-1, a big price for a horse that Richie Steinbeck had raced 12 times, earned $58,000. Just won a $100,000 race here.
He just made over 60 in one start. Yeah, the purse structure is incredible. And I was telling you guys off camera earlier, I won a stake in 1981, was $12,500 added.
Now there's a $20 million horse race in Saudi Arabia. What a story there, Steinbeck. And what a story in the upcoming Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, America's Best Racing's race of the week. There's the field. Updated odds with Warlike Goddess the favorite, even money with 22 minutes to post. When we come back, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Been a while since Amara's won. Can she change all that? Warlike Goddess on her way over.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Here's champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Belmont at the Big A. For Hall of Famer Bill Mott, already saddled the winner of the Vosburgh Elite Power. Now, sights set on the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. With this mare, Warlike Goddess, 7-5 morning line favorite, currently 6-5. Out to beat the boys in her final Breeders' Cup Turf Prep. Standing in her way, among others, Gufo, trained by Christophe Clement. Well represented in today's marquee event. Not one, but two runners, Gufo and Soldiers Rising. Gufo, two-time sword dancer winner, his final prep for the Breeders' Cup Turf. This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome, everyone, to Aqueduct. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There are many layers to this story of the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. The female taking on the boys, Warlike Goddess. The person this race is named after, legendary turf rider Joe Hirsch. And the fact that this is a major Breeders' Cup prep for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Put it all together, adds up to the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. And the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic with updated odds. It's next. Post time in 18 minutes. Grade 1, mile and a half, $500,000 purse. Number 2, the classy mare, Warlike Goddess, 6-5. Jose Lezcano rides this afternoon as I am joined by my friend and colleague champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, Warlike Goddess, arguably the best turf female in the country. Last year, she ran in the Flower Bowl at Saratoga and then the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf against the girls. This year, it's the Turf Classic and the Breeders' Cup Turf against the boys. Like, why? What's changed?
Well, it's the distance. She is a true marathon-type horse. She's undefeated, actually 4 for 4 at the mile and a half distance. Now, the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf this year at Keeneland is a mile. It looks very sharp and on her toes here. Is at a mile and 3/16 because of the configuration of the Keeneland turf course. So instead of being a mile and 3/8, which is a very comfortable distance for her, the mile and 3/16 is probably a bit short of her best. So they're playing to her strength, which is her stamina, and keeping her longer. Now, we've had the Turf Classic run 5 times here at Aqueduct, and it was won 4 of those 5 times by a filly or a mare.
Team Warlike Goddess hoping that trend continues. So again, this year's plan, the Breeders' Cup Turf. $4 million purse, richest turf race in North America. Last year, the Filly Mare Turf, Richie, Warlike Goddess, who made a bold early run, only to get picked off late.
Yeah, this was a kind of out-of-character ride for Julien Leperoux, who tends to err on the side of being overly patient at times, and he made this big brush. Now, she had won several in a row with him, and sometimes riders get a little overconfident in their horse. They think, well, I lost my cover, I'm going to go on, and she's so good it won't matter. Well, it was just a little too much too soon. That middle move cost her, and she came up wanting a half a length in the end. Therefore, there was a rider change to Joel Rosario.
Of which things didn't exactly go to plan for Rosario in Warlike Goddess's latest when she was wrangled back off a very slow pace.
Yeah, there was no pace on whatsoever. They went a half in 53 and 1, 3/4 in 19. That's beyond pedestrian fractions. That's glacial fractions. She finally extricated herself from rush hour traffic, got to the clear, and she's finishing. But the horses in front of her are finishing very fast as well, and she had already given them a head start. And Virginia Joy is much better than an empty stall, a greatest stakes winner in her own right, who streaked under the wire there, but Warlike Goddess just fell a touch short.
And for Bill Mott, been here before, 5-time, make it 4-time Joe Hirsch Turf Classic winning trainer. And in 1987 theatrical, he'd go on to capture the Breeders' Cup Turf over the ARC winner, Trimpolino. Richie, what's the biggest difference? We don't have a lot of mile and a half races. what are some of the challenges? How do you adjust? What are some of the challenges for a rider at this marathon distance?
Well, the biggest thing with going any length, distance, mile and a half, getting horses to switch off, not having them pull. They can't use themselves working against themselves. They need to get efficient and comfortable and relaxed. Warlike Goddess is push button. She's not ranked. She doesn't get too keen. I mean, she looks like she's fairly straightforward ride, other than you got to time her run. Jose Lascano, who picks up the mount today, Joel Rosario riding at Keeneland, he fits these kind of horses. He's got nice hands. He rides the turf well. Gufo, on the other hand, at times can be a little bit difficult. He'll get keen in the middle of the race. Sometimes he drops the bit completely. Now, he picks up a new pilot in Junior Alvarado, who has ridden him once, though, to a victory in the Belmont Derby. So he, did pretty well the only time he rode him.
Yeah, so more on Gufo in a moment. Grade 1, Turf Classic, 45th running post time in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, plenty of time to get involved in. Sign up at Naira Bets, and when you do so, use that promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, Turf Classic is next. Start of the late pick 4, races 8 through 11. Main track is fast. Turf course listed as firm. Temperature in the high 50s, low 60s. So you just mentioned Gufo, 2-time Sword Dancer winner. This was on the undercard of the Travers. That's a live look at Gufo. It goes back-to-back in the Sword Dancer. Only the 7th horse ever to do so, but as you were just discussing, for a rider, not the easiest of assignments.
No, he can be a little tricky. Sometimes he wants to do too much. Sometimes he'll give it all back to you and come off the bridle completely. Now, they added blinkers. Again, they've kind of experimented with this in the past, and I think it had the absolute, obviously desired effect here in the Sword Dancer, because he stayed in the bit. And what I mean by that is he's there, he's not pulling, but he's letting the rider know how much horse he has underneath him, and a rider then can gauge when to make his move. When a horse runs off the bridle, you're always questioning, do I have horse? Do I got to get started a little earlier? Do I wait? This allowed Joel Rosario the luxury of just allowing Gufo to run into his hands and time his run to perfection.
He's currently 3-1. The second choice, Warlike Goddess, even money. Gufo, 2-time Sword Dancer winner. What'll he do in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic? His final prep for the $4 million Longines Turf. That's next on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2.
There's Main Sequence on the outside, and Twilight Eclipse looking for racing room down towards the rail. Imagining Twilight Eclipse now coming on through, and Main Sequence is there. Big Blue Kitten on the far outside. It's Main Sequence and Twilight Eclipse. Those two down to the wire in a thrilling finish that goes to Main Sequence.
Flaxman's Main Sequence, a serious long-distance turf runner, trained by Graham Motion, outgutting him to the wire in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, Richie, and he would follow that up with a victory in the most lucrative long-distance turf race in North America, the Breeders' Cup Turf out at Santa Anita.
Yeah, Rajiv Miraj aboard here this day, and a tricky horse to ride, would make the lead and want to pull himself up. Some horses will wait idle. He'd actually pull himself up, and you saw how Rajiv kind of steered him down to his rival to the inside, and he kind of re-engaged. That's race riding, making your horse aware of a rival without impeding that rival.
Some of the names on that list: Manila, Theatrical, Tikkanen, Essa Tikkanen fans, Bucks Boy English Channel, Main Sequence, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic winners to have captured the Breeders' Cup Turf. 9 minutes out to the Grade 1 Turf Classic. Riders up. We check in with Maggie.
We'll start with Graham Motion's 2022 entrant in here. That is Bye Bye Melvin, who I think is very, very dangerous in this field. And since he's come back from that year-plus layoff and now he's a gelding, you know, his disposition's changed a bit as he is the younger brother. Younger brother to Mean Mary. It's striking how much they are physically alike, except his disposition, at least pre-race, is a little bit more pleasant. But I like the progression from the mile to the mile and an eighth to the mile and a half here. And I think he gets to control from that inside post. You can ask for a better post position for him. He looks sensational, and really it's kind of him and Gouffo are by far the most physically striking horses in this field, Lafitte.
And Graham Motion's done a great job with him. Maggie, there he is. Bye Bye Melvin. More on him in a moment. Alex Campbell, homebred. Here's the favorite, Warlike Goddess, arguably the best turf female in the country.
Yeah, 8 for 11 lifetimes. Been unlucky when she's lost and loves the mile and a half distance, 4 for 4.
Adamo, Grade 1 United Nations winner at Monmouth.
Very capable. Ran huge that day going a mile and 3/8. Dull effort last time.
Astronaut, California transplant, back with Tom Albatrani.
Yeah, a horse that I think could have a say in how this race is run from a pace standpoint could be Forward.
Rock Emperor, the defending champ.
Got an absolutely beautiful ride and trip last year in the Turf Classic. He's a little bit inconsistent, but on his A efforts, he's a contender.
And Soldiers Rising, first of 2 for Christophe Clement, third in the Sword Dancer.
This horse has a lot of ability, and I like Manny Franco getting on board a rider that'll demand from a horse, because this horse has a little bit of hang in him, a little tricky to ride.
Gouffo defeated a nose in the Kentucky Turf Cup after winning the Sword Dancer.
I'm surprised that Goufo's not a shorter price. I mean, he makes a lot of sense to me. He's very good at the mile and a half distance, and seemed coming into this in very good form.
Clement runners will break side by side in this mile and a half Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, but that's the gelding to catch. In Bye Bye Melvin, Mean Mary's little brother, Alex Campbell, homebred. Bye Bye Melvin in front, in command at Saratoga, wiring this field early September, Richie.
Yeah, and, you know, Maggie talked about the similarities between the siblings, and I see a lot of the influence of the maternal grandsire, Dynaformer, who was a horse that sired a lot of long-distance horses, horses with stamina. Bye Bye Melvin and his sister, Mean Mary, also have that characteristic of wanting it. They fight for it. You're not going to get by them without some sort of a fight. They're going to make you work for it. They're not just going to lay down for you. And Bye Bye Melvin, if the 4-horse Astronaut doesn't try to make his presence felt early, he's going to be very comfortable on the lead here.
The anticipated pace setter, listed as a firm turf course. We know there's some give on it. He's better with some give on a turf course, 6-1. Bye Bye Melvin and the defending champ, Rock Emperor, 9-1 currently. For Chad Brown, Javier Castellano rides. What's the key to Rock Emperor successfully defending his title?
Just kind of working out that smooth journey he had last time. I think he's a horse that doesn't want to stop and start. You know, turf races, a lot of times you're kind of in tough positions and you're trying to cut corners and save ground. Look at the continuity of his run here last year in the Turf Classic. He's losing a bit of ground, but it's a steady, gradual forward progress. This is not a horse that you could stop and start. You're not in a sports car on the Belt Parkway, stop and go traffic and making those gaps. I think Javier knows the key to this, and allowing this horse to get into a good rhythm and be unimpeded, unhindered. Don't stop and start. Make one continuously forward run.
15-1 winner last year in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, trying to go back-to-back is Rock Emperor. But all eyes on Warlike Goddess, the mare. Maggie, odds on 4-5, 5 minutes out.
Often, Lafitte, when I'm looking at fillies or mares against male competition, you try to justify them physically stacking up against their male counterparts. I don't think I can do that with her, though, because she often looks even smaller and slighter when she's in a field of females. But she's that good. She's just that athletic. And with regards to her as an individual, I think this is one of the best times I've seen her, with the way her weight is, with the way she's behaving. Sometimes she gets a little hot. That's not the case today. Obviously, it's cooler than when I see her in Saratoga, so that probably has to do with a lot of it. But she's often not very easy to ride. I know that, they actually bring her out late when training up in Saratoga because she has the propensity to want to run over to the inside fence, and the outriders kind of say, okay, well, there's nobody really breezing now. You can do that, and then they ease her off of it. She's tricky, and she's tricky in her races too. So this is the first time Jose Lezcano will be aboard her. I like what he did, though, is they turned around with the pony. He just took the long hold, put his hands kind of back by his knees, and let the rest of the horses go by, let her settle in. It's not about getting her revved up. It's about getting her to settle, as her main competition in here, Gouffo, is a horse that isn't often easy to ride too. You have to time things perfectly. So Junior Alvarado getting aboard here, and is coming off of a defeat as a beaten favorite at Kentucky Downs. And it was funny when I caught up with trainer Kelsey Danner earlier. She said to me, you need a small, handy horse to win at Kentucky Downs. And Gouffo, he is not that. I once described him as being like a pickup truck, like a F-350 dually diesel, just a big type of animal. And he is that. And that's what I'm observing from him here. So it's good to get him back to normal configuration. He's not going to be headstrong like he was in that Kentucky Downs race because he's used to it here. He has 3 turns to work out off of, and I think that being in that open circumference at Kentucky Downs just made him too free. Now, Jonathan, you said earlier that you're thinking of remarriage. In this day and age, it's not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call my lawyer. That's expensive. But I just feel like Gouffo in this spot, at least for today, is who I want to hang out with. He just feels like the one that you want in here. They're over-betting Warlike Goddess. Look, she's outstanding. And she's the type of horse that a lot of race fans and horse players have leaned on in certain situations. But this is not one of those situations. And I also don't think that there's this idea that she just needs a mile and a half. Richie talked about the differences in the distance of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. I actually think she'd do better in the Filly and Mare race where it's a little bit shorter so that she doesn't have to get rank like she always does. Watch Junior and watch past races with Joel. They have to fight her all the time. That's why I think Gouffo is the horse that you want to play today. And I wanted to try to beat Warlike Goddess in the Breeders' Cup in a few weeks, but it's just going to have to happen today. And I think that 3-1 is more than fair on a Grade 1 winner in Gouffo.
So he's on the Netflix and chill list for J.K. Gouffo. Hello to our viewers on SNY. You're just in time for the Saturday feature. Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Those are the runners about to cross over to the turf course. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. And this Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, Richie, it's a mile and a half and a story that any sports fan can get behind. Even if you don't know a lot about the horses, it's the girl trying to beat the boys. The mare, Warlike Goddess, is favored, odds on, as they've just about crossed over.
Yeah, and I agree with Jonathan, though. I think that the Gouffo's too big a price and Warlike Goddess is too short a price. Now, Warlike Goddess is very good. And out of the 5 turf classics that run at Aqueduct, 4 were won by females. she's very good. But you know what, Maggie makes a good point. There are times that she can get keen as well. I kind of like Jose Lezcano getting on board here. He rides with a long, light hold, and he's obviously aware of her. You know, in this day and age of feet, there's so many tools available to a rider to prepare to ride horses they've never ridden before. You can go right to a replay center, go to YouTube, you can pull up replays. It's not like years ago when you had to go to the stewards and get permission to watch a replay.
It's all there, all accessible. And this is important for Warlike Goddess, owned by George Krikorian Theaters. He's from out in California. Not just a Grade 1 race with a $500,000 purse, but what it represents moving forward. Bill Mott, Hall of Fame trainer, who already won the Vosburgh earlier today with elite power onto the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Depending on what she does today, figures to be a final prep for the Breeders' Cup Turf next month in Lexington, the most lucrative long-distance turf race in North America.
Well, they have options. She wins here, runs the way they expect her to run. They go against the males again, going a mile and a half. Or if they're not crazy about today's effort, they've still got the filly mare, even though it might be a bit short of her best. I question, though, the way she finishes, because she does have a turn of foot. That a mile and 3/16 wouldn't be well within her scope, too.
Pace would probably be faster as well,
Certainly.
and that's part of the story where there was no pace in her last race in the Flower Bowl, and she took the worst of it and was defeated. Warlike Goddess. More pace today. That should aid her cause. Bye-Bye Melvin drawn inside anticipated pace setter. And Gufo, pictured, highly decorated. Richie, what are you expecting from him, the two-time Grade 1 sword dancer winner?
Yeah, I'm usually not a fan of outside posts on the turf. With Gufo, it's okay. I feel like he's another horse that wants to get into a good rhythm and be unencumbered with traffic. And it'll give Junior Alvarado a chance to let him get into his hands, find a place to tip, cover up a little bit, save a bit of ground, but not be overly committed to the inside.
Joel Rosario, the regular pilot of Warlike Goddess, regular pilot of Gufo. He's in Lexington, riding at Keeneland. So that's why Junior Alvarado is riding. It's been a couple of years, but he did ride him to victory in the Belmont Derby. That familiarity, I would think, would go a long way in terms of confidence for that jockey right there, because Gufo, like Warlike Goddess, as you mentioned, was a little tricky to ride.
Yeah, but having that experience, and he worked him last week for trainer Christophe Clement, and just kind of refamiliarizing himself with the horse. And listen, Gufo's a very accomplished horse. He's over $2 million in earnings, and he's 4 for 7 at the mile and a half distance. I think the other Clement trainee is interesting too, the 6 Soldier Rising. I like the jockey switch to Manny Franco, a very physically strong rider that sometimes a horse needs a rider to say, hey, strong direction. This is what we're doing.
Looking forward to this one all week. 45th running of the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Final check of the toe board reading. 4-5 on the mare. Warlike Goddess trying to become the first female to win the Turf Classic since all along in 1983. The voice of New York racing with a load and call. Here's John Ambriel.
The field is in line. And they're off in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Bye-Bye Melvin out for the early lead, quickly in front by a length and a half. Astronaut runs in second. Warlike Goddess is down at the rail and in third. Then Rock Emperor next in fourth. Gufo on the extreme outside in fifth. Adamo down at the rail. And Soldier Rising is the early trailer in seventh as the field goes into the first of 3 turns here at Aqueduct, and it is Bye-Bye Melvin who steps away to lead by 3. Astronaut is in second, the opening quarter mile in 24-1. Warlike Goddess, the odds-on favorite, she's in third right now as the field comes into the stretch for the first time. Bye-Bye Melvin by 2. Astronaut is in second by 3. Then Warlike Goddess sitting in third. Rock Emperor is next in fourth. To his outside is Gufo. Then comes Adamo, and the trailer is Soldier Rising. And now we have 1 lap remaining with Bye-Bye Melvin showing the way here by almost 4 lengths. Astronaut is in second by 4. And Warlike Goddess remains in third. Rock Emperor and Gufo are right together. The half mile went in 48 4/5 seconds as they go around the clubhouse turn. Bye-Bye Melvin is the pace setter here, and Bye-Bye Melvin is in front by almost 4. Astronaut in second. Warlike Goddess has moved to the outside in third. 3/4 up in 13-3, and now they're midway up the backstretch. Bye Bye Melvin by 2 lengths. Astronaut in second, followed by Warlike Goddess in third. Rock Emperor down at the rail in fourth. Then comes Gufo, Adamo, and Soldier Rising. The mile in 1 minute, 39 seconds, and they are all chasing Bye Bye Melvin, who has been in front right from the start in this 1.5-mile marathon. Bye Bye Melvin by a length. Astronaut, the big long shot on the outside in second. And now Warlike Goddess begins to pick it up from third. She's moving up on the outside. Adamo is down at the rail in fourth. Then Rock Emperor, Soldier Rising. Gufo is the trailer. The field is in the stretch. Here is Warlike Goddess coming up to challenge Astronaut and Bye Bye Melvin. Soldier Rising advances down at the rail. And then it is Rock Emperor. And the field is coming to the finish here with Warlike Goddess. And she's going to beat the boys today in this Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. And she won it by 3 lengths. Bye Bye Melvin was second. 1.5 miles on the inner turf. 2 minutes, 27 1/5 seconds.
Just too talented, just too classy. The mare, Warlike Goddess, odds-on favorite, 4-5 in the 45th running of the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
Look, an absolutely beautiful trip out under Jose Lezcano. Was third early on. Your leader, Bye Bye Melvin, ran game to be second, led throughout. But she was always in position to win the race. And Astronaut, a big effort from him at a big price, who was laying second, basically a race that was dominated up, fairly close, although, Warlike Goddess was probably about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead, but in third, but in position and always traveling comfortably. And she was very good. Some other trips behind her. Gufo was wide throughout, but really looked like he was off the bridle and not running early on. And we can call the mediator or the attorney for Jonathan again. I think that relationship just soured once more.
Gufo, a non-factor. Warlike Goddess, owned by George Krikorian. For Bill Mott, big afternoon here. Belmont at the Big A. The win in the Vosburgh with Elite Power earlier. He's on to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Warlike Goddess, the plan was to take on the boys here and look ahead to the 1.5-mile Longines $4 million Breeders' Cup Turf. The way she won this and handled deep. Now the waters will get deeper in the Breeders' Cup. And you have the Europeans that are always dangerous in the Breeders' Cup Turf. But she will arrive with all kinds of momentum and a sterling performance in the Turf Classic. And the first female to win this race since all along in '83.
Yeah, but 5 for 6 at Aqueduct for the girls now. So
that's crazy.
On the Aqueduct Turf course. This was a really nice effort. And listen, hugely important race in its own right. A Grade 1, a big purse, $500,000. But it's still a prep for the Breeders' Cup. So not only did she get the win, it served as a prep. It was a good kind of effort, not getting to the bottom of her. And you saw the confidence that Jose Lezcano displayed and really didn't ask her for her best until they got to about a furlong, 220 yards from the finish. This was a really nice effort.
Within range throughout, tracking Bye Bye Melvin, who ran very well to be second. Warlike Goddess delivers 4-5. Reaction, results as our coverage continues. Warlike Goddess in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, 2 graded stakes wins on the afternoon. There he is, Elite Power, sensational in the Vosburgh for Judd Mott. Next stop, the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and for Jose Lezcano, 2 graded stakes wins here, Belmont at the Big A.
Of last year is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Prolumo is the
the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
The Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton. Nearly 1,600 cataloged, including a multitude of yearlings by the nation's top 20 sires. Kentucky October grads have won or placed in over 200 stakes this year, including recent Grade 1 winners Goodnight Olive, Jack Christopher, and Pennsylvania Derby winner Taba. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2022. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 24th through 27th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Belmont at the Big A. Richie told you, when they run the Turf Classic at Aqueduct, do not be surprised to find a filly or mare in the winner's circle. Once again, and this time Warlike Goddess, Richie, a $30,000 purchase. $30,000.
Talk about a bargain. She puts her earnings up over about 1.6 million now, and stamps her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Turf and goes in as one of the choices. This was a really nice effort from this mare.
Bye-bye Melvin. Took him as far as he could. Astronaut, as Richie mentioned, big effort at 67-1. Dead heat for fourth. Rock Emperor, the defending champ, and Soldier Rising. Dead heat for fourth. No question about the winner. Warlike Goddess, and a big afternoon at the Big A for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott with Maggie.
He's gotten on her, yeah.
Here, I was trying to investigate if my uncle had been getting on Warlike Goddess, because I'm sure I won't hear the end of it now that she's beaten the boys. But Bill, I don't, no offense against her previous riders, but it felt like Jose Lezcano rode her beautifully today.
Rode her beautifully. At least there was one speed horse in there today that did string the field out a little bit, and that's all we needed. I mean, the last time, you know, she was a victim of a slow pace, pedestrian pace, and she, as I said earlier, she came home the last quarter last time in 21.72. I mean, you know, that's sprinter time, and so she can really run. Just, you know, she needed, you know, she had the opportunity to, you know, lengthen her stride a little bit on the middle of the turn today and then get into a rhythm, and she finished up very nicely.
This is a mile and a half, Bill. You know, obviously she's won at shorter distances than this, but what is her best trip, in your opinion?
Well, I'd say a mile and a half, mile and 3, mile and a half. I mean, you know, I bypassed a race in Canada today that was 10 furlongs, and I would rather take on the boys than run her at too short a distance. I just think she's very effective at a mile and a half.
Do you take on the boys again?
Absolutely. I mean, that's been the plan. You know, I mean, the Breeders' Cup in Keeneland is now shortened up to a mile and 3/16, and I felt like, you know, if we're going to run in the Breeders' Cup, I felt like we'd go the 12 furlongs against the boys. So, you know, she's got her challenge in front of her, but as you can see, she's probably, you know, she's a good filly. Look, last week I believe there was a filly that won the Arc. So, you know, the girls can compete against the boys, particularly at these more marathon distances. So the only thing, you know, you'd wish you'd get more than a 3-pound allowance against the boys. I don't know why they switch it this time of year. They go from 5 pounds, you know, and then September 1st they only give them 3 pounds. I mean, they haven't changed. I mean, I don't understand what the difference is. I can see they changed the allowances on the 3-year-olds, but, you know, for the fillies and mares, why wouldn't they always get 5 pounds? They do in Europe all the time. Only in America. You know, it's a 100-year-old rule that they've been, but it's antiquated, you know, and I mean, it's probably something they need to change. It didn't bother us today, but...
I was just going to say, it did not bother her.
But I was well aware of it beforehand.
Yeah. Well, Bill, congratulations. She's just been sensational, and good to see her get an absolutely perfect trip and just a beautiful response in the lane.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good filly.
She is, as Bill mentioned, the 5-year-old mares. This time of year, it feels like they're getting good on either side of the Atlantic Ocean. Livy?
Lots to unpack. Maggie, could you expand on what Bill was just discussing, Richie, about the weight?
Yeah, there's weight for age. Horses get allowances for age, and there's for sex. Males usually giving weight to females. In the Kentucky Derby, colts will carry 126 pounds, fillies will carry 121 pounds, and I think that's what Bill was alluding to, that now it's only a 3-pound allowance as opposed to a 5-pound allowance. Personally, I don't think that matters so much. I think weight matters more when there's a spread. So years ago when handicap races were more prevalent, when a horse had to give away 10, 12, 15 or more pounds to other horses, I think that was the great equalizer. When you're talking about 3 or 5 pounds, I just don't think it's that important. I think it's like the difference between me or you running with a Snickers bar in our pocket.
That weight might not make that much of a difference. Earlier we illustrated the 5, I believe it was, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic winners that had won the Breeders' Cup Turf eventually, the most recent being Main Sequence, based on the level of talent we normally see in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Again, most lucrative long-distance turf race North America, $4 million purse. Is she good enough? Is Warlike Goddess good enough to compete with the very best at that level in that race?
Oh, I absolutely think she is at that level to beat the best. I mean, she's coming in off a great prep. She's in great form. The Europeans are always tough, but sometimes you're catching Europeans that have already gone through a hard campaign, and they're a little bit on the other side of the hill. They're starting to be over the top for the year. That being said, also, the ground you're going to catch, you can catch soft ground that time of year in Lexington, Kentucky. She's a lighter-framed filly. I've always given them a little bit of an edge because they don't get down, they don't bog down in the ground as much. They run a little bit more over the top of the ground.
Interesting you bring it up, because the first time the Breeders' Cup was at Keeneland, 2015, Golden Horn was the mortal lock of the century. Heavy, heavy, soft ground. He was defeated by a mare. Her name was Found. We'll see if Warlike Goddess can do the same at Keeneland next month for the Breeders' Cup Turf. And one of those Turf Classic winners that won the Breeders' Cup Turf, trained by Bill Mott back in 1987, theatrical, defeating the ARC winner, Trimpolino. Great day of thoroughbred racing continues. We have 11 on the program. The 9th is next. No Grade 1 types here, just a $40,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. Richie, what you come up with here as Win for Gold is the current favorite. Number 4, 2-1, 17 minutes out.
Yeah, Win for Gold is coming off a very poor effort, drops in class, returns to gelding. And also that you got to factor in the fact that Rudy Rodriguez was in an uncharacteristically big slump in Saratoga. I mean, nothing he put on the racetrack was running well, and things were kind of bogging down for him. He's since kind of come back out of that since we've gotten out of Saratoga, and his horses are running well again. Horse kind of comes back with a makeover. And Jorge Vargas is doing well with limited opportunities.
Bill Mott, safe to say, not on a slump. 2 graded stakes wins here today. This was earlier, in case you missed it, the Vosburgh potential prep for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Elite Power in his graded stakes debut for Judd Montt there with the pink cap on the inside as the favorite. Going to wind up in the winner's circle. Richard, what'd you make of the performance?
I thought it was a really good performance, and Jose Lezcano delivering another picture-perfect ride, putting this horse up in the game in a Vosburgh that was uncharacteristically devoid of speed. He didn't allow anybody to get away. He didn't even have to use his horse very much, but he put him forward. This horse wins with consummate ease. I mean, he just gallops away from his rivals. And this is a horse that's put it together. And some of the antics we saw in Saratoga with his head kind of turned out towards the grandstand, a little late changing leads, I saw none of that today. This was a horse that's putting it all together at the right time. I think he really took a big step forward today.
I think that was part of the conversation. Once the mental aspect, once he was as mature as he was physically gifted, once that all came together, who would he be? What would he be? We're starting to see it. Ears pricked at the wire. Elite Power, the 2 graded stakes wins for Lezcano and Bill Mott. And now the next step for him in what's a very shallow Breeders' Cup Sprint division. However, with Jackie's Warrior at the very top, where there was such a big gap between he and everyone else, maybe Elite Power starting to close that gap a little.
You can see from a physical perspective, he's an imposing individual, but now he's starting to figure the game out, and he's become more professional and easier to ride. And the fact that he even showed a little bit of a different dimension today. Now, there will be speed with the likes of Jackie Warrior and others in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but he's also shown the ability to come from well off the pace, so he's versatile.
Terrific couple of weekends here. Belmont at the Big A in the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series with blazing 7s last week in the slop in the Champagne, Major Dude and the Pilgrim, Chocolate Gelato for Todd Pletcher. On to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Maybe she'll be favored. Elite Power today stamps his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And tomorrow, the Futurity in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. Live coverage right here on America's Day at the races. And so many of these preps around the country, out west in California, Santa Anita, here, Belmont at the Big A. And opening day yesterday, Keeneland in Lexington, where for those horses prepping for the Breeders' Cup, where it'll be contested next month for the third time. Yesterday's Phoenix Stakes, by tradition, the opening day feature along with the Alcibiades. Manny Waugh from far back, trained by Wayne Catalano, who pulled off the upset in last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint for the Aloha West. And watch, this is broken field running we see in the stretch here, man.
It really is. And for him to be able to close this kind of ground against good horses. I mean, he's not running by a weak field. He splits horses, he's game, and he gets up in the shadow of the wire. I mean, this was a really big effort. Listen, Wayne Catalano was a really good jockey, 5,515 wins as a jockey. He's an even better horse trainer, over 2,000 wins now, Breeders' Cups. And usually the better the rider, the worse the trainer.
Not the case here.
Not the case here. I mean, he's all-around horseman. But this was an impressive performance. I really liked the way this horse cut his way through the field. He looked like a hot knife through butter.
When are we having the Mig Catman cook-off that everybody is dying to see? He's a hell of a chef. You're a good cook. When are we going to see it?
Well, if we do it for charity, it's got to be in Saratoga.
All right.
And no time constraints on what we do because, I put a lot of love into my cooking. Love takes time.
It's not like a reality show. You got to make a 4-course meal in like 22 minutes.
Yeah, no, that I don't want any part of. But if you give me a day to really work on it, now we'll have a contest.
If you have human athletes do a lot of talent scouting, right? If we had any of that going on in horse racing, I'm guessing Team Jackie's Warrior isn't going to be too intimidated by what they saw yesterday at Keeneland with Manny Waugh, a big win, excited race. But I don't know that it puts him in the upper echelon of sprinters, all converging for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, because there's a division leader, Jackie's Warrior, who's not going to race in a traditional prep, training up to this year's Breeders' Cup Sprint. His last start at Saratoga there, Richie.
Yeah.
That's 2 back, actually.
Well, and listen, so he was very good this day.
This is his last. This is when he gets run down by Cody's Wish.
By Cody's Wish. Now, it's interesting. When a horse is so fast, I think you're better off kind of inciting them, getting their blood up and letting them be fast and make everybody else work, stay with them. And it almost seemed to me like maybe it was a little bit of a flat effort for him. But I think he's better going faster. And I think they gave away their best weapon by not allowing him to just rock and roll.
On paper, he ran really well. Cody's Wish just stepped up to Jackie's Warrior on that afternoon, and Cody's Wish, he's going to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, not the sprint. So sire relief, Jackie's Warrior. Your thoughts on Jack Christopher now? One of the more exciting 3-year-olds in training and what he showed us in the Allen Jerkins.
Jack Christopher's undefeated sprinting, and he's very, very good. And he's going to be forward. He doesn't need the lead where it feels like sometimes your better sprinters kind of need to be in the fray, but he's tactical. He could take another step forward, no doubt. And this is the time of year when 3-year-olds are getting to the point where they're nearly 4-year-olds. They've matured. Yeah, he's a player. He's a major player.
The 2 Breeders' Cups at Keeneland, 2015, Run Happy. An upset, Whitmore, the old man, perhaps the best moment of the Breeders' Cup, the pandemic Breeders' Cup in 2020 from off the pace. I really pull it. As a fan, I want to see it for Jackie because I felt like for the viewers, it only turned in for Triple Crown races and Breeders' Cup races. They didn't have a chance to see the real Jackie's Warrior last year. He will be a heavy favorite as it stands now, the division leader. Jackie's Warrior onward to the Breeders' Cup Sprint at Keeneland. But first things first, 10 minutes out to the 9th here. Belmont at the Big A. Maggie is with us down in the paddock. We won't go off on the Jackie's Warrior conversation because it'll take us too far off a tangent. Maggie, what are you seeing in the paddock for this $40,000 restricted claimer?
As always, Lafitte, one thing I'm always interested in is a first-time gelding, and that is what Win for Gold is. And he might be not necessarily the physical poster child for needing to be gelded, but in his races, he is, as he's one that consistently breaks slow, which often is cured by gelding a horse because it allows them to be freer behind and gain a little bit more push. And then he goes on and runs off in the middle of his races. So gelding would help that mentality that you don't have to rush if you get left. So we'll see if it changes him today. Now, I'm not seeing anything really different in him here physically or in his demeanor. He's actually the same as I typically see him. I am noticing that there's a flat ring bit, which is a ring bit that just, it's not a ring, it's more flat and in line with the snaffle bit that's on the other side. So not quite as severe as a typical ring bit, but still giving leverage and also wearing a rubber figure 8. Now, Skylander, he only has one race on the dirt and it was against much tougher. Going 1 1/8 too, and you could clearly see that he doesn't want to do that. It's not as if this horse is strictly turf at all. If anything, he's actually more upright in his pasterns with a more narrow foot, which indicates that the dirt makes sense here. First off the claim for Jeffrey Englehart. Now, he let me down a bit. I thought in that non-2 for 35, he was much the horse to beat, and he really was fairly lackluster that day, despite being 5-1, so maybe I was off base there. But I think he's a bit intriguing in this spot, and he's going to be a generous price, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. When we come back, riders up, post parade, and the 9th of 11, Belmont at the Big A, win for gold, 5-2, the current favorite. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can bet over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Post parade for the 9th. Baltazar is out. Storied Fella is in. Overmatched on paper.
Yeah, overmatched on paper. I thought his last effort was actually pretty good, though. I thought he, attended or was on top of a pretty fast pace for that level of horse.
$40,000 claimers this level, non-winners to lifetime. Skylander, first after the claim, Jeffrey Englehart.
Yeah, has one start on the dirt. That was 1 1/8 in Saratoga where he chased the pace. Wasn't a bad effort.
New gelding, win for gold. Mike Rapoli, Rudy Rodriguez.
It comes back with the full makeover, and the fact that Rudy's barn is back hitting on pretty much all cylinders as opposed to the Saratoga meet he had. This horse is obviously the favorite.
Slow decision, graduated in an off-the-turf race at Saratoga.
Yeah, hard-fought victory for maiden 40. Will he stack up against winners for 40?
Cash in a flash.
Gets back to the dirt, ran extremely well in the slop two-back, gets Kendrick Carmouche. Rob Atrish does good work off the claim.
Several of these horses with new trainers. A Maxim Moment now with David Jacobson.
Yeah, a horse that was running out in California and chasing quicker paces there. How's that going to translate here? That's kind of interesting.
From Another Mother, and the races he's running at Aqueduct, maybe you've heard of them, the Remsen, Gotham, Bayshore, graded stakes race after graded stakes race.
Yeah, he gets in a much more appropriate spot here. He's well drawn outside. I just think he got thrown into the deep end of the pool and wasn't up to the likes of the horses he was running against in those stakes races. Question always is, when a horse has been kind of overmatched, does it hurt them, from a, psychically? Are they kind of, lost their confidence? Will this get him back in the beam? He fits very well in this spot.
From Another Mother, and his most recent win, you go back to January, again, it was right here, flashing that speed in wire-to-wire fashion as a heavy, heavy favorite on that afternoon.
Yeah, and this was a big effort. I mean, he drew away. It was a fast time. It was by far and away the best buyer figure ever had. You understand when people get excited, a horse throws in an effort like this, you go, okay, we're ready to take on bigger game. Well, they really went for bigger game, and I think it was just too much for him. He just wasn't quite up to it and ready for it. You're going from a maiden race to a stake, especially a race like the Gotham, is just very difficult.
Maggie, what are you expecting from Another Mother?
I think he's getting back out to an appropriate distance. And as Mig pointed out, class level 2 plays into it, where he was beaten by 2 next time out winners and Mitre Porciento, who is that old, hard-knocking, claiming type, as well as powerfully built, who returned to run a 76 and winning his subsequent start. And this is his second race off the layoff. Obviously, I don't know what he looked like back at Monmouth, but he looks incredibly fit here, strong. If anything, he's filled out just a touch now, being a later 3-year-old, and moving really well out on the racetrack for Ray Handel. So to me, he definitely doesn't want any part of going short. So this is just much more of an appropriate distance, Lafitte.
From Another Mother, Maggie, thanks so much. 5-2 co-favorite. 2 minutes out, these $40,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. Richie going with From Another Mother, correct?
Yeah, I just think he's in a more appropriate race. And, his race at Aqueduct before he was overmatched was very good. And he does have that one race at Monmouth. Look at the sharp pace there. 21-4, 44-1. They don't wait around for anybody at Monmouth. No. They go. In a race like that, sometimes a horse will get swept off their feet, particularly coming back off the bench. Should be a bit more manageable kind of pace that he won't be far off of from the outside or even dictating. I just thought this was a suitable spot for him.
5-2 now the favorite. Second choice, Win for Gold. It's a new Win for Gold, and now at Gelding, perhaps more focus. Where do you want to see him early on? What should Jorge Vargas do with the second choice in the wagering?
You got to come out running. You got to put run on your horse's mind, get forward position. He has run well up on the pace. His first 2 starts, arguably his best 2 starts, he was involved. He was a part of the pace. Maggie talked about him not always breaking well, and now coming back as a gelding and being maybe freer, somewhat stronger behind. The other thing gelding does, like sometimes horses are gelded for behavioral reasons. But it also lightens them up physically. They don't tend to carry as much weight in their shoulders and their neck. And in essence, it helps them stay sounder because they're just not carrying as much weight and not as hard on themselves.
How much softer is the competition he's facing today than what he's been tangling with the first part of his career?
Considerably softer. And, Dr. Blute came back to win impressively in his next start, the runner-up in his last effort in Saratoga. And again, a barn that was uncharacteristically ice cold in Saratoga. It just didn't seem like the horses were running at all for Rudy Rodriguez. He suffered through a tough meet, but he's climbed out of that, and things are normalizing and getting back to where, Rudy's a guy who wins and wins consistently.
Rob Atris, first after the claim, something he wins consistently. Cash in a Flash, number 6, there he is. He's quick. The Atris angle, Kendrick Carmouche, a threat here at 4-1.
Absolutely. Rob does good work. His horses always look good. He reaches out to Kendrick. Kendrick is a guy that believes in getting position going forward. That's one of his basics of riding. You know, we all, as riders, you have things that you kind of live by, guidelines. You know, for me, saving ground, getting your position going forward, never taking anything that comes easy to a horse away from them. Kendrick's a guy who believes in going forward.
He's had a very productive week. He won 4 races. On Thursday, did Kendrick Carmouche here on Cash in a Flash. It's a great shot, that low-level angle of the horses filing into the starting gate for this 9th of 11. Belmont at the Big A. Terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing. The graded stakes races behind us, but we have 3 left. And this 9th $40,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. Final check of the toe board reading 2-1 on number 4, Win for Gold, the post-time favorite. Here's Johnny I.
Waiting for Maxim Moment, and From Another Mother. They're in the gate. And they're off. From Another Mother, Maxim Moment. Those two from the outside are going out for the early lead as Cash in a Flash now moves up along with Win for Gold. And Win for Gold has the lead. Cash in a Flash, second by a head. Maxim Moment is in third. Far outside From Another Mother in fourth. Break of 2.5 to a Storied Fella. Then Skylander, and trailing the field is Slow Decision in seventh. Win for Gold has a 2-length lead after a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. So it is the favorite. On top here, Win for Gold by a length and a quarter now. Cash in a Flash, second by a half length. Maxim Moment is on the outside in third. Another 2 lengths to From Another Mother in fourth. Down at the rail is Storied Fella. And the field rounds the far turn. The half in 46 and 2. Win for Gold is the leader. Cash in a Flash runs in second. On the far outside is From Another Mother. Looking to come on through is Skylander, and Skylander makes a quick move there, a quick brush to take over the lead. Skylander is in front under Junior Alvarado. A very adroit move there at the top of the stretch. It is Skylander who is just pouring it on here. Skylander is in front by 5, by 6, and maybe more. Skylander and Junior Alvarado, much the best here. From Another Mother was second. Storied Fella, long shot, finished third.
A race that looked that competitive on paper turns out to be a mismatch. Skylander by daylight. Junior Alvarado aboard, 5-1 at post time.
You want to talk about a ride. Junior Alvarado put some ride on this horse. He was saved ground coming from off the pace, was able to angle out around the tiring leader. And look at the difference in this shot. From Another Mother was out in the clear, 4-5 wide drive. He's completely clean. The other horse is covered in mud, but he got to save that ground. Now, listen, he won off by many lengths, so it's not going to make a difference. But it's so hard to be strung out that wide for the entirety of the turn, where Junior just say, hey, okay, I'll take my time. They're going quick, and knifed his way through the field. This was a really nice ride. And this horse kind of got a makeover too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Turned back in distance. First time he ran this short on dirt. And
surface switch.
Well, he finished.
First after the claim, Jeffrey Engelhardt. Alvarado had ridden him in his last race. Made it look all too easy. We saw Win for Gold break, sharpen and make the lead. From Another Mother. This guy turned it on, and in a few strides. It was only a question of how far.
Man, this is the first start, too, off the Jeffrey Engelhardt claim from a Hall of Famer and Bill Mott. And that's what we talk about. It's never an indictment of former connections when a horse runs well in another barn. Something a little bit different can agree with a horse. A little bit of a different feeding program, a little different way of training, something, you know, maybe they're not waking them up as early to go out, or maybe they're getting them up early. It could be something really subtle. You know, this horse is coming from a Hall of Famer, and look at the effort he just put in.
Change is good. It all worked out today for Engelhardt. Had this guy ready to rock and roll. Skylander by several. 3-9, 2-6. Results when we come back. 9 down, 2 left. And a look ahead to the feature tomorrow. And that filly, Nest. A champion in the making. Top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. 3-time Grade 1 winner. 2 Grade 1 wins at Saratoga. Tomorrow, taking on older fillies and mares for the first time in the Bel Dame.
standing at Gainesway.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of the top female sprinters of the past half-decade, Bel's the One has earned over $2 million while winning stakes races every year from ages 2 to 6. Undefeated at 2 and winning her first graded stakes at 3, Bel's the One had a stellar season at 4 with a victory in the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff over champion Cece and Grade 1 winner Serengeti Empress for owner Lothenbach Stables and trainer Neil Pessin. Her 5 graded stakes wins also include this thrilling victory in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss Handicap at Saratoga.
And the two of them come on to the finish together. Bel's the One comes from last.
Her female family reaches back for several generations through the vaunted Ned Evans breeding program. Grade 1 winner, Bel's the One, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with tailor-made sales agency.
Exciting climax runner, Bel's the One, did some of her best work. 7 furlongs. Skylander sprinting on dirt 7 furlongs. Might not be the last time we see him sprinting 7/8.
I think he might have found his niche, the thing he wants to do, make one run sprinting, and he was very good, powerful through the final furlong.
In a blowout 12-20, we check in with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be joined by Daryl Abramowitz, who we've made him stand here so long he was starting to get nervous, but I find that hard to believe, Daryl.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Well, talk about going in for Skylander, because that lone dirt start prior to this one was against so much better horses. I mean, greatest stakes quality horse that won it.
Yeah, well, we really like the breeding on the horse, where the horse came from, a good bond from Belmont, a good trainer. So we look for those types of things, and the team puts it all together with a bunch of friends, and we look for different things in the horse, and we usually get together with Jeff and we drop the claim. But a lot of effort goes into it all around, from the bond to everybody else and included. And and these things sometimes they prosper and they come to life, and you live the dream. That this is what we do it for.
And you have to be pretty pleased, considering that we're going into winter in a couple months here where there won't be any turf racing, and you lucked out and claimed a horse that looks as though he's going to be pretty proficient on the main track.
Yeah, usually, when horses run on and they train on the dirt, they don't turn into a racehorse on the dirt, and usually they're a turf horse. Alan Jerkins told me way back when, hey, Daryl, you don't know if the horse is going to run good on training, he might not run good in the race, but obviously the opposite happened here. So maybe we have something good for the winter, and we'll see.
Telling me you have 18 horses. I didn't realize that. Are they all with Jeff, or have you moved around a little bit and have a lot to play with this winter?
They're all with Jeff, and Jeff runs in Finger Lakes, he runs here, we run other circuits. Today we ran in Laurel, we finished second over there. So we have a lot of opportunities to go, a lot of different tracks, a lot of different places. And me and Jeff, we talk more than any person talks on a daily basis, probably hours a day sometimes. And we put a lot of time and effort in, but then again, it's a team effort, and Jeff deserves a lot of credit for all this.
Well, as he should. Daryl, congratulations. You weren't nervous at all.
Thank you much, Maggie. Thank you. Thank you.
I did. He was super confident, Lafitte. He said, I like my horse, and he said, you owe me an interview if he wins. Here we are.
Now we know why. Top of the stretch, only a question of how far with Skylander. Wow. Onward and upward for him. The pick 5, Steinbeck, who was a price 29.20, Warlike Goddess, the favorite, delivered. Skylander 12.20, 2 left. We turn the page. Race 10. New York breds here. On grass, mile and a 16th, fillies and mares. $85,000 purse. 8-5 on She's a Mia, number 4, with about 19 minutes to post. Been a great weekend of thoroughbred racing, stakes racing here, Belmont at the Big A. And tomorrow, the older fillies and mares take center stage. Some of them, anyhow. You have Nest, a 3-year-old filly, taking on Older for the very first time. The Bel Dame, which has so much history and tradition, one of the more important fall races for fillies and mares, onward now to the Breeders' Cup. And it all started as an experiment. For more than 8 decades, the Bel Dame Stakes has produced champions. The race is named in honor of the mare Bel Dame, who competed from 1903 to 1905. In 1904, Bel Dame won 12 of 14 starts and was honored as Horse of the Year. Inaugurated in 1939, the list of winners of the Bel Dame has proved worthy of its namesake's legacy and established their own positions in history.
Ladies Secret has the lead. Then I say so a second. Ladies Secret in front.
2-time winner Lady Secret and 2011 victress Havre de Grace replicated Bel Dame's feat and were honored as Horse of the Year.
Ramon Dominguez eases up on Havre de Grace. She wins with something left.
17 Bel Dame winners are in the Hall of Fame, including 2-time winners Gamely, Susan's Girl, Lady Secret, and Personal Ensign. Other victors in the Hall of Fame are Cicada, Shu V, Go for Wand, Heavenly Prize, Serena's Song, Shadow, and Royal Delta.
Royal Delta geared down to a triumphant victory here in the Bel Dame.
46 divisional champions possess a Bel Dame triumph, including Life's Magic, Saratoga Dew, Beautiful Pleasure, Forever Unbridled, and Midnight Bijou.
Midnight Bijou just kissed Wildcat goodbye, and she goes on to victory.
Acclaimed turf rider John Hervey referred to the first edition of the Bel Dame as, quote, an experiment. But from the race's inception, it included the most elite fillies and mares in the nation. The experiment swiftly instituted itself as one of the most prized trophies in the sport for fillies and mares. It's staggering, Richie. A, that it's now a grade 2 when you consider the history and productivity from a Breeders' Cup distaff standpoint, and some of the very, very best in the history of the game that have won the Bel Dame.
Yeah, I mean, it is shocking to me that it's been downgraded to a grade 2. It's been such an important race historically for divisional honors and heading towards Breeders' Cup. And, you know, now we've got a 3-year-old Nest taking her first step against Olders, and I think she fell in the right group of Olders fillies and mares, with all due respect.
More on Nest in a moment. We'll get to her, but let's go back 25 years, quarter-century anniversary of this one. Richie Migliore aboard Hidden Lake in the 1997 Bel Dame. Richie, what's the first thing that comes to mind as you watch them around the far turn and hit the lake?
Just how much fun she was to ride. She was so versatile. She was a jockey's dream. If they went slow, you could go to the lead. She took that lead about the half-mile pole in this race. She can come from last if they went really fast, which she did in the Shu V. And this was one of John Kimmel's, if not John Kimmel's, greatest training feat, in my opinion. John, a terrific horseman. She had pulled up bad after the Go for Wand, had some issues, and John went to work on her and got her so good to come back and beat Gina, who came back to win the Breeders' Cup. And I really thought that was one of John's greatest training feats, just to get her back in that good form. Unfortunate for us, the Breeders' Cup was at Hollywood Park that year, and she had already shown kind of a disdain for the California tracks, a little bit too hard for her. So that was her last victory. She went to the breeding shed after, and then finished out her life at Old Friends.
Hidden Lake, 25 years. Todd Pletcher, he's won the distaff before. He's won the Bel Dame on several occasions, and he trains the filly to beat. Taking on Older for the first time. They're going to see her for the first time is really how we should look at this. Nest, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country, coming off those smashing Grade 1 wins at Saratoga, the Coaching Club, American Oaks, and the Alabama. 1-5, and understandably so. Nest, keep coming back to that quote from Fletcher, Richie. We discussed it yesterday, that this is the first horse of all the horses he's run in the Belmont Stakes, all those boys, that has actually thrived after running in the Belmont.
It speaks volumes to her physical constitution to actually improve off a tough, grueling 1.5-mile race where she was second to Mo Donegal, her stablemate. But she's taken her game to another level since then. She has just matured. She's focused. She puts herself in the game. And I feel like her job is made even easier in the Bel Dame because it seems like everybody else wants to be kind of somewhat involved early, and she's shown the ability to sit off the pace and kind of smother them around the far turn. So Nest is a special talent. It's fun to watch. This will be, I think, a little bit of a barometer as far as taking on olders, but I think she's already sealed 3-year-old filly championship. And I think she's a player. When we talk about the filly and mare division, going to the Breeders' Cup.
Going to the distaff, but again, no such thing as a sure thing. If there's one potential, maybe but if this happens, then what is the biggest obstacle? It doesn't have to be a big obstacle, but maybe a potential pitfall that Nest has to avoid in order not to be upset in tomorrow's Bel Dame, where she's going to be an odds-on favorite.
I mean, just being unlucky, obviously. You know, we want to get away from the gate clean, but it's a 5-horse field, and she's a standout on paper. Other jockeys are going to key on her, and you can't get lost in a 5-horse field. People always ask, how come there's so much traffic trouble in small fields? It's because everybody's aware of where everybody else is, and your job as a jockey is to compromise the competition as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules. And sometimes you stretch the boundaries as far as you might without, going over that line. But to me, that's it. She'd have to be very unlucky, and then the fact that, guys are going to be keying on her. She has a target on her back.
Rad Ortiz will be here tomorrow to ride Nest, and 3 more graded stakes races coming your way with the Bel Dame. It is early. Race 3, very early, post time 1:47. Futurity, winning you're in. Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Juvenile Turf Sprint and the Grade 3 Knickerbocker. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races. We'll have the 10th race as well. New York breds, mile and a 16th on grass. Horses in the paddock, fillies and mares. There's the favorite, She's a Mia, at 9-5. Maggie's in the paddock. Let's start with the filly drawn inside. Maggie, your thoughts on New Guinea for Christophe Clement?
And Liffy, it felt like going into this race, it was kind of all about the 2 Christophe Clement runners, but I feel as though the public has the right one pegged here after inspecting them physically as New Guinea. I don't know why today, and I didn't really see it from her in her previous starts. She just seems a bit nervous. Not that she can't be that way, because look, she came over here, cotton in her ears, so on and so forth, but she's kind of got that nervous sweat on today, and I just don't love to see that. But I do think she ran very well last time with against a horse than what Love looked like. That just really got an optimal trip where she just had more ground and made it very close. Ground to make up, and she made it very close in the end. As we'll check out her stablemate, She's a Mia, one that does have the propensity to be a little bit nervous. Not the case today at all. And yes, she more displays it during the race, as she can be a bit headstrong, but last time out, she settled very nicely for Joelle Rosario. And then she never had a clear running path. That's sometimes the trouble you run into when you save ground, which is a premium, especially when you're on the inner turf course at Saratoga going a flat mile. So I get it. She's just unfortunately unlucky that day. This is the strongest she's appeared. She just looks sensational, and so I really have no qualms with her being your favorite. Little interested in number 5, Just Okay Is Not Okay. She's going to have to find one of her best efforts, yes, but I don't think she got an optimal trip last time, and that she was sent up from a non-advantageous post position from the far outside, and then she just kind of ran off through quick fractions. You always also kind of wonder, was she in there to set things up for the eventual winner, her entry mate, in what Love looks like? But I'd want to give her another shot here, maybe with a more controlled lead this time around. She could be effective here for a trainer in Horacio de Paz, who's having quite a lovely Belmont at the Big A meet. Lafitte?
Very solid meet. It's by English Channel, just like Warlike Goddess, winner of the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. We'll have riders up in a moment. And of course, the invitation still stands. Join us at Naira Bets. When you do so, use that promo code MATCH@200 and you'll earn up to a $200 deposit match. After your first deposit, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Strong hand here for Christophe Clement, as you heard Maggie reference, with the current favorite and New Guinea. And her latest, Saratoga here. Richie coming from far back, closing day at Saratoga.
Yeah, she ran very well. She didn't break particularly sharp this day either. You can see there's some cut in the ground, but she rallied gamely and just missed. But I have a bit of a problem with that. She's kind of just missed in her last 3 starts.
One more time? I was hearing voices.
No, she's just missed in her last 3 starts. So she always is coming with this run, but I'm starting to get the impression she's very content to run alongside horses as opposed to running by them.
There's too little, too late, and when it becomes too little, too late, too often, you've developed a trend here. And it's just a near miss, and maybe next time, and no, maybe that's who that racehorse is.
I mean, it's just starting to feel a little bit like that. Maybe I'm being a bit unfair, but I certainly prefer the other Christophe Clement trainee, the 4 Shizamiya. You know, she had a terrible draw, 11-12 last time. Joel Rosario trying to compensate for that outside draw, took her back right off the break, tucked in, and then basically didn't have any running room the last 1/8 of a mile. I mean, he tried a couple different moves, and he just was stymied at every turn, and she still finished with interest. I think she is a Mia with any sort of a trip. It's just better than these. You know, listen, New Guinea has run good races, but beating a neck, beating a head, beating a half length, it starts to add up to me.
You have alphas and you have pack animals, right?
That's what it feels like.
We'll see what she does today. New Guinea. There she is once again with Dylan Davis aboard in second in both races this summer at Saratoga.
Now, and to be fair, she did lose some position last time. We're not breaking very well. Gets a good inside draw because you're not, you know, turf racing, you want to be inside. Dylan needs to have her in that coveted pocket spot. He needs to really guard that position and not allow slower horses to be in front of him.
Daughter of tonalist Tapple Cider, as she was productive in her 2 races at Saratoga.
I feel like this filly's put it together. I think she really needed to learn. She 3 starts back, completely stymied in traffic. The last 2 efforts were very good.
Saratoga Chrome, her jockey's having a pretty good day.
Yeah, Jose Lascano riding a high, 2 big stake wins today.
And Maggie really loved what she saw from the favorite in the paddock Shizamiya.
Yeah, I think she just makes a lot of sense. Trouble trip last time trying to overcome a tough post. Got a good draw today.
Just okay, not okay. Made the lead last pair, but couldn't finish.
Well, Maggie made a good point about maybe she can get a little more settled, a little more comfortable. The problem being the 7, 40 Smooth, just outside of her, appears to be part of that pace. When you have 2 speed horses drawn side by side, sometimes they kind of incite each other and they, you know, do a little more than they should.
Number 8, La Victoria. Her mom, the terrific race mare, La Verdad.
Another one that should be forward. She should be watching them from close range.
Lady of Thornton, 10th start this year.
Yeah, she's got races that could be good enough. Obviously, a mare that's very durable. At times, has been tricky to ride.
Russia exits the New Guinea race, and then she's marooned outside.
Yeah, tough post, and she had a tough post last time and has a tough post again. I don't see her being quite as good as some of these, and the post just makes it more difficult.
Which one of these New York breds will wind up in the winner's circle? 10th race, Belmont at the Big A. That's next, post time in 5 minutes on a gorgeous day in New York City.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Look for his first weanlings selling this fall.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 3 minutes out till the 10th. Looking at New Guinea. Christophe Clement with the strong pair. New Guinea, she's Amia. JK is with us. JK, Gufo called, wants to know why you blocked him on Facebook, man.
Oh, I blocked him everywhere. He's done to me. He just keeps letting me down. Keeps letting me down. Got to move on, Lafitte. But I'm back with Christophe Clement. I'm not blaming it on him at all. I like the one New Guinea. I've been chasing this horse for a while. Back to the scene of the crime where this horse broke the maiden at Aqueduct on this turf course. I've always liked New Guinea, but just I don't want to call this horse hangy. I think just trying to figure it out, as it were. But I do think that, you know, she's talented. And I think Dylan has ridden her enough to kind of have an idea what kind of horse she is and when to push the button, when not to push the button. And I just think that at this price, she's the one I want in here. I'm not going to be shocked at all if the 4 She's Amia wins, but I just like New Guinea in this spot. She always shows up. She always runs. It's a big field. She should have some pace to run into. And I think that she'll be able to save some ground as well, being drawn towards the inside, which could intensify that late kick. But of all the horses in this race, I got to tell you, I'd imagine, Maggie, I still cannot believe we're talking about a daughter of La Verdad out of, or by Tappet is running on the turf.
Lafitte, Lafitte, sorry, JK, I can't get over it either. It just seems wrong. In the world of horse racing, this is not supposed to happen, but when do we ever question what Todd Pletcher does with a horse? And obviously, it's worked well, keeping her on the turf. And as a matter of fact, I think, you know, considering the distance, 1 1/16, I actually think it's better for her. I really was dubious about 1 1/8. And to be honest, she kind of hung a bit going 1 1/8. So last time, despite being put first, where I honestly think she ran the 3rd best race of any of those horses, as the horse who was eventually elevated to 2nd in Cape Cod Causeway ran maybe better than she did, and Succulent ran well too. It's a bit of a controversial, oh my goodness, excuse me. I swear those bugs aren't out here right now, and I don't know what that was. But Mig, I have a question for you. When you ride a horse that hasn't technically won a race, but now you're facing winners for the first time, is that something that's in the back of your head as a rider? Is that a drawback for you?
No, I don't think you look at it as a drawback. You're always, as a rider, Maggie, trying to find ways you're going to win. Even when you're on a horse that's 50 to 1, you're figuring out ways to win. So I think riding them, it's more about, okay, how are we going to get this done, as opposed to, well, now it's, you know, a step up in company, it's tougher. I was always a hopeless optimistic. I mean, I could ride 100 to 1 shot and be depressed if they didn't run well after I figured out 100 ways they were going to win.
Works out nicely when you win Breeders' Cup Turf Sprints on a horse named Desert Code, who paid, what, $70, right? It's that kind of optimism.
75, but
$75. Who's counting? This was your, you really like somebody in this one. Oh, you know what? Too late. Johnny I standing by with the call. Here's the 10th.
And they're off. She's Amia, Saratoga Chrome, Tapple Cider. Now moving up is 40 Smooth, and Just Okay is Not Okay is up close to the pace. 40 Smooth takes the field into the clubhouse turn, and then it is Saratoga Chrome in 2nd. Just Okay is Not Okay runs in 3rd. Tapple Cider's down on the inside in 4th. She's Amia in 5th. La Victoria is on the outside. New Guinea is down at the rail. Then comes Russia, and a Lady of Thornton. A bit tough to handle there at the back of the pack. And in 9th. The quarter went in 23 and 4. Long shot, 40 Smooth is the leader here by 2. Saratoga Chrome down on the inside is 2nd by a head. Just Okay is Not Okay on the outside in 3rd. And then Tapple Cider in 4th. Alongside is La Victoria. She's Amia is in 6th now, 6 lengths from the lead. Then it's the trio of New Guinea, Russia, and a Lady of Thornton. The half mile went in 49 and 4. 40 Smooth by 2 lengths going around the far turn. 40 Smooth now by 2.5 lengths. Just Okay Is Not Okay is on the outside. Saratoga Chrome is down at the rail. She's Amia is now moving and moving well from fourth. And then comes La Victoria. Tapplesider is down at the rail, looking to come on through in between horses. Russia. 3/4 in 1:14 and here comes She's Amia, who takes off here in the stretch. She's Amia is the leader as they come down for the 16th pole. New Guinea putting in a late run on the outside along with Saratoga Chrome, but it will be She's Amia and Trevor McCarthy. New Guinea up for second. Saratoga Chrome finished third.
The stablemates running 1-2. Christophe Clement in the 10th. Belmont at the Big A. She's Amia over New Guinea. She's Amia running to her looks. Makes it look all too easy. 2-1 at post time.
Very logical result. She's Amia very unlucky last time. New Guinea is a horse that's been running well. They both got, particularly She's Amia got an absolutely beautiful trip under Trevor McCarthy, who was patient but secured his position coming off the turn, was able to tip out, and she powered home. To me, she looked like a winner every step of the way. Absolutely beautiful, picture-perfect turf ride from Trevor. New Guinea comes up second best. Dylan Davis gave her a good ride, just second best to her uncoupled stablemate, but very logical result.
Christophe Clement. All right, so things didn't go as he hoped in the Turf Classic with Gufo, Soldier Rising, but a 1-2 finish here. Did you hit this exacta as hard as you should have, given how much you like the pair?
This made my day. Okay,
all right, Hamilton.
This was my best bet of the day. She's Amia. All you had to do is watch her last race, and the exacta to me was pretty much a foregone conclusion. They just had to get decent trips, which they did, and this is Christophe's third winner of the day.
3 wins on the afternoon. Ears pricked from She's Amia. What else you want from me, she's saying. I think that's important just in Maggie's observations in the paddock. It's when she and Acacia notice something different from the last start to this one, a change, something in behavior, appearance, where she said She's Amia can often be a little bit more nervous, right?
Right.
And she was 2-1 at post time. She was the favorite, but still, and much just more calm today within herself. Really liked what she saw in the paddock, and then she goes out there and simply dominates. That's what from those paddock observations, whenever something's different from one race to the next, something changing in behavior, appearance, that's what really sticks.
It's so important, when something's in character or out of character for a particular horse. I mean, we've seen it the other way too, right? Was it Shackleton?
Shackelford.
Shackelford, excuse me. He didn't run well unless he was all worked up and nervous, right? So
the worse he looked, the better it was.
The better he ran.
Yeah.
But, listen, Maggie, Acacia, they're so good with their observations. And when you like a horse on form and then you hear positive remarks about their physicality and the way they're acting, that's the double check mark to me.
So that much more confident going in. Christophe Clement running 1-2. She's Amia by several. Results, reaction when we come back. That was my best bet of the day, in case you're just joining us. American Apple at $1,000,000 it seemed. A huge upset in the Grade 2 Matron. The recap when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Borgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
10 down, 1 left. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A. As always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. #1 second crop sire last year by Dirt Earnings. She's a Mia. Could not have been more impressive. Mig loved the Clement entry. They run 1-2. 2-1 at post time. Trevor McCarthy over New Guinea 4-1-3. Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
So please do be joined by the owners of She's a Mia, Mike DeBella and Derek Morris. And Mike, we'll start with you. Is this name a little sentimental by any chance?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's named after my daughter, Mia. So we're very excited to have a horse named after Mia, and we flew out from Chicago just to see this race today. So it's very exciting to be able to just come out here and see a really good horse race in a great race and come off the track and get in a picture, and I mean that's what racing is all about for us.
Derek, as we were discussing, she's had some tough trips and she's come in second 3 times prior to this, but how rewarding is this? Trevor McCarthy worked out a beautiful ride on her today.
He did. He settled her, and she probably got a little aggressive with him out of the gate, but she came back to him and he handled her. She got a clear run at coming off the turn there, and she did her thing. She's got talent. Thanks to Christoph, for keeping her from going off the deep end, because she's a little bit of a flighty filly, but she's clearly got ability. She's finished second in Open Company. She's a New York bred filly. Mike picked her out from a consignment of a group of 6 horses. He picked her and sent her here, and she's proven herself.
You have a bit of a background, though, in racing, I understand.
That's true. I'm the only man you'll ever meet who's 6 feet tall who wishes I was 5'4". My dad galloped horses. His name was Calvin Kane Tuck. He even galloped horses for your dad down in Laurel, down in Maryland, many years ago. So, yeah, it's in the blood.
And the ride back to Chicago, Mike, I'm sure is going to be much sweeter now.
It's going to be a great night, and it's going to be a great ride back, great flight back tomorrow to Chicago. So it was well worth the trip for sure. We're so excited.
And massive kudos to the namesake, if my cameraman Kyle can shoot over here, to Miss Mia. Give him a thumbs up, Mia. And Mia got to pet She's a Mia for her big win today, Lafitte.
How cool is that? Coming to the racetrack, spending time with these incredible animals, spending time with a horse named after you, and then watching that horse go out there and win.
Nothing better.
How cool is that?
And then to get to pet the horse. And I've often said, you want to get young people interested, you got to get them close to the horses. The horses are magic, and when they get to touch a horse, feel the energy, see how big they are, the power, that's what's going to captivate people. And the gambling and everything else, that'll follow.
Of course.
But let's get them close to the horses. Is so important. And this is a big run. She's me a perfect trip. I got to correct myself, Lafitte. New Guinea had a very difficult trip and did well to rally to be second. She didn't hold that coveted pocket position that I talked about, and then she got shuffled back into the far turn. Big run from her to be second, but I still think She's a Mia was best on the day.
He's 6 feet tall, wants to be 5'4". Would you like to trade, sir? If possible, we'll make it happen. The late Big 5. 1 left, 391,000 plus in the pool. In the 11th, $40,000 maiden claimer. There is no way you're getting 7-2, Richie, on Jocosity. No way. If you couldn't, there's fixed odds somewhere. We can get it, lock it in. An absolute standout for the 11th and final at Belmont. Earlier, we had the Matron, 2-year-old fillies for decades and decades on dirt. Now a turf sprint, the 5th year, a turf sprint. It looked wide open going in. And the result proved just that, with American Apple at a huge, huge price, pulling off a huge upset in the Matron, Richie.
Oh, this was a big upset, huge price. Got an absolutely beautiful ride from Eric Cancel. I mean, got position going forward, found it, but she was game to the last 16th of a mile of feet. She did not want to get past. You could see her digging down and finding more. You like to see that determination in a young horse, and she was good.
I know it's hard to gauge, light and experience. You have preps all over the country, these 2-year-olds based on what you saw from American Apple. Would you expect to see her next? Do you think the connections are thinking Breeders' Cup Juvenile?
Oh, I
Turf
think
Sprint?
Don't they have to? I mean, off an effort like this, you absolutely have to. And, she held off a very good horse in Redefined, the 7. Got an absolutely beautiful trip, though. We talk about turf racing, saving ground, finding that coveted pocket position. That's where Eric Cancel was throughout the entirety of it. I remember that mare, Miss Mary Apple, she was, came here, was runner-up, I believe, in the Schuylerville. She was a nice, precocious kind of horse herself. She's got a precocious filly on her hands here, the American Pharaoh influence, a good sire influence, and that was a nice effort.
Yeah, for her trainer, and for a stakes win, first graded stakes win, all coming together with American Apple at a huge price in the Grade 3 Matron, the male equivalent of the Matron, the Futurity tomorrow. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the Juvenile Turf Sprint. 8 deep, there's the field with Nagarok number 2, Manny Franco to ride. 5-2 morning line favorite, a 78 buyer speed figure in his maiden win, flashing that speed late September right here, Richie.
Yeah, and good speed. And finished the deal. I mean, 108 and change. This was a really eye-catching performance. Now, he doesn't need the lead. He showed that in his first start in Indiana where he rallied from off the pace to be second, but this was a huge step forward. And, it's interesting to me, Graham Motion's not a trainer that trains horses for speed. If anything, he trains them to have more stamina. So the fact that this horse had this kind of speed just speaks to his natural ability, that he's just naturally very fast.
Nagarok in tomorrow's Futurity Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Juvenile Turf Sprint. You don't have that Golden Pal type of standout. There's a star European we could see in the Juvenile Turf Sprint, but it's this scramble of horses from all over the country, maybe a European influence. It's a newer Breeders' Cup race, and we had Golden Pal again at Keeneland a couple of years ago, and watching these preps unfold, and we'll wind up with a very wide open big field for the Juvenile Turf Sprint once we get to the Breeders' Cup next month.
It's always a mad scramble, and position and getting out of the gate cleanly and getting into the turn in good shape, particularly with young, inexperienced horses that they're all kind of crushing into the turn. But that's why speed is a good commodity to have, and Nagarok, being a son of Lee, stands at Claiborne Farm. He's got natural speed.
And for trainer Graham Motion, the grass is blue, trying to pull off the upset over Nest in the Bel Dame, 20-1 on the morning line. Nagarok, 5-2 morning line favorite in the Futurity, and the Knickerbocker, 4-1 with Palo Alto. Another big day of thoroughbred racing here. 3 more graded stakes races tomorrow. Of course, the big story will be Nest. She's taking on Olda for the first time, but again, they should look at it as we're taking on this 3-year-old filly for the first time, 1-5 if all goes well. On to the Breeders' Cup distaff.
Yeah, I think you're stating that correctly. We're taking on the 3-year-old Nest. Looking at the race, like originally first blush, I go, well, maybe Travel Column coming out of the ballerina where she was in front makes the lead and maybe should be hard to run down. But everybody in the race except for Ness seems like they have to be involved. Now, Ness won't be far away. She's natural. But, I thought the one advantage like a horse like Travel Calm might have is getting loose. I just don't see that on paper. I think the race sets up that have a little bit more pace.
Again, it's early. Race number 3, the Grade 2 Bel Dame tomorrow with Nest, looking for another graded stakes win. The Breeders' Cup Challenge events that we've seen to the Breeders' Cup through South Ozone Park with Blazing Sevens in the Champagne. Chocolate Gelato, maybe she'll be the favorite, certainly among them in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Elite Power today for Bill Mott, stamping his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup Sprint victory in the Vosburgh, and tomorrow the Grade 3 Futurity, winning you're in for the Juvenile Turf Sprint. One left on the Saturday program. Jacosity, the favorite, but that's still it's a big number, 3-1 for Jacosity. 3-race maiden. New York breds, graduation day for one of them. When we come back, riders up, post-parade, post-time in 13 minutes.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Winding things down on America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Run Happy, #1 second crop sire. Last year by Dirt Earnings. New York bred maidens in the 11th and final. $40,000 maiden claimer, Jacosity. Lukewarm favorite, 5-2. We check in with Maggie standing by in the paddock with his paddock report. Maggie, Mooly #5. Can she graduate in her 6th career start?
Well, I find she's a bit interesting here, Lafitte, as in her first start for the Dave Duggan barn, she got a little headstrong. And as I've always said, Kendra Crumbridge can be one of the best riders when dealing with horses that are a little bit difficult to, either settle or steer. So I like the fact that he's aboard for the first time today. And I talked to Dave about putting the blinkers on and asked him, will we see her on the front end? And he said, she'll be close, not fully committing to the lead, that's for sure. But he just said I put them on to maybe find a bit more, because she actually ran well, I thought, in that last race, her first try on the turf. And let me tell you, this is the right condition for her. She looks like a routing turf horse. As we'll move on to another one I find intriguing, a drop down, Lemon Red, who's second off the layoff and stretching out. She might be the best looking filly in this field. She's beautifully put together. Now, albeit this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her, but just, well balanced, presents herself incredibly well here, and I like the fact that she's stretching out. I wasn't here for her debut, or in the paddock, I should say, so I don't know how much fitness she's gained, but she looks fit today. And furthermore, I thought she had a tough trip last time in which she was on a wide pursuit throughout while mid-pack. Then she got carried, I don't know, to about the 10 path turning for home, and was never really to make up any ground late. So I think Lemon Red, she'll have some tactical speed, stretching out in distance, and she just looks ready in her second start off the bench, Lafitte.
Trevor McCarthy, Maggie looking to sweep the late double. The winning ride on She's a Mia in the 10th, a date with Lemon Red in 8 minutes. This post time as we wind things down on America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous evening in New York City. The nightcap in 8 minutes. Stay tuned.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Haven't signed up just yet? Still time. 6 minutes, plenty of time before the 11th and final. Join us at Naira Bets. Use that promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Post parade for the nightcap. New York bred maidens, $40,000 maiden claimer fillies and mares. There is Oak Loves a Fight in the money in 3 straight.
Yeah, looks like she's kind of put it together, has been in good form, holding her form, gets a good inside draw, and Javier Castellano knows the value of saving ground.
Lots to like there. Jacosity, though, the one to beat, 2-1 currently.
Yeah, Jacosity's price is starting to come down. It's a significant drop from maiden allowance races to maiden claiming races.
Big day, Jose Lascano, then an Honor Star off the board in her first 2.
Yeah, he's going to have to vastly improve from her first 2 efforts.
Lacey Underall, first-time starter, cold on the board.
Cold on the board out of a mare that won on turf in France.
Blinkers on Mooley. David Duggan told Maggie, maybe more speed, but not necessarily the front.
Yeah, but, I mean, this filly improved in her one turf try and was right behind Oak Loves a Fight.
That's a superstar. Second start for Tom Morley.
Yeah, and another one coming back in that maiden 40. Last time I thought was hung out a bit wider throughout as well.
Back from Finger Lakes, Unbridled Rain.
Yeah, and Jackie Davis comes in for the ride, too. He's been riding very well up at Finger Lakes.
Lemon Red, Trevor McCarthy looking to sweep the late double.
Yeah, that good graded stakes winning mare, Testa Rossi, and making that significant drop also.
Bourbon Diversion revving his engines, her engines.
Yeah, ran well last time to rally and getting a nice warm-up with Dylan Davis.
Mucho Mama Mia off the board in her first 3.
Yeah, and it's going to have to improve. Plus, is got that post that you just don't like, that far outside post on turf.
Doesn't help the first-time starter either. Guidance, debuting filly by Central Banker and Manny Franco aboard 11-1.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I had that filly scratched, so the 10 Mucho Mamma Mia does not have the far outside post. That goes to Guidance, who has a steady diet of turf workouts up in Saratoga.
Pick 5 Will Pace. Jacosity the favorite, 4,600 plus. Had that bomb in the Matron earlier. That set the table. Pick 5 Will Pays. Post time 4 minutes. Jacosity current favorite at 2-1. Bourbon Diversion would be an $11,000 payoff. Bourbon Diversion number 9. Let's revisit her latest. This was late August, Saratoga. Same level, going a mile, closing from off the pace in a solid second place finish, Richie.
This was a solid second place finish, and she had been against Open Company in her previous 2 starts, and, now to get back with New York Breds, back for the maiden 40. And you can see she turned for home. She got pushed out a little bit wide, but she's finishing with good courage, and this was a good effort from her.
11,000 the payoff in the pick 5 should she graduate today. Bourbon Diversion, number 9, 5-1, Dylan Davis. Maggie with the favorite, Jacosity. Big class drop. What are you seeing from the choice?
Yeah, I mean, I think the class drop helps here, but at the end of the day, she hasn't run that much faster than several other horses here that might be just staying at this level, like horses like the 5 Mooley. I mean, she makes sense, and I really have no problems with her physically. She's bright demeanor, incredibly fit, but she's another one of those horses that I picked last time, and I'm kind of annoyed that she didn't run better, but as Meg said, she had a little bit of trouble there late in the game. So I'm not against her, and I just wonder, though, the overall strength of that maiden special weight as well. We have not seen horses come out of that affair and run particularly well. As we'll move on to a big price in here, a first-time starter. And yeah, there's a first-time starter guidance on the far outside that's taking a bit more money than number 4, Lacey Underall, but Lacey Underall has more pedigree than the outside runner. Sometimes that doesn't matter at all, but she's by Creative Cause. The Dame, albeit won a 1 5/16 race in France over soft going, but there's a half sibling who does have a good turf influence by Declaration of War, who went 3 for 12 on the turf. And this is the right spot for her with Jimmy Jerkins. Yeah, she'll probably need one to really kind of come together physically, and is wearing blinkers first time out, maybe hinting at the fact that she won't have much early speed, and 2 with that pedigree in mind. But I just thought she was kind of worth a mention, as this race is kind of crying out for somebody to really kind of jump up and surprise us, or I could be completely wrong, and it's all about Jacosity. But ultimately, Levitt, I went with the horse that definitely won the paddock contest in number 8, Lemon Red. I thought there was a lot of upside with this drop-down runner.
A little will go a long way in these races. Maggie likes what she sees. Lemon Red and Trevor McCarthy, who won the 10th race. You're getting a number 8-1 as they cross over to the turf course.
Another horse that's making that significant drop in class, from the maiden allowance to maiden 40, much like Jacosity. Jacosity has shown a bit more, but her one start was early in January at Gulfstream against Open Company. Then she sprinted against New York Breds. Maybe now it's that Goldilocks effect where right company, right distance, fits just right.
Just right. Just right. Jacosity, 2-1. To her inside, we saw Oak loves a fight in the post parade, and yeah, lots of angles to work with there. In the presence of Javier Castellano, that cozy inside draw, in the money in her last 3, moving in the right direction. You're getting a price here, 5-1.
It feels like it took Oak loves a fight a little while to figure out the game and to get into a good form cycle. She is in a good form cycle. Her last 3 races have been very consistent. But you didn't really see a big forward move from any of those last 3 races, and it feels like you just have to be a little bit better to garner the win. But it's also about trips, and the inside post should help her.
You went with Jacosity, yes?
Yeah, I went up with the favorite, Jacosity. I just think she showed enough run against Maiden Special Company. Now against Maiden Allowance, it should be a bit easier for her. Maiden 40 should be a bit easier for her.
11th and final, moving into line. New York bred maidens, 1 16th. On a firm turf course, 8-5 now. Jacosity at post time. Johnny I with the remainder of the load and call. Belmont at the Big A, 11th and final. It's post time.
Waiting for Mucho, Mamma Mia, and Guidance. They're in the gate for race 11. And they're off. That's a Superstar along with Mowley. And down at the rail is Jacosity. Moving up on the outside is a Lemon Red. And then comes Unbridled's Reign. In between horses, Honor Star. Extreme outside is a Bourbon Diversion. And then down at the rail, it's Oak Gloves a Fight, who is racing in 8th. Guidance is next in 9th. At the back of the pack, Lacey Underall and Mucho Mamma Mia. Into the clubhouse turn after a quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Mowley who leads here by a little more than a length. That's a Superstar. The gray is in 2nd. And Jacosity, the favorite, down at the rail in 3rd position. And then comes Lemon Red, who's on the outside, and right alongside is Honor Star in 5th. Oak Loves a Fight at the rail in 6th, followed by Unbridled Reign in 7th, and Bourbon Diversion on the outside, followed by Guidance, Mucho Mamma Mia, and way back in the field is the first-time starter, Lacey Underall. It is Mowley who has the lead here. After a half mile in 48 and 3, it's Mowley in front. That's a Superstar, remains in 2nd. Jacosity is down at the rail in 3rd. Oak Loves a Fight is now on the move and up into 4th. And Guidance is gaining ground down towards the rail. 3/4, 1:12 and 4. Mowley's in front, and in front now by 3. Jacosity, Oak Loves a Fight. They are together 2nd and 3rd. And Guidance is next in 4th. But in the meantime, Mowley has turned this into a rout. It is all Mowley. And this is graduation day for her. She won by better than 6 lengths. Oak Loves a Fight was 2nd, and a photo for 3rd.
Guess the blinkers worked. Mowley, David Duggan, saying, oh no, she makes the lead. She's going to show more speed. There David Duggan is. And a hug post-race with Mowley, who simply blitzed this field in the 11th and final. Wow.
Wow, she good. She put a lot of separation and quickly turning for home when asked by Kendrick Carmouche. And Dave Duggan, another one of those trainers that doesn't get the credit he deserves. His horses look good. They perform well. He's winning it better than 26% on the year. Another good effort from his horse in the Vosburgh today, undrafted.
Yeah, drafted.
To be 3rd,
yeah.
Right? So Dave Duggan is a horseman's horseman, somebody that you root for because you know the effort that he puts in. He and his wife Lara work very closely together. Actually saw Lara come in with their 2 beautiful daughters earlier, so maybe they kind of had a little inkling that they were
ready to take a family photo together.
Yeah, a little live in the last race.
Kendrick Carmouche had those 4 wins on Thursday. This one, for a grass race, to win by that much, it's like winning by 15 on dirt.
Yeah, she put separation quick, too. You could see how comfortable and happy she was on the lead. Jacosity had absolutely no excuse. Got that beautiful pocket trip and just kind of flattened out. Oak Loves a Fight. Another good effort from her. She's in a good form cycle. She'll find her field and break her maiden sooner or later, but, you know, she's collecting checks, and it adds up for the owners.
I was wrong with Jacosity. Thought she was a standout going in. Has to settle for a 4th place finish at 8-5, 5-1, 11-2. Mowley, Kendrick Carmouche in the 11th and final. We'll be saying goodbye in a moment. If we don't have the results, you can find them at NYRA.com. NYRA Bets. What are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Well, obviously Nest. I mean, it's always fun to see a champion. I mean, sometimes you got to set aside everything else and just be a fan. And I'm a fan of the game, and I'm a fan of hers. So I just like watching good horses.
And watching Warlike Goddess beat the boys, the first female to win a Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, a Turf Classic in almost 40 years. And now, and you can hear the enthusiasm from Bill Mott. A huge day for Mott. 2 runners today that won and are going on to the Breeders' Cup.
And she's 5 for 5 at the 1.5-mile distance. I mean, that's pretty impressive in its own right.
Elite Power in the Vosburgh onto the Sprint. Warlike Goddess in the $4 million Breeders' Cup Turf. Stellar today in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. That's going to wrap things up for us on America's Day at the Races. Thanks so much for joining us. Again, you can get those results at NYRA.com, NYRABets.com. 5-1-11-2 in the nightcap. An exciting Saturday of racing here at Belmont at the Big A. Elite Power, sensational in the Vosburgh. Juddmonte, Bill Mott, on to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Mott and Lascano, they weren't done yet. The upset in the Matron. American Apple at a huge price. On to the Juvenile Turf Sprint. We'll see. And in the Turf Classic, Too Much Warlike Goddess. Again, more Lascano and Mott. Next stop, the Longines $4 million Breeders' Cup Turf. Have a great night, everyone.